Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna Gbadebo.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Sunday, oh Wendy, Sunday, oh Wendy, if there's someone, Sunday, oh Wendy, I can sell it, Sunday, oh Wendy, and then you want to go, Sunday, oh Wendy, it's a Sunday, oh Wendy, it's a Sunday, oh Wendy, Sunday,
And there it is right there. There it is right there. Good day to you all. Good day. How are you? How are you? How are you? So good day to you all. Good to be in your company. Another day, another session. It never changes, of course. You should be used to it by now, and it should be part of your daily routine. Roundabout, I was going to say 9:45, but I keep having to push the time forward. The designated slot for this sessions is actually 9:45 p.m. UK time, but then life takes over, then I have to move it forward. It may surprise you, I spend so much time on here. I do have a life. It's difficult to believe, but I do have a life outside of this. So sometimes life takes over and I have to move the schedule a little bit. But good day, good to see you. How are you? So good day. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. Then if you've clicked on like and you are already subscribed, then you are able to, and by the way, if you copy the links to the session and put it in your WhatsApp groups, I think you're allowed to send to about 5 WhatsApp groups according to my understanding of how WhatsApp works. So copy the link, post the link to the sessions in your WhatsApp. So do that as a matter of routine. If you are able to, if you want to share this conversation with the people you mooch around with on social media, put it on your WhatsApp group, on your Facebook timelines and all of that, just to really expand the conversation. So that is my long-winded way of saying like, share, and subscribe. So like, share, and subscribe. Do that immediately and right now. And then, of course, if you want to come and join us on the screens, you know the routine by now. But if you're new to this space, this hyperlink that says StreamYard right there, there's a link there. If you click on that link, it will bring you into a studio space. As soon as I've fleshed out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. So there are no designated seats. It's first come, first serve. So if you feel you're a good speaker and you want to participate in the discussion, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard and come and join us. So there's still there's no one in the studio at the moment, but it quickly fills up. So if you want to come in just as soon as you can to book your slot, then there it is. And of course, we've not yet had it, but whenever nobody does turn up, we just end the session after the readout. So then that gives me an early night. But click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join us on the screen. And we are especially looking for new voices. So if you are a new voice, then you are especially encouraged. Pardon me, I can't find my mouse now. I don't know what's going on here. So if you're a new voice, we are especially looking forward to hearing from you. So if you're a new voice, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard and come join. And also, this next link here, this is entirely at your discretion. This is your invitation to buy your host. This is your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. So it's entirely at your discretion. Only if you feel inspired to do that. It's 3 easy steps, and then you can, to your heart's content, fill my cup. So to your heart's content, fill my cup. But don't go there and be derisory. That's just the one thing. Don't go there and act like a punk. So there it is. So there it is. Good to see you all. Welcome. So to the headlines that we will be contending with, let's kick it off with this one. IPOB. So this is a follow-on to a storyline that we did a couple of days ago. When the new Abia governor, Alex Oti, he invited Gowon to his inauguration to be part of the prayers for his administration. But it looks as though the old wounds of the Biafra space does not want Gowon in the southeast. So there was a warning shot fired across the bows of Gowon a couple of days ago, and IPOB seems to have picked up the gauntlet of that warning shot. IPOB mounts pressure on Oti to cancel Gowon's invitation to inauguration. So there it is right there. We're going back 60 years to come back to this time, back to the future somewhat, old wounds yet unhealed. So what's going on there? I'll hang around to find out. IPOB mount pressure on OT to cancel Gowon's invitation to inauguration. So we'll be contending with that. So hang around for that. And then the next one, then, that is also part of the headline that we have used to trail this particular session. So this next one, part of the headline that we used to trail this particular session, Nigerian military under pressure to compromise 2023 elections. So this is the defense chief, Irabo, making this alarm to the public space. Nigerian military under pressure to compromise 2023 elections, defense chief Irabo. So we've had several elections now in the course of the Nigerian journey, and especially now under this fourth republic that we're under, we've had how many cycles? Obasanjo, Yar'Adua, Jonathan, Buhari, and this is the 8th cycle of elections that we're having under the Fourth Republic. So this is the longest democratic experimentation that we have yet had as a nation. But what is it about this particular election that seems to agitate people so much? I think we know what it is. At least I have my theory on what it is, but you have to hang around to find out, because this I'm expecting to be a long and involved conversation. It looks as though some people would rather have a military administration to come and seize charge of a country rather than have the democracy continue. So there it is right there. The mount pressure, Nigerian military under pressure to compromise 2023 elections, defense chief Irabo. So what pressure and where is it coming from? All of that we'll find out shortly. So this next headline now is a bolt out of the blues. A bolt not Usain Bolt, though, a bolt out of the blues. So this next headline now, a bolt out of the blues. And by the way, there are still a couple of spaces on the screen. If you want to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, come join us. So this next one now, a bolt out of the blues. Tinubu warned as Kwakwanso alleges Tinubu warned as Kwakwanso allegedly moves to join APC. So there it is right there. I got it out eventually. Tinubu warned as Kwakwanso allegedly moves to join APC. So this was reported in a couple of newspapers. So I'm not sure what level of veracity there is to it, but I'm sure somewhat of the level of logic that there is to it. Because Kwakwanso has tested his potency in Kano State, and that's one. And he has attempted at a presidential run, and he has proven to be a single state candidate. That's two. But then the third most important thing is the halo, the crown on Buhari's head has now been removed and placed in a suspended animation for whoever is coming to stand under it to see if it fits. So a champion for the North, because of course, after Tinubu's 8-year administration, power transits back to the North. So the jostling then for who becomes the next president after Tinubu has already begun. And whoever becomes the next president under Tinubu, Babati, you have to switch on your mic if you want to come in. That's why it wasn't connecting properly. And whoever is going to be the next president after Tinubu, who most likely a northerner, stands a better chance being a member of the APC. So this is what we're discovering, because the APC, they're not willing to let go of power unless it's wrestled out of their hands. So we saw although this was a fairly reflective of the will of the people election, the 2023 election, but we saw what happened in 2019 when Atiku Abubakar won that election, but they just told us that Buhari will continue to govern us anyway. So by foul means or fair, APC determined to hold on to power. So if you have any ambitions towards the Nigerian presidency, then that ambition is better enhanced if you're a member of the APC. So I think that realization, very quickly to a man from Kano, Tinubu warned as Kwakwanso allegedly moves to join APC. So if Kwakwanso does join the APC, you still have to switch on your mic for your device to connect, Babati. If Kwakwanso does join the APC, where does that put him in the echelons of the hierarchy of northerners that are likely to succeed Tinubu? So all of that, because the northerners so far that are likely to succeed Tinubu are the foremost names coming to the fore. Is immediate vice. He stands the best chance. The Kanuri man, Shetima, he stands the best chance. But you can never rule out El Rufai. And as a rank outsider, you probably give consideration to Babagana Zulum as well. So those three names immediately come into play if you are considering who's going to succeed Tinubu from the north. But if Kwakwanso comes into anyway, we discuss all of that when we get into so wait for all of that. These reasons to hang around. And if you disagree, come on the screen. No, otherwise it's a wasted exercise. So we discuss all that. So we'll discuss all that. Well, all right. What next do we have? Let's go with this one next. So we go with this one next. So let's go with this one next. So we go with this one next. May 29, Tinubu health status raises concerns as OG Kalu gives updates. So this is a storyline that is slowly coming out of the ground. The green shoot of this storyline is continuously being watered in certain spaces. So why have we not seen him? Where is he? Is he missing? Is he in hospital? His state of health. So you can see the buildup of this narrative now. So they're going back to Tinubu's health again. Remember, before the campaign started, they told us that this guy would not have the strength to even mount the rostrum in one arena, never mind campaigning across the country. But then, as it turned out, Tinubu campaigned more vigorously, twice as vigorously as anyone else within that field. So his health, and not only health, he actually campaigned like a 50-year-old man. Because a lot of you would not have the endurance to do what this guy did. I certainly don't think that I would have the endurance to have to mount rostrums on 2 states of the federation within. So all of that. But now we've circled back to that again. His health is failing. So all of these narratives, I see them as somewhat of a jubilist narrative. So that's a new coinage to the Nigerian lexicon, by the way, jubrilist, jubril at Sudani. So these are all the accoutrements, these are all the padding outs, these are all the pregnancy signs of the birthing of another jubril narrative. So very quickly, the leap from here now is to place Tinubu in a shallow grave somewhere, and then we'll come up with a clone. And then we're back. But it can't be Jubil this time, or maybe it will be Rafiu, Adebeta, Adebeta, or something. So these are all Jubilees narratives anyway. May 29th, Tinubu's health status raises concerns as Orji Kalu gives updates. So we're back to the Jubril space, but if you have any different thoughts on that, then come share them on the screen. So if you have any different thoughts on that, come share them on the screen. So on to the next, and immediately to the next. So on to the next, and immediately to the next. So if you ever wondered what money laundering is, this is what money laundering means right there. So a lot of these third world functionaries of state, they loot a lot of money in cash, but then their biggest problem has always been how to legitimize that money. You know, because the volume of money that they loot is such that it cannot pack into any financial system without it triggering something. So the easy go-to of looted money to launder it has always been real estate. And EFCC are fast onto that. Many estates in Abuja and other parts of the country are proceeds of money laundering. EFCC lawyer. So if this is known, then what is being done about it is the question. So if that is known, then what is being done about it is the question. So we look into that as well. And then there's the traditional or not traditional, but the human interest stories that we are introducing slowly to the platform now. This will be the human interest story that we'll conjure with this session. Once a lady starts asking you for money, it means she's madly in love with you. Politician Opeyemi Falegon tells men. So there is some logic there, even though there's not the fullness of logic there. But how is this explained? Then you have to hang around to find out. But do you concur? Even before we get into the reading, once a lady starts asking you for money, it means she's madly in love with you. Politician Opeyemi Falegon tells men. So quite how he arrived at that, shortly we find out. So we find that out shortly. A couple of micro little video clips to play you as well. So there's one that speaks to the. We're back with Gbadebo Rhodes Vivour now, who is telling us that anyway. You wait to see what he tells us, but it looks as though he's now inviting the security forces to go and arrest all of the Obas in Lagos State, because he did not become the governor of the state. This is Chinedu Rhodes Vivour. Now, if we are saying that it's alien and foreign to the Yoruba culture, if you wait and watch that clip, you will see exactly why we consider him alien and foreign to the Yoruba culture. You know, no concept of anything Yoruba, of course, this guy. So wait to see that as well. And then we're looking at a throwback clip from El Rufai as well that speaks to the Peter B space. So a really, really packed and enriched show. So a really packed and enriched show. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Just as I said in the opening phase, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard is your invitation to come and join us on the studio. And if you want to buy your host cups of coffee, here is the link right here. So that's the link to buy your host cups of coffee. And let me reach for the link for the hyperlink to the studio as well. So a lot of that and all of that. So as you set about doing all of those, let me have another micro musical intermission before we get into the throes of the reading. You know where we're going, of course. Egbelemu, the Kegite. The Kegite.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is. So before I go on, just a couple of things. I would like to see the comment section sparkle in super chats today. We don't get sufficient enough of that. And then the next one too is to Baba T. Whatever you do, make sure you come on because there's a chap that's already on that I would like to have both of your voices on the platform at the same time. And then you'll see and you'll hear what the rest of us hear. So if you're able to come on, Baba T, I know you are trying to come on, because I'd like you to be on the session just at the same time as Prince. And then people will hear what we hear when both of you speak. But waiting in anticipation of that, and as I did say, let the place light up in super charts like a Christmas tree today. IPOB mounts pressure on OT to cancel Gowon's invitation to inauguration. So there it is. So some things never change. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has advised Abia Governor-elect Dr. Alex Otti to cancel the invitation extended to former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, retired, to his inauguration. The pro-separatist group said in a statement by its media and publicity secretary, Imar Powerful, on Friday, that the extension of the invitation to Gowon to attend the inauguration would invoke past memories of 1967 genocide against Biafra people. He advised OOT not to commence his tenure with the memories of our people being massacred during the 1967 genocide against the Biafran people. We want to advise Dr. Alex Otti, the incoming governor of Abia State, not to commence his tenure with insulting the memories of our people massacred during the 1967 genocide against the Biafran people. He must not take the goodwill of our people for granted by such reckless action, if indeed he is the person behind Gowon's invitation to his inauguration. It is very imperative that he cancels the invitation of General Yakubu Gowon to his inauguration prayers scheduled for Sunday, April the 23rd, 2023. IPOB wants to believe that Dr. Oti cannot and will not exhibit this high level of insensitivity to invite a man who led the massacre of Biafrans during the genocidal war into Biafra land as his first act as the newly elected governor of Abia State. So there it is right there. Everything changes but remains the same. A lot really to unpack from here. The first thing is, why is IPOB even in that space? What is the business of IPOB with who Alex Oti invites to his inauguration? Because from all of their pronouncements, IPOB does not recognize the Nigerian state, and there is a separate country waiting for that country to be formed. So there's some a country in the clouds, so like some cloud country waiting for territory to land on. So they have no recognition of the Nigerian state. So why then would they be especially agitated by who or whom Dr. Alex Oti invites to his inauguration? So that's the first thing. Then the second thing is, the Nigerian Civil War is a good 60 plus years ago now. So when then is the past consigned to the past? This really is the question that's the broader question. At what point is the past, or should the past be consigned to the past? So this is the broader question. And then, of course, the invitation of Gowon and the apology being, because, of course, they don't even want him there, because the initial pronouncement was that Gowon needed to issue an apology for the Biafra space before he sets foot on Igbo land. But the further on from there is that he's not even welcome in Igbo land at all, and that if Alex Oti facilitates Gowon coming to Igbo land, the flogging will be swift and brutal. So threats from IPOB then in the direction of the yet to be inaugurated governor of Abia State, Alex Oti. So there it is right there. Everything changes yet remains the same. Everything changes yet remains the same. So now the headline storyline. So here it is. Nigerian military under pressure to compromise 2023 elections, defense chief Irabo. The Nigerian military on Thursday admitted that it is under pressure to compromise the 2023 general election, whilst promising that Nigerians can rest assured that the military would remain neutral. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabo, disclosed this to journalists at the 61st session of the State House Ministerial Briefing, organized by the Presidential Communication Team at the Aso Rock Villa, Abuja. According to him, military personnel face pressure through inducements, and by the way, military personnel face pressure through inducement. You can interpret that to mean that monies are being offered and bribes are being given for the military to take over. So that's what that means. According to him, military personnel face pressure through inducement, but the armed forces will remain apolitical as it is taking the necessary measures to ensure compliance with the directive of President Mohamed Buhari to maintain neutrality. Irabo said personnel are being trained to be more professional, even as the rules of engagement have been codified for distribution before, during, and after the elections. The CDS, so that is the Chief of Defense Staff, the CDS also revealed that several military rescue operations and negotiations had led to the freeing of at least 300,000 people from the hands of their abductors since 2014, whilst refugees who fled the northeast due to insurgency have started to return. He said the former insurgents now being trained would graduate in February next year before their reintegration into society. He added that the military is recruiting more personnel into all branches of the security services. The goal, Irabo said, is to increase the number of on-the-ground personnel to combat insurgency and banditry and curtail all theft, which will eventually lead to increased crude production. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Pressure for the military to take over. This is coming from the top itself, the chief of defense staff. But what is quite striking is just that paragraph that I felt the need to reread. According to him, military personnel face pressure through inducements. You know what inducement means. You don't need me to explain what inducement means to you. It's English language. It's bribe. It's offering money. So they were offering them money. But then who wants the military to take over is the question. And who does a military takeover serve the best is the question. And if the military takes over, who arrowheads the governance of Nigeria is another question. And him coming out now to state this, does that neutralize the possibility, or does the possibility still hang? So that's another question. According to him, military personnel face pressure through inducement. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So there it is right there. So there it is right there, and here is the next one right here. So here is the next one right here. Tinubu warned as Kwakwanso allegedly moves to join APC. So if Kwakwanso has any future in politics, it has to be within the APC, because we have seen the fullness of his political strength now, and it's a one-state man, it's a one-state politician. And that, of course, because he's governed Kano State already, so he can continue to either be the godfather Tinubu style of a Kano State, which will lead him to nowhere, because that's not going to land him the presidency, or he can move and then chances stand again. Tinubu warned as Kwakwanso allegedly moves to join APC. The candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, in the 2023 presidential election, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso is reportedly making moves to join the ruling All Progressives Congress APC correspondence length. An ally of President Muhammadu Buhari, Abdul Majid Dan Bilki Kwamada, all of these names, man, all these funky names. You know, how does this name, Abdul Majid Dan Bilki, just look at the name now, it's unbelievable. There is the name right there, Abdul Majid Dan Bilki Kwamada. How does that name relate or have any familiar with a name like Boyega or Emeka? You know, when you say a name like this, you think of lands dark and far to the back of beyond. Lands dark and far to the back of beyond. So you don't think of your neighbor when you hear of Abdul Majid Dan Bilki Kwamada, and he will tell you he's a Nigerian. An ally of President Muhammadu Buhari, Abdul Majid Dan Bilki Kwamada, revealed this whilst addressing pressmen at the Nigerian Union of Journalists Secretariat in Kano. The APC chieftain said Kwakwanso's move would face strong opposition as it cannot be trusted, stressing that the Kano state governor is selfish and always joins a particular political movement for personal gains. And by the way, several newspapers reported this. Kwamada warned President-elect Bola Tinubu to reject Kwakwanso's alleged move to join the APC. Our correspondents report that Kwakwanso came forth behind Peter Obi of the Labour Party, Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, and APC's Tinubu in the presidential election held on February the 25th, 2023. In his submission, whilst reacting to news of alleged secret meeting between Kwakwanso and Tinubu to bring Kwakwanso back to the party, Kwamada cautioned that bringing the NMPP candidate into the APC would cause serious fracas amongst party loyalists. So serious fracas amongst party loyalists will, of course, be the juggernaut already, the northern juggernaut within the APC that are jostling for positioning, both for what they call juicy portfolios. You all know what that means within this Tinubu administration, but with a leg and a foot towards succeeding Tinubu as well. So if they have the quantum of Kwakwanso to contend with, that would somewhat dabaru their permutation. We will fight to a standstill this move, no matter what will we will fight to a standstill this move, no matter what will not happen to the party, Kwamada said. He said the party and the people in the north had done their best for Tinubu's emergence as the president, hence the need for him to compensate them, adding that politics in the north is different and challenging to be manipulated by one single person. Kwamada said as an analyst, he knows Kwakwanso to be selfish and always joins a particular group or party for his gains, not for the general public, and that he would not be of advantage to the APC. I think the canoe that he brings as a welcome gift, as a thank you for accepting me gift, the canoe that he brings is a gift that the party, I suspect, will want to consider. He stressed that bringing Kwakwanso to the APC would mean betraying Northerners. Well, Kwakwanso is a Northerner, which, according to him, would not be in favor of Tinubu in future politics. He debunked the rumors, saying that Kwakwanso's coming would block the chances of Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima, adding that Shettima is far higher than the former in national politics. Speaking on the 10th National Assembly, he said only Northwest deserves the Senate president and that the South-South had no basis for criticizing the decision since they did not join forces that formed the new government. So we were speaking to this space over several sessions. So we were speaking to this space over the course of several sessions, who becomes the Senate president. It is not fait accompli that the Senate presidency would go to the Southeast. It is not fait accompli. It is not a done deal. It is not. And there is no expediency. There's sentimental reasons, but there is no political expediency to suggest that. And this is what this man is speaking to. Speaking on the 10th National Assembly, he said only Northwest deserves the Senate president and that the South-South is not even giving consideration to the Southeast at all, and that the South-South had no basis for criticizing the decision since they did not join forces that formed the new government. So it's the last part of that paragraph really that makes the point. Since they did not join forces that formed the new government. So there it is right there. You cannot not have contributed and still want to have the fat of the land. This is exactly what it says. So like I said, sentimentality will suggest, but expediency does not. They didn't work with us. They were against the Muslim ticket. They didn't consider it during Jonathan when the president, Senate president, and his deputy were all Christians. I don't think Sambo, Goodluck Jonathan Sambo, I don't think he was a Christian. They didn't consider it during Jonathan when the president, Senate president, and his deputy were all Christians. So I think it skipped the vice president to say then the top, I don't know what I was saying there. So now it is time for the North. Even in the North, it is time for Barau Jibrin. to be the Senate president. And by the way, this Barau Jibrin is being promoted heavily. So look out for that name. That might well be the name that sits atop the senator space. So it says, so now it is time for the North. And even in the North, it is time for Barau Jibrin to be the Senate president. This is our choice and is what we are calling for, he said. He called on the national chairman of the party, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, to stop propagating for zoning, saying that Northerners would not support it and it would not be good for the party. So the threats continue, of course. And that Senate presidency, let's park the idea that it should be an automatic shoe-in for the Southeast. Unless there's a credible argument. If you are saying for equi-regional balance, then that is an argument. But if you are saying for politics and expediency, then there is no argument. But which one will hold sway? National cohesion. I thought I had a tissue with me. National cohesion or political expediency. So that's where that narrative is. National cohesion or political expediency. So that's up for discussion. If you have any thoughts on that, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation. On to the next and on to this one. So we're back to the Jubril at Sudani. So Jubril Reloaded, this is where we are now. This is how I see all of these. We're back to heads they shake, hand they shake. Baba we know well, it called Chate Milokon. So we're back to Baba we know well, it Chate Milokon. May 29th, Tinubu's health status raises concern as Oji Kalu gives update. Controversies have begun to ensue over the health status controversy has begun to ensue over the health status of Nigeria's president-elect Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as rumors have been making the rounds about his ill health. As reported by correspondents, there are unconfirmed indications that the former Lagos State governor is overseas receiving medical treatment in an unknown country. Reacting to this development, the Senate Chief Whip, Senator Orji Uzor Kalu, debunked the speculations that the president-elect is in a hospital bed. So I think Fashola was actually asked about the whereabouts. Oh, sorry, just give me 1 microsecond. Let me get myself a tissue. Right, where were we? All right. Okay. So yes, I think Fashola was actually asked about the whereabouts of Tinubu on Arise TV, on Channels Television, and he wasn't really able to give exactly. He said he's abroad somewhere, and I couldn't tell you for certain where he is. So if Fashola cannot say for certain where Tinubu is, how quite Orji Kalu is able to know his status is beyond me. So, but there it is. Let me take it from a paragraph up. Reacting to this development, they check. Reacting to this development, the Senate Chief Whip, Senator Orji Uzor Kalu, debunked the speculations that the president-elect is in a hospital bed. Senator Kalu made this remark at the celebration of his 63rd birthday celebration in Abuja. He said, "Our president-elect is not sick. It is not true that he is sick. I don't want to say much. He's in good health. He is himself." While speaking at his birthday celebration, Kalu recounted his conversation with his very good friend Tinubu about himself. He said, "One of my colleagues said yesterday he heard that the president-elect Tinubu was in hospital." Kalu explained, I told him the incoming president is not in hospital. It is not true that he is in hospital, we argued. I told him the president-elect was okay. However, speculations about Tinubu's health have been on for quite a while, as several reports of the president-elect being secretly flown overseas for medical attention. So it was said that the president-elect took ill after completing his campaign tour, leading to the presidential post. In reaction, his media aides debunked the development, stating that Tinubu had been in London and Paris to relax and rest after a hectic election activities. So there it is right there. So we're back to that space. Of course, it's a spectacle, really, that space, a spectacle. You know, we all know where this is going, of course. Very soon, the little skits and the peppy little songs will start coming out. Hand they shake, you know, this that they all that you know, the monkey routine that they all do, this sort of you know, from the interland elements. They're just you know, just this low rent thing. So the low rent thing that they do. So now, if you've ever wondered what money laundering is, this is exactly what money laundering means. Many estates in Abuja and other parts of the country, are proceeds of money laundering. So this is an EFCC lawyer, Chris Michela, a lawyer who works with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has said that some estates springing up in Abuja and other parts of the country are believed to be proceeds of fraud and money laundering. Speaking at a training session for journalists on effective reporting of economic and financial crimes in Benin, Edo State, Michela said they are getting closer to those hiding under real estate to perpetrate money laundering and other financial crimes. He said, in Abuja, you see so many estates coming all over, and we believe the source of this fund are unlawful funds. The funds are illegally gotten through government or from international crimes that is used to launder through estate business. Real estate is one of the designated and non-designated professions that is also under our obligation under the establishment to do a full disclosure. So yes, I did say that people should super chat today, and I'm not saying that. So EFCC is effectively working. EFCC is effectively working to look into the dimension, and the new Money Laundering Act has provided an opening for the government to look into the aspect of real estate, as we saw under the Act. It is not an investigation that is ongoing. Rather, we have identified specifically that these are proceeds of crime. So yes, so proceeds of crime. And as I said, the number one way to clear dirty money is usually through real estate. So the number one way to, because you can do real estate in cash, you see, and then once you build the building, then you can loan against it via a bank, and then your money then gets into the financial system. So that's just is globally recognized as one of the premier, most paramount ways that money is laundered. So but what can they do about this is a question. So now the human interest story that we said we were bringing. So this is the last readout, and then we come into the room, play a couple of clips, and hopefully there's a panel to take on the conversation. Once a lady starts asking you for money, it means she is madly in love with you. Politician Okoyemi Falegon tells men. So now let's see then what logic or lack thereof in this. Politician Okoyemi Falegon is of the opinion that once a woman starts asking a man for money, it means she's madly in love with him. Okoyemi, who is an ex of actress Nkechi Blessing Sunday, shared this opinion on his Instagram page this afternoon. So this is what he says. Once a lady starts asking you for money, it means she's madly in love with you. She's just faithful to you. She can get it from somewhere else. Appreciate her loyalty by supplying her needs. Honorable Okweyemi Fale, honorable, that sounds more dishonorable than anything else. But is there some veracity to that? So we have conversations around that. So they join us, Prince Daddy. Good to have you. Hopefully your system is not woofing today, Prince Daddy. Babati, the Majestic. So we have two princes now. Babati, a prince from Abeokuta thereabouts. But where Prince Daddy's princeship is from, we'll find out shortly. Bishop joins us, almost certainly in a car. Emmanuel joins us to paint black as white. Rational Mind joins us to say a plague on their houses. And Ajanle Koko joins us to keep the conversation 100. So good to have you, gentlemen. Still a couple more spaces on the studio for anybody who wants to join. But before we launch into the conversation, let me just play you now this Gbadebo Rhodes Vivour, otherwise known as Chinedu. Chinedu, Kedu Odemma. So Kedu Odemma, he wants to lock up all of the Obas in Lagos. Listen to this.
Let me ask, you refer to ISIS.
Yes.
Said as part of next steps, you are considering going to ISIS.
Yeah.
Well, it's on record that some Nigerians have gone to the ISIS.
Yeah.
Specifically Professor Christian, who reported Mr. Bayo Ononuga of the APC to ISIS. So if you say you are going to the ISIS, on what grounds?
So,
who are the individuals, specific individuals, that you are going to report to the ICC? The ICC Article 15, allows people, groups, to come and report people.
Yes.
If they find merit in it, the office of the prosecutor will look into it.
Exactly.
So who are those persons that you have identified that you want to report to the ICC?
So for us, we've already written, this is not considering, we've written to the prosecutor of the ICC. We've done that.
Who are the people?
So people that were on that list are people like MC Ulomo, Mr. Ononuga, all the people that were instigating hatred against and ethnic profiling, right? And all the people also that were involved in violence on that day. So there are a number of people that might not be popular, but we know for a fact that they were
traditional rulers that announced Suru Festival to check.
Well, yes, we did.
Like who?
We did. I believe that, and also for the violence that happened in front of the Oniru's Palace.
Oniru?
Yes, and Elegushi. The
Elegushi is also on the list.
I believe so. I'll have to confirm this, but it was an objective petition. It was not a subjective one. If you did anything to cause people to be worried, to intimidate or suppress people, or to enable violence, we are reporting you. This is the thing. Again, I said, in 4 years' time, another election is going to happen. And elections are always, when you prepare for an election, you are always preparing based on what happened previously. So if our kings are calling Oro during the day, I'm sure you're familiar. You know that Oro is not supposed to be during the day. That's a desecration of a right that has been old in Yoruba culture for a very long time, right? And you desecrate it by doing it during the day. Then it also shows how serious you're taking the rights that you're supposed to be the custodian of. I'm sorry to say, but we also have to start speaking truth to power if we want to move this country forward.
So there it is right there. Chinedu wants the Elegushi in handcuffs for daring to call Oro during the day. So there it is. Let's just hear this throwback from El Rufai, who spoke before the elections, but did what he said, did they come to play and come to pass in the course of the election? So this is just a 59-second little clip about what El Rufai, is it a prophet or a fool? And then we kick it off with Babati.
How can Peter Obi win any election. Peter Obi is polling 1% in Sokoto, 2% in Katsina, 5% in Kano. That's where the votes are. All states are not equal. The fact that you are doing 70% in Anambra State does not mean somebody doing 10% in Kano is not better than you. The number of votes in Anambra is the size of one local government in Kaduna State. So all states are not equal. If you poll states and you make them equal, yes, Peter Obi will sweep the southeastern states. He will do well in South-South. Where else? He's not polling well in Southwest, other than a drop in the ocean in Lagos. He is polling in the Christian enclaves in the north. He's polling well, but how many are they? Peter Obi cannot win the election. He doesn't have the number of states. He doesn't have 25% in more than, the last time we checked, in more than 16 states. He can't go anywhere. Peter Obi is a Nollywood actor, and that's all he will be.
So there it is right there. So what were those prophetic words, Babati? Babati? Can anyone hear me? Have I dropped off again?
No, you're on.
All right. Let's kick it off with Prince Daddy. I wanted Prince Daddy and Babati at the same time because their voices and mannerisms so mirror. But Prince Daddy, are you there? All right. We don't appear to have Prince Daddy either. So let's kick it off then. Let's kick it off with you, Rational Mind. So were those prophetic words from El?
Hey, one man. This is how you are starting with me today. All right. I think what we saw there, what we just, I don't think, well, it's kind of, it's a kind of a prediction of what they've planned, how they've planned the whole election to go. These people, they are very good at what they do. They're very good at self-projection, and that's what we've seen them to always do throughout that election. What El-Rufai just said there was what they've sat, all of them, including Tinubu and all their strategies. They sat and designed, because everything he said there, almost 95% of what he said came to pass. Yeah, how many votes did Obi have in those core northern states? I mean, how many votes? Especially those KKK states besides.
Obi had approximately 150,000 votes in the northwest and 150,000 votes in the northeast. So the totality of his votes in those two key northern spaces are around about 300,000, which is exactly, he got about 5,000 in Borno.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That was why I said maybe almost like 90% of what he said was just came to pass. You see, what I'm just trying to tell you here is this: it's what they've sat down, they've designed, and that is how the election went. Except for the Lagos state where he said, "Oh, well, is he drop in the ocean?" I mean, we saw what played out in Lagos, and that even that fact. I mean, that number that they released was not the actual fact, the actual numbers, but that is debatable. We're still disputing that.
Do you think Peter Obi would have scored more in Borno? Is this what you're suggesting? Than the 5,000 he got?
I'm not talking about Borno. Well, maybe.
Okay. What about Kebbi? What about Kebbi? Would they have scored more?
No, not.
What about Sokoto? What about Sokoto?
Hold on now, woman.
Yeah, go on.
In Sokoto, maybe not. In Kebbi, maybe not. In Borno, because of the Christian population down south, in Borno, towards Adamawa, they should be able to give him at least, not less than 10 or 15%.
Even though their son was running as vice president.
Oh, I mean, Shetima is a Kanuri man. Those people back down south, they're not usually. Most of them are not Kanuris. They are different tribes. I think smaller tribes, the minority tribes. So, but then we know the Kanuris are the largest in Borno. But the point is, it's all about the suppression and all of that. I even doubt if there was any election there. And if there were, maybe there was some reform. Let's just leave that. I don't want to talk into that. So what I'm trying to say is this: what he's just doing here, we just had him because these people, they are very good at what they do. When I say they are very good at what they do, they will come on public and talk about things so that when it happens, we'll not be caught unaware that, oh, after all, we already said it before. That is why you could play this. You could play these reminders of what he said. That this is a form of a prophecy, but then a prophecy of some what they designed, how that because you see that election. That's why I said Tinubu for me is a master at this game. What that means, a master at this game. Don't get me wrong. Not a master in this game as a master as a good person, but it's a crook, a real crook. I mean, this is what it does, and it knows how to do it very well, and that's what that plays out. Because, like I said here, when Thomas was trying to ask me for evidence, in the north they bypass. I didn't just say that. I think somebody from I was listening to someone. Was it on channels or from what's it called? Channels or one of those stations. It says that.
All right.
You said what?
I said all right.
Yeah. So they were saying that in the north, those massive vote that we're seeing, they just bypass. You know, we've been saying that before here that there are just two ways Tinubu could rig this election. It's either they buy those people's vote outrightly, or they bypass that bimodal accreditation. They'll just manually. I mean, they will just.
Either or is not an affirmative. It's speculative. So they're guessing at it that.
I'm just saying I'm giving what I see, what I think happened, played out, because you cannot tell me that the North has that population that they've been claiming they have. You can't tell me that Katsina has 20 million, almost 2 million people come out and vote. I think we had about 900 or 700. Tinubu followed by Tinubu about 700 or 900 too. Just a few margin. If you plus it together, total vote almost like 2 million people came out to vote. In that war ravaged state, you're telling me that they had that kind of number. The same number that were in.
Do you think the North are more dedicated to the democratic process? They vote more in a more organized manner than the South.
I don't believe that, one man. I don't believe that.
You don't believe that.
I don't believe that. That's the illusion. That's the perception they've created for us over the years, making us believe. I mean, haven't you seen satellite images of those areas? A lot of them are Sahel-looking places. Where are the populations there? They just form, like somebody was saying here the other time, we're talking about this coming census. They will inflate figures. They will allocate numbers to themselves. That's what they did back in 1950 something when they were doing the population that was disputed back then in the 1950s or 1960s. When it was they disputed the numbers that were coming from the north, that they don't have that population, but they have to fabricate those numbers so that they could give themselves that edge. So that when it comes to politics like this, and when it comes to sharing the national cake or whatever, they will allocate more resources to them. And maybe also they would be able to rig the election and say they have numbers and control the narrative in that country. So, one man, you see, until we use technology in the real sense of it and allow it to really play out, to capture people's biodata in that country, I don't think we're moving forward. Because for me, I don't believe they have those numbers. Look at what he's saying. Yeah, only Kaduna alone is equal the whole numbers of Southeast. My goodness, what an insult! Are you telling me the Igbos are more? We know they are. Well, they left their areas. A lot of them they live all across, not just even Nigeria, all across West Africa, Central Africa. Even go to North Africa, you go to South Africa, Southern Africa, you see them there. They are everywhere. The Igbos are more. If not, I won't be surprised if they have the largest population in Nigeria. Nigerians that were born that left Nigeria, there are more. But let's just forget that. So my point
Can I interject?
Who's interjected again?
My name is Zita.
Okay, go on, Madam Zita.
Okay. I want to ask you a question, rational mind. What is the impact of weather and religion in the mobility of humans?
Oh, sorry, please say that again, please.
I said, what is the impact of religion and
yes, on the mobility.
Or the mobility of humans.
Oh, you mean climate?
No. She's asking what the impact is of weather, as in Ono and Ojo, and religion on how people choose to migrate or stay where they are.
In fact, you're talking about climate.
Roman, I didn't use the word migrate. I mean
mobility. Yes. Yeah.
Well, let me get this correct because I'm trying to understand this question. Are you talking about? Let me explain how I understand it. Are you saying?
No. Hold on, rational mind. Zita, take him fully to where you want him to speak to, and then he will speak to that, and then I'll move him on. So take him to where your question is. Yeah.
The question I'm saying, I'm always like to interject, because one man, you told me that you want your platform to be very educating. Rational mind is wrong I must use that word wrong to say that because you don't see people moving about in a particular area of demography or state or town, that means there's no human there. That's why I asked the question, what is the impact of religion and weather in the mobility of humans? Thank you.
Zita, if I'm still trying to wrap my, but I'll answer your question the way I think I understand what you're saying, asking me. If you're talking about climate or whatever, I don't know, but then what I feel is, if this is what you're asking me, people move a lot, especially Igbos. You don't know me. You don't know where I'm
going. No. She was talking about the north. You were saying that when you look at this, the north, it's just barren fallow lands like the Sahels. Yeah. And then what Zita is saying to you is that people concentrate in clusters because of those reasons that you've adduced, and also for religion.
Well, man, we might make this case like he's trying to make it with this what this question is asking me in a way. But then for me, I've lived in the north. Maybe I've not lived in the core part of the north, but I've been to Kaduna, I've been to Niger State, I've been to southern part of Kebbi State, and I've been to I think towards Borno. I've not actually been to Borno, but I think Yobe. So, but my point is this. What I'm trying to say is that, yes, people move. We see how people migrate because of the effect of the climatic condition. The Sahel, in Sahara, is encroaching down, it's making incursion down south. We're seeing that there's drought. There's
sorry to cut you short. I didn't say migrate. Actually, what I meant is movement.
Movement migrate. That's not what you're talking about.
Not migrating, not leaving their location, like going about their normal business in their enclave. What is the impact of weather and religion to that? That's what I asked.
Well, religion. I have to move forward because I'm trying to understand your question, but I don't know if I can answer it. But anyway, maybe when you have your time, you can elaborate more.
All right. Let me move you forward then and move you to Rhodes Vivour, who is calling for the arrest and detention of the Elegushi for daring to call an Oro festival, just as he was about to clinch the Lagos State seat. So this is this guy now that people are questioning his Yoruba-ness, and he is questioning Yoruba tradition.
Well, you see, that very day when, as he was doing that interview, I remember that very day when he was doing that interview, I was mad with what's his name? This guy.
Ruben Abate.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Ruben is becoming something else now. What I mean, this is gotcha kind of question he does every time. I mean, that guy was put on the spot there, and he knew that what he was doing was wrong. You've asked the question. If you play the full
rational mind, rational mind. So journalists should not do their job by asking questions anymore. You don't want to blame. You don't want to blame somebody that acted irresponsibly. But
have you watched the full clip? Have you watched the full clips? I mean, the full clip.
I don't need to watch a full clip.
See, that's the point. That's the problem.
Hold on. He asked him question.
Yeah.
You submitted name to ICC. Who are those people there? That's a fair question by journalists to ask. But then you want to start to blame Abati for doing a good job.
Thank you.
I mean, rational mind. Let us. I mean,
hold on now.
I mean, for God's sake.
Hold on.
What is happening? What is going on in our country? What is the problem now?
Okay.
Rational mind.
Okay, hold on. The point I'm trying to make is...
all right, carry on, rational mind, carry on.
If you watch the full clip, you understand. He has asked that question initially. The guy said, yeah, we have some names we've sent to the ICC for prosecution. But then he was trying to know who are the people's names that are there. He said, well, we have their names, and I think he said somebody knows everything, that they have it, they've already submitted it and all of that. And he was still pressing. Who are the names? The guy doesn't want to tell him.
Is that not his role as a journalist to push for as much information as he can get?
You see, if he does that to every other person, that will be balanced. You see, this is the same woman. You played you played a clip to us some days ago or some weeks ago when this guy was what's his name? This Tinubu attack dog. This guy, this gray-bearded man like myself. What's his name?
Was it Faleke?
Not Faleke. This guy that he was a former. Why am I going blank like this?
Just carry on. We'll get the name in a moment. Carry on.
So yeah. So that was when that was threatening one arise. Journalists saying that we can shut you. We did not shut you people down. I mean, I forgot people in the comments. Dilalake, thank you, Dilalake. So when Dilalake was saying it, and then he said something like, he said, I mean, that is. You see, that is. How do I? What am I going? I mean, I have coffee here and I'm drinking coffee. I'm going blank. In short of English word. Now, what I'm trying to say is this.
No, you don't have confidence in what you're saying. Is what is happening. You're not going blank. You don't have confidence in what you're saying. Carry on.
No. It's not it. I just woke up from sleep and I just trying to start my day. So my point is, what I'm trying to say is that Dilalake, you play that clip here. Dilalake for me is a kind of like a threat to this guy, Ruben Mababati, saying that Ruben Mababati, you that is talking about this and talking about anybody that must come to equity must come with a clean hand. You have this case and blah blah blah, and you're talking about our principal like this and that kind of a thing. That is a threat that you need to shut up. And that is why if you see any APC people come in front of Ruben Abati, it doesn't press them. But why is he doing that to this guy? And he was pressing this, and this guy was like, we have
rational mind.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Let him just push through.
He was saying something like, oh, we have people there, and it's like, do you have royal fathers there? He said, well, yeah, and he was asking for specific names. My goodness, you are putting that guy on the spot, and you're making him look like. I mean, this. I was really mad with you might need to go and watch the whole of the clips for you to understand what I'm trying to say. And maybe you might not say
rational mind.
Yeah.
Beware of spinners.
No,
beware of spinners.
I like that. Go on, I'm listening now. You have a question or you want to
No, that's what they're saying to you. Beware of spinners.
Rational mind. Right. So are you telling us that guy is not matured enough to know how to answer question, when to answer question, and the kind of question to answer? Is that the kind of governor we should have had that can be very reckless in its response to question?
Yeah, here you go again.
Hold on.
Yeah, go on.
Hold on. So if it were to be you that is asking that question, even though if you have Oba as one of those that you mentioned in your petition, can't you say in a more mature way, say, look, Abati, I am not revealing that name to you. Let's keep it the way it is.
Yeah, it could have said that. Yeah.
Simple. But he went for that.
I agree with you.
And but you are not mad with him.
Hold on. Hold on now. You
are mad with Abati that is doing his job.
I'm mad with Abati. Yeah.
Rational mind. I mean, you can do better than this. This is you can't.
Hold on now.
I can't believe what I'm hearing from you, rational. I cannot believe it.
I know. Hold on. I know.
The politics, like you.
Hold on now.
You are going to the. I mean, you are going to the. I mean, this is too extreme of you.
What is extreme there? That I said I'm mad with Ruben Abati.
But you have not done anything wrong.
All right. Carry on, rational mind. Carry on.
He said that royal fathers are there, and he was pressing him for name. He said, yeah, and those people that were doing those fetish things were there. He said, yeah, we put their name there. And you see, the thing is this. Sometimes, okay, let me give an example of myself here. There was a time myself and Kulata here, we're talking about Tinubu, and then Kulata had to bring me in. I could have just avoided this question that very day. I could have maybe kind of sound like I'm implicating myself in some kind of things that I do. But then I was put on the spot. And then at that time, I was like, how do I answer this question? I don't know. It's a split seconds decision he has to make at that spot. Which I feel Ruben Abati should not have even asked. You have asked, are royal fathers there? Yes. Those people who did those fetish thing, Oro. And he said, yeah, it's even a taboo that you don't do Oro in the afternoon. I mean, and you kept pressing. Is a Elegushi name there? I mean, name their name.
So sorry, rational mind. Is it his place? Is it his place to determine when an Oba calls for an Oro?
You see, one man. Let's not open that one again because one wants to go to another topic. Let me just finish this topic first. So for me, Ruben Abati, I just don't know who he's working for. I don't know what his game is, and I know Bolahao. Is it Bola? What's his name? That guy now. The Chiledu guy, you call him Chiledu. What's his name? Bola. I don't want to call him
Gbadebo. He claims to be Gbadebo, but yes.
So his name is Gbadebo. It's not claimed to be. His name is Gbadebo.
All right.
So Gbadebo, he messed up. I would say he messed up big time. But he was put on the spot. I will just give you an example of myself. When Kulata put me on the spot here, when I sat down later, I reflected on it. I should have not have answered that question. I'm not saying anything. You can't ask me that question. I'm not the one who is running for office. So you see, sometimes when we are put on the spot, we can say things that we're not supposed to have said. But I'm blaming because Ruben Abati is a more mature person. That's why I look at him. I look at him as a seasoned and veteran. I mean, I know he's doing his job, but he has told you, and then you know the toxicity going on in that space. Why bring up that flame? Why put that guy? Come on, this guy, they could go and dix him. Man, these guys, I mean, they are very powerful people, voodoo people. They could just put him, those kind of a thing. So, ICC, those kind of things. So those kind of things. So they feel me. Don't do some things that will put people on the spot. That's what I'm saying.
Rational mind.
Mumbo.
You live in the United States.
That's what.
So you want to tell me that you haven't watched interview? The way they interview, you don't know the way they interview politicians in this country. You don't know the way they ask them hard questions.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
Okay, they do. So to you, the way they do in the United States, is it unacceptable to you or acceptable? No. Answer that question.
I'm not going to answer your question because
okay.
You see what these questions. You people do this gotcha kind of questions. I don't like
to live in the United States. You have seen the way even the president. You see the way they interview president and they ask them hard questions. You see the way they put them on the spot, and you see the way they answer the question. And we are doing the same thing. We are practicing democracy, and journalists are doing the best of their job.
Okay,
they are doing their job at the best. And you want to blame journalists. So you want journalists to pamper politicians?
Hold on. He's doing his job. He's doing his job.
All right, carry on, rational mind. We'll manage the interjection to manage the flow. But carry on. Bring to Kenny your and then I'll move you on.
Okay. So now, I totally agree with you. Ruben Abati is doing his job, but I'm saying the angle I'm coming from is. My mom used to say something. Think about Kaiwe. I had to call Polomoiwe. If you read book, you have to read sense and wisdom. With the book, you learn. You don't just go and read book. No, you have to read insight, read wisdom, read sense with it. You know the temperature of the country. You know what that space is. This is somebody at the twilight of at the eve of an election. They were carrying Oro. They were on board. They were killing. They were just slaughtering a goat, doing some kind of those are magical and those are diabolical thing. In the broad daylight, Tobagboro Lawson in Yoruba land. It tells you that something very, very wrong. There's something very, very serious going on. That's why they don't carry over in the afternoon, from what I know. But for this one, they did this one to tell you that there's something serious going on. Maybe they knew that Lagos is going to be a bomb or lower. They know that.
Sorry, do you think that the illegal ship should be arrested then, as Gbadebo is?
If one man, listen to me. I've said it like I said it yesterday. Yaya Bello is guilty. Let him go face the music. If illegal ship is found wanted, we need to start taking people. Bringing them to an account to whatever infraction, whatever crime they've been. We need to start making people accountable for that, whatever things they do. That's how we can move a society forward.
Rational mind. Quick, 5 seconds. Is doing Euro in the afternoon, is it a crime?
Oh God, it's not a crime. It's not a crime.
So why should they be arrested?
Is it unknown to the culture?
That's what I'm saying to you. If they do it in the afternoon, there must be something serious going on in that community. Why they're doing it in the afternoon? They don't carry on in the daytime.
So practicing is religion. Practicing is religion warrants him a jail time.
Hold on. You see, you people. You call me a spinner now. I can spin it too for you now. Now you're telling me that
I'm trying to clarify what you are saying.
Why? But the question is,
you and Gbadebo. I'm trying to get you where you and Gbadebo are coming from. So for a Yoruba man to practice his religion during the daytime, he deserves to be arrested.
Okay, so why? My question now to you is this: why at the eve of an election?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, here you go. It doesn't matter, right? But you can question me when I'm questioning.
It's a religion. It doesn't matter. It's not determined by election. Before we had elections in Yoruba land.
Kulata, they did not even carry that Oro Lawson. It was night. It was midnight till 5 p.m. Till 5 a.m. in the morning. From midnight till 5 a.m. in the morning. That was when they observed the Oro. So what is
it's a normal time.
About? When did you see Oro being observed? When did you see Oro observed in the afternoon?
Part of the rights. What they were doing in the afternoon was part of the rights. Didn't you hear what they were saying? One way, one shake me. Hold on. Come and bring your shake me.
If they even bring one shake me, does that deserve jail time?
Yeah, it does.
It does.
You are Yoruba, Kulata. Did you hear
what you want to
hold
on? Let's be clear. Rational mind, you want to lock up a Yoruba Oba for Chinedu?
Hold on.
Is that what you want to lock up a Yoruba Oba for Chinedu?
This is what we do.
For
we cannot create a society the way you people are talking about. You see, this is the problem I'm having. We can't create a society like this. If people are found wanted, they're guilty. What is it? Go on, I'm listening.
I said beware of spinners. Like Ekpe is just incantation. So you can arrest someone for incantation. Are you serious?
It is inciting. Did you okay? One man, can you pull up that video? Can you play up the whole of that video?
No, I only have that snippet which somebody sent me.
Oh God! If you listen to what they were saying in that video, Ekpe.
So saying something now warrants jail term.
Hold on. The context has to you have to put into context what happened during those times. We hear NCO Luomo few hours before then saying that certain people of certain tribe, if they
that is fallacy of hasty generalization. You can't connect NCO Luomo to Oro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. It's a context because these are all political.
And I'm pointing out your logical fallacy. That's hasty generalization.
You see, you people just want to stifle other people. You don't. Well, you can ask questions, but you always interject so as for me just to sound ridiculous. I'm giving you context.
One man, let's move on now. All right. Will come and take our Oba now. Which
all right.
Come and take them.
All right. So what you're suggesting, rational mind, is that you don't sound ridiculous even without the interjection. That's what you're suggesting. But we go with that.
When people interject the way they do, it's just to make me look like okay. I lose my train of thought and I start groping for what I start looking because. My mind is my thought is on one thing I wanted to say, but when the people are and then I have to start thinking of what to say, in response to what they were asking. It tilts me over. It kind of tilts me over. So, woman, you see, the point is this: if these people are found wanting, you see, it's time we started. You see, how can we create a just society when people are not brought to? Look at it. We're talking about this idiot that from Adamawa State, an electoral officer that declared somebody a loser as a winner. And they okay, we removed him. We've put an arrest warrant on his head. Anybody that say, and this is the same guy that was there were videos flying on online now of this guy being seen in the airport where you have DSS, you have all the virtual audio security apparatus within Nigeria. They are always they have a stand there at the airport. They could not arrest this guy, and this guy was just running from one place to another, from one state to another state.
How does this relate to arresting an Oba for a traditional right?
No, it's not for a traditional right. I won't say they should arrest an Abba for traditional right.
That's what Gbadebo is saying, and you're supporting him.
Hold on, the context is what we're talking about. Don't.
What context is a traditional right?
At the eve of
an election, question Muslim when they see the moon.
That's what I'm saying.
And they want to do what they were doing.
Go and listen to that. Go and listen to that right they were doing. It was about the election. One way, one shake me. And you can't bá ní pé kí Tinubu àbí kíní àbí APC àbí kíní polúkọ ẹ̀ máa win lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ibẹ̀ báwa ṣe kíní kan máa ẹ̀kọ́ jáde lọ. What are you talking about?
What part in the constitution that says Ekpe should be jail term?
Here you go. Kulata, don't play this your.
I suffered a bit of Ekpe too earlier on.
No. One man. It's a different. I'm giving you context now. It is about the election. Listen to that. Incantation.
Ekpe is just speech. Right? Can you stifle someone's speech?
Do. You see, this is what I say. Sometimes it's very hard for me to reason with some of you people. These Agado people. The way you people reason is just different. I don't know. All because of Tinubu, I understand. Everybody can reason however, but I'm giving you to you. I'm telling you. You asked me a question, and I said the context. These guys. Listen. One way on the people that are coming to vote that will not vote for APC. One way, one shape.
And so what? Is it just Ekpe?
Can you hear yourself?
Yes.
So what? Can you hear yourself?
Hold on. Does the law facilitate for Ekpe? Does the law facilitate for Ekpe?
Well, when they get to that legal area, I'm not a lawyer. They will talk about. I'm talking about as a political analyst here, or as an analyst here. I'm telling you. You asked me a question. The right that we're doing, it was a right. Ever since I've ever lived in Yoruba land, that I live as a Yoruba person, when they do Oro or when they do something like that, ki ilu ko toro ko to share, I share. They will just that's what they say. But these ones at the eve of an election, they won't go on shake. Wait, what
is Ekpe besides speech?
God.
All right.
Let me just conclude this way.
Conclude it and then I'll move you on. Yeah. I don't think you
yield on that. Be bundled before ICC for instigating violence. Because if you are threatening violence, that koma jade, koma shekini kon, to ba ngbe oro fún ìlú ni, kí ìlú lè túṣe kó lè ra àlàáfíà. I mean, for peace and for the unity of the community. That's when they do the Oro and some other things that are associated with it, not with election. Ever in my life, I've never seen when traditionalists they get involved in election like the way Tinubu has turned Lagos to his own property and turned everybody there. Even like Kolata and other people here, they're all talking about Tinubu as if Tinubu is a god to them. I don't even get it. Why Tinubu? Why this guy, this senile-looking guy?
A rational mind is being
I mean, if the traditionalists want to do that, let them do their thing separate. Bless the community. Pray for the community, not for you to be coming on the eve of an election. And then you be swearing for some people that come on the jade about I mean, what kind of crap is that? And you're telling me it's nothing. What does it mean? It means a lot. They should be burned before ICC and they are found wanting, let them be locked up.
All right. Let me move you to another talking point, rational mind, because I don't think you're yielding on that. So now, the speculations rife, and this was reported on several platforms. Tinubu warned as Kwakwanso allegedly moves to join APC. So Kwakwanso joining the APC, that has been speculated upon severally, because Kwakwanso has reached his plateau in terms of his political journey as an independent operator. So this last cycle especially, it affirmed what we've always thought, that Kwakwanso is a one-state politician. It's a one-state politician, but it's also a big name. But a big name needs a bigger field to play in order to get the fullness of it. So Kwakwanso making his way back to the APC is not something that should catch anybody off guard. But then what would happen then to the hierarchy of northern succession in our APC if Kwakwanso joins?
Well, you see, that space, I know Kwakwanso is another kind of prostitute of his own. He's a political prostitute. We know that guy. is I don't even know what people like Ovia and other people and what's his name? Our man here, my
Jafar.
Always seeing this guy. I mean, it tells you that these guys are not here for anybody's. They're not there for the common man on the street. It's for their own. You know, we had Bola saying that it's my lifelong ambition. Ambition for what? Is it for my own good or for the common man?
No. Leave Tinubu. Just leave Tinubu.
Yeah, I'm giving you a background to what I'm about to say about this guy. What's his name?
Yeah.
One man, you don't want me talking about Tinubu.
So that because if you go into Tinubu, people will come back for you. They'll come back for you. Yeah.
Can I interject?
Yeah, come in, Zeta.
Rational mind. The way I want to say this, and I won't say it again. We all have our own concerns about the politicians in Nigeria. And sometimes we do say it. Sometimes we don't say it. Once in a while, we do shitty thing. Sometimes we do frown at it. But the way you sound about Tinubu, I must say this. Tinubu is a man. You are a man. On this platform, over the few months I've joined this platform, I have listened to you. You have said a lot of detrimental things about what one man did. And you too, you are a man. And I ask, why don't you fly down to Nigeria, face him, destroy all he has done as your fellow man, and get the things done right the way you want it? What about that? Because you see, the way you sound sometimes about him, if you sound like that about some people that I know that have almost the same history with Tinubu, even more, I don't think you'll be given that kind of opportunity to speak. I think there is time to call things short. It's not every topic we are discussing on this platform, you move it to Tinubu. He's your fellow man. You shouldn't be putting all the works, all the his actions and inactions, all about him, putting it in his hands. He should do this, he has to do this. He walked his way into what he is today. You can walk your way into destroying all he has done because he is your fellow man. I think I've made my point, and I won't say this again.
All right, thank you, Zita. So you see why I told you to leave Tinubu out of it. You can't mention Tinubu.
I know they are. Other people are here. Both Igbos and non-Igbos and all people. They are all here.
All right, back to it. Kwakwanso making his way back to APC and how that would impact on the party.
Yeah. I mean, I think you already read it. I think the person who was speaking there as the second person there, or the third person in that thing you read. I think there's just the fear of Kwakwanso coming, and because the permutation is that when you see this guy move from places to places like that, we know his ambition is not going there to better the party. He just want to clinch the ticket to become the next presidential candidate from there. So and it's going to be it's a threat to what's his name, this guy from Borno State,
Shetima.
It's a threat to him because right now, if Tinubu finishes his tenure, if he's able to finish his 8 years, or maybe like 4 years, or whatever years he's able to finish there, I know the next person in that space, but I know Atiku right now, by that time would have been very old. I don't know if he be a very senile looking man. I'm sure he will not even want to contest. So Kwakwanso will be the only major name, a bigger name, a bigger fish from that northern part that will be able to fly their ticket there from the north. So the only person I think that can rival him will be Shetima. That is if Tinubu is able to finish his tenure, 4 years or 8 years, and then if he's able to perform very well, maybe that would be the ground on which he might run and maybe rival Kwakwanso. So, but I think the fear of Kwakwanso is what is making them right now. I think that's the whole thing behind this article you just read. That they don't want him or let him not come to APCO, and that in Kano politics too, Because if he comes into APC with his party NNPP having control over Kano, because I think they won the governorship election, and I think they won the majority in the House. That would be a bargaining chip for him with APC. You see, Tinubu, like I said, when I bring Tinubu, because you talk about Tinubu, that's why I'm bringing Tinubu into it. Tinubu, in that article you read, is having a secret meeting, like they say, with him. You know, Tinubu is the kind of person, he will do anything as long as he gets, because that's what politics is all about. What is in there for me? So if he's able, because I think he's strategizing for the next election, perhaps, if his court case goes in his favor, strategizing for them, because he will need Kano. Because I foresee Labour not staying for long. I foresee PDP coming together. They're bringing back everybody together. And if PDP ever comes together, forget it. APC might not have any shot. They might not have. It might be very.
But by PDP coming together, you are saying then the G5 governors going back home, although they never left home in the first place, Kwakwanso making his way back as well, and Peter will be rejoining.
That's what I mean. Majorly, Peter will be joining. But what I'm yet to see at that point would be how would the obedience now be. People like me, I will never talk about PDP at that time. I won't even say anything about PDP. I might even not talk about politics again. But I see that happening eventually, because I think if anybody wants to win that election, defeat APC, they have to form a united party, one united front against APC. And that was what really, maybe, if truly that result that INEC declared were the real result, that Tinubu really will add those numbers, then it would mean that it was the fragmentation of those Southeasterners and the G5 and the Atiku bloc that really caused APC to victory, because those votes would have been under PDP. Imagine the 6 million vote that he had, with another 6 million that this guy had, Obi had. If you put them together, that's over 12, almost 30 million votes. And if Tinubu had 8 million, then Atiku or whoever fly that ticket for PDP would have been the winner. So, but then that's still debatable still. But then for me, I think the only thing that what you just read is, I think just the fear of Kwakwanso. I don't see Kwakwanso having any future with PDP. If he goes back to PDP, I don't know. I'm still trying to understand how they're going to welcome him, how they're going to accept him. But then we do.
If Kwakwanso leaves at all, it will make no sense for him to go to PDP, because he'll be living for where he feels that his ambition stands the best chance of being fulfilled, and that will not be the PDP.
Well, you see the PDP. You see the only thing about PDP that I like about PDP is that PDP don't use religion when it comes to politics. Nah, they don't do that. They don't use maybe ethnicity, maybe to some extent, but they are very, very balanced when it comes to religion. They don't let religion come into play in their politics. But maybe ethnicity, maybe that could be something majorly. But you see, APC, APC is not balanced. It's more Islamic, because all the major position there is all number 1, 2. That is the next coming administration is under a Muslim, 2 Muslim major candidates, and then the chairman of the what's it called of the party is normally on an ideal society this should not matter, but because Nigeria is that is why it's a problem. We need that balance so that other people will feel included. There will be this inclusivity in everything. Everybody feel like, we're part of the whole thing. But when it's stated to one religion and knowing what has been on ground, the tendency for one religion to wanting to dominate over the years, will make other people to the other religion.
This language of one religion dominating is a new language to the Nigerian space. Obasanjo is a Christian, as was Goodluck Jonathan. If we look at this Fourth Republic, there's a balance in terms of religion.
No. There's not. Let's not tell people. Obasanjo you're talking about.
One more quick interjection, if you don't mind.
Yeah, carry on.
Well, I think rational mind is failing to see that religion is going is being moved to the background. It's not a big issue anymore.
Where's it not for?
Well, you're failing to see the progress of Nigeria
What's the
not
progress?
being. Well, of course, apart from Obi, then Obi was the one in this past election that was being religious in every way possible.
Dude, are
But-
you in Nigeria? Do you see what is going on in Nigeria? Do you know what is going on in Nigeria? Where was the last time you were in Nigeria?
About 12 months ago. Is that okay?
So okay, fine, good. That's a good place to start from. So what did you notice? What did you notice in Nigeria? What's the climate like in Nigeria?
Well, I was mostly in Lagos, and the climate was just like any other time when it came to election. Apart from Peter Obi being a really what do I call him? Peter being sensational in a lot of ways. People are talking about him, and I could tell that for sure. Maybe about 20% of the Yorubas voted for or would vote for Peter Obi. But on the issue of religion, I mean, if you want to use religion and ethnicity, they kind of go hand in hand. So I think because I think you have this disdain, a strong disdain for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, right? And him having a vice president that's a Muslim. See, Tinubu is not into religion. It is not. It's impossible to try to pin him down with religion. That's not his thing. And I think actually in the next 4 years or 8 years, if we have a southern candidate like maybe somebody else apart from Peter Obi that chooses a Christian from the north central or somewhere in the north, I think Nigeria overall will be more accepting of it. So, but you're failing to see the trend right now or the zeitgeist, so to speak.
So what's the trend you're trying to paint? You're rewriting history. I mean, you're rewriting things. I mean, that's how it sounds to me. I mean, I know. I mean, other viewers beside the people on the screen here and other people that listen to us, they know better. So let me just go straight to the point. I mean, I don't want to go drop in. You can't tell me this woman. You can bear me witness as well. I got other people that's been here even before Tinubu cleans his tickets. I've been anti-religion. I mean, but don't get me wrong. I'm a Christian. I'm a staunch Christian. But when it comes to religion, I know where to draw that line. And religion, I mean, and politics.
But quickly, we all naturally all divided originally in the country by religion, anyways.
Why are you talking about as if it's not an issue? Why are you talking about why are you trivializing and making it as if it's nothing?
Well, it is something when people like you and Peter Obi, want to
it is not something. It is not something when Tinubu had to run a Muslim ticket.
But Tinubu went for he calculated and did his political strategy, and it came out to be a Muslim person.
Fine.
Now you grabbing on the idea of a Muslim ticket is not it's just a perception.
I'm grabbing on it. Listen, I'm grabbing on it because you. I mean, when I say you people, I don't know if you're an Gbadebo person, but you sound like it. The Gbadebo people. Tinubu and his people, they self-project. What you people do, you are also projecting it on the obedient and Obi himself.
Well, Rashomai, naturally, you are duplicitous when it comes to you're duplicitous when it comes to making your argument. Like you were trying to run away earlier for the fact that Abati was asking Gbadebo a question that he didn't like. He thought it was trapped. That's almost comical to every point possible. A journalist, by the way, and I think you know that Arise Television is a platform for the obedient. So it's not possible that Abati would try to trap Chinedu or Gbadebo in asking him a question. But it just everything.
Whatever his motive was, I don't care. But what I'm trying to tell you is that Reuben Abati. Oh, you see, I don't want to start using this. I know I've said it before. I don't want to sound like I'm a broken record again. I've said it that we're talking about the temperature of a country. You need to tone it down, and you're asking the question like that. You're making it putting them on the notice that
but for somebody that's trying.
All right, we must move on now.
Quickly, Rashomai. But for somebody that's trying to take over a state that has the fourth or the fifth biggest economy in Africa, you don't think it should be able to withstand any tough question if that was any at all? You don't think so,
my friend? That's on him. I know he goofed. He goofed there. Maybe that was.
There you go. I agree with you.
Well, you see, gotcha. You see. Yeah, you got what you wanted, right? So, but I'm telling you that he goofed. I'm not denying that fact that it's on him. If somebody asked me a question and put me on the spot and I goofed and I gave him the answer he was looking for, that's on me. But I'm saying that Ruben Abati should have known better that, oh, there's this tension in this country. Let us cool it down. And now you're asking him a question that will put other people on notice that, oh, this guy put me on ICC wanted list or put my name on it. Oh, I mean, you know what these people do. I mean, I just hope they won't harm him in a diabolical way, in a spiritual way, or whatever. I just hope they don't harm him. And I hope this guy get himself prepared too, because you are fighting against traditionalists. That's the issue. That's the angle I'm coming from. As a Yoruba man, being a Yoruba man, if you have asked me a question, oh, who are the people there? Oh, everybody, this and that and that. Oh, the traditionalists there. Okay, everybody's there. You're asking him name. Is Elegushi name there? Yeah, the Elegushi was there the other time. Why are you asking all this question? I mean, an Oba, a traditionalist.
Why are you questioning a journalist doing his job?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, you see, it's because we're having a conversation here. That's why I'm questioning it. I'm questioning it because I feel that he should know better that as a Yoruba man, you've asked the question. He has told you, yes, there are people with his name. Traditionalists there, Obas are there, but you're asking him specific names. That's his problem. You don't want to ignite the whole thing again. There's flame already there. I might sound the way I'm sounding to you, like, okay, why am I criticizing for asking this? He's doing his job. Don't get me wrong, but I'm saying that sometimes, like I said, but even though you read book, you have to read wisdom, read sense with it. These are the people that are preaching every time. Ruben Abat and his people, they would say.
So an adult that takes someone to court should not be ready to defend his decision. Is that what you're saying?
Say what? Say that again, please.
An adult that takes someone or intends to take someone to court should not be able to stand up to his decisions when he's questioned. He should chicken out or he should hide, and he shouldn't mention the name.
Next question. I don't want to ask.
All right. Let me go to Babati to progress the conversation. I'll come back to you in the round. Let me go to Babati, who I suspect may not be with us fully. Babati, are you there? Babati. All right, BT is not there. I wanted to document Babati and Prince's voice at the same time to see if everybody else is hearing the same thing that I'm hearing. But there it is. They sound so similar. I thought they were the same people until now they appear on the screen at the same time. But let's go on then to Kulata, since Babati is not yet ready. Kulata, I'm not sure that I'm satisfied with how Rational Mind approached the Kwakwanso space, because I feel there's more there than just the conversation we just had. I feel that
sorry, they keep interjecting me. They will not let me speak now. That's why I could not finish my. You see, that's
all right. All right, carry on then with the Kwakwanso space. Then I'll come to Kulata after you. But,
for me, I just believe there is more to it than what we understand. Well, like I said, it could be like you read from that article where they said, okay, you look, this guy is coming. We are afraid. He has this political clout in the north. He's well known, and this guy you need to understand the dynamic between the Hausa Fulanis and these Kanuris. Even though Kanuris they claim to be Northerners, they claim to be Hausas, but there is this division among them. There's this battle for supremacy among them too. The Kanuris, so an average Kanuri man doesn't see himself as really an Hausa man or Fulani, or well, they're not Fulani, but the Hausa perhaps, maybe an Hausa but not Fulani. So there's this back and forth between them. So and an average, I'm saying this from what I've seen when I was over there. An average Hausa man or Fulani man or Hausa Fulani man would look at a Kanuri man with suspicion, because they're too sophisticated. An educated Kanuri man that is very even though he's not educated, they are very a little bit, I would say, exposed among that people from the north. If any of them go to school, they are very, very well educated, and they are very politically aware, and they know how to play the game. So what I'm saying here is that it's going to be a rivalry here, because the acceptance of a Kanuri man to lead the whole Hausa Fulani nation, it will be viewed with suspicion. If you understand, let me not go into all this thing, the whole history behind this this Boko Haram and all of that. You understand what I'm trying to say? So my point is that they see Kwankwaso will be a real tough cookie for Shetima if he ever comes into APC. And know that he has a state that he is under his own party, under his control, or by his party control. Then that will be a bargaining chip for him to be able to call the narrative within the APC. That is after if Tinubu finishes his tenure or whatever. So I think that's the fear. That's the fear they're entertaining there. But then it could be another thing entirely. Maybe, I don't know, maybe because we're hearing that APC wants to take the case to court and they're trying to influence,
yes, they want to declare Kano inconclusive.
And then maybe it could be another bargaining there that, okay, if I will talk to Ganuje to calm down, okay, you know what, if you will get your governor, there will be governor, but then you have to defect to APC so that we can, it could be that too. So we don't know. We don't have all the facts on the table. We always see what they just said to us. But I feel if it ever comes to APC, that person is expressing that fear, that might play out eventually. That's what I have to say on that.
All right, brilliant, brilliant. So Kulata, pick it up then from where Rational Mind left it off. But what do we know? We know that Kwankwaso still has the ambition to be the Nigerian president. That's the only other space that he can go to. He's been the defense chief, he's been the army chief, two-term governor, so he's done everything else. The only window left for him is the Nigerian presidency. We know that. We know that there's very little chance, and he's tested it and failed, of him running as an independent to be president. We know that. We know that he has age still on his side. He can still spare those 8 years to succeed Tinubu. We know that. But for all of that to come into play, for his ambition to be fulfilled, he has to pack it in a bigger space. So now, murmurings that he's making his way back to the APC, and the northern space, especially within the APC, are agitated. But why, Kulata?
There's no why now. It's an obvious move. Kwankwaso has played is playing his only card now. He's tried to go on his own. He ended up just being a Kano candidate. He did not even make a dent in Jigawa, the next door state. So what's the point in trying to build a party? He's put his best shot in it. He did well in Kano. Besides that, Peter Obi beat him everywhere else in the north, which is a shame. So he's playing the only other move he can play, because he can't. Going back to PDP is a no-no. That's going back to his vomit. APC is also his vomit, but at least APC is more of a northern party. So if he gets into APC and he can find his way winning the primaries, then he's going to be president. But is it going to be easy for him? Of course not. It's not going to be easy for him. But that's his only realistic shot. So he has no choice but to play it. So he will have to deal with the Shetimas, that short guy, the El Rufais, whenever the APC primary comes around in 8 years, when Tinubu is about to leave. So and last time it was in APC, he came second, close second, really, after Buhari in that 2014 primaries. So this is his only shot, his best shot. So I know Rational Mind is going about Kanuri, Fulani politics. That's age-old politics. The Kanuris, they were the first educated group in Nigeria, the Kanem Borno Empire. They had a lot of contact with the Arab world and a lot of contact with Songhai Empire. They were well known, very, very well known, and very, very powerful in the past. And they've been exposed to Islam since like 11 something, a long, long, long time ago. And they've been very well educated. They had good horses. And when the jihad came, it didn't really affect them because they had their own space, the Kanem Borno, but of course, like any other empire, it shrunk and so on and so forth. But that's besides the point. That's just historical stuff. The main thing is Kwankwaso is this is, if I'm going to advise him, this is the only move I'll tell him to do, because you can't continue building NNPP. You've tried to build it. It's not going to get bigger than what it is right now. And if you really want to be president of Nigeria, then you have to And I think he should be president one day because we need that kind of guy to be president. Then he should go to APC. He has a lot of value in APC than anywhere else. That's my take on it.
All right. Where do you think, if he does go to APC, where do you think he fits in the hierarchy of the North in terms of succession to Tinubu? So where would it be in that hierarchy in terms of
Kwakwanso? A successful Kwakwanso in the primary is the obvious successor to Buhari, in my opinion. That's the obvious successor to Buhari. Because he has the Talakawas, he has a record. And the most important thing, if Nigeria stands a chance of changing the culture of the North, that's the guy. That's the guy that can make a significant dent in making the mostly illiterate North, making them go to school. That's the guy that can make a dent in the Almajiri system. It's not some Southern Jonathan guy building schools that nobody will use. So this guy has a record of getting kids to school. He will be able to institutionalize it across the North better than anybody. That's why I feel after Tinubu, that guy should be president, in my opinion.
All right. If it goes to the APC, does it go above El Rufai, Kwakwanso?
You can't say that now. It has to go and duke it. It's not. You just can't say it goes above one person or the other. No. When you get there, you have to go and duke it. It's a fight. You have to go and fight. So the people that are there will have more prominence than him in the party because they did not ditch the party. So when he joins, he will be joined with a lot of suspicion, except he has a lot of value to add to the party. But the value he's adding to the party is only Kano. And Kano,
because the fabled popularity amongst the Talakawas that a lot of people tell you that he has, that has been
it did not pan out now. It's been tested. It didn't pan out. It did not pan out. That's what I'm saying. It did not pan out. It's maximized his potential as a standalone candidate. So if he joins APC, he has to go and hustle. Unfortunately, he left. Assuming he had stayed all along, it would have been way, way more powerful because that was the second guy to Buhari in the 2014 primary. So he's going to go join the queue. Of course, he can fight. He's proven himself to be able to fight. So he will have to beat the light. I mean, it's possible for him to beat those guys in the primaries. It's very likely. It's possible. So in terms of hierarchy, he will go and join the back and hustle his way. But as a standalone guy, is influential and powerful enough that I think he won't have any problem making his way to the front. I don't think he's going to have a problem making his way to the front.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. Nigerian military under pressure to compromise 2023 elections. Defense Chief Irabo. And this is not the first time we've come across this narrative, by the way, that a lot of people will actually a military takeover than the transition from one democracy to another. So, what are you making of this? This notice to the public space by the Chief of Defense Staff. And really, who do you think is underpinning this? Who would you speculate is underpinning this pressure on the military to take over?
I think I speculated about this. Was it yesterday? I can't even remember. This same topic. It's real. It's not an imagined situation. It's real. And if I'm going to speculate anybody, I will have to speculate our Yoruba man, Olusegun Obasanjo. I think Obasanjo is dead set on Tinubu not being the president. If I go by the popular Yoruba narrative, which is people think Obasanjo doesn't want another Yoruba guy to top his achievements. And because they can go to historical record and see that Obasanjo stifled Awolowo, Obasanjo did not support Abiola, Obasanjo, of course, beat Falaye, and Obasanjo did not endorse Tinubu. So while it's largely just a narrative, but it has, you can say you can back it up with some, I mean, you can just join everything together and say, yeah, that's valid.
Can the same thing not be said of Tinubu too?
Why would you say that of Tinubu? Who has he tried to stifle?
You want me to start giving you historical
If you have any points to make, you can make it now. Okay. Why not?
All right. You've heard about Mulikat.
Who is Mulikat?
The lady that was supposed to be the Senate president. To lead the House during was it during Yadua's time or during
leading the House is different from being the president now.
Hold on. You see, you people talk about Tinubu building political empire.
You said Mulikat, and then I told you it's not the same thing as president. What else?
Hold on, I'll give you. I'll just hold on. Tinubu does not want anybody to ride by him within Southwest.
Says who? Who has he tried to stop?
Oh, so what evidence do you have to go? Obasanjo not want anybody to become president after him. What evidence?
Did Obasanjo support Awolowo when he had a chance to in 1979?
Okay, did Tinubu support Mulikat?
Just answer. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no answer.
You give me one yes.
In 1979, did Obasanjo support Awolowo? Just yes or no. Just give me yes or no. You don't have to struggle with this question.
No. If I give you no, you will say, you see. If I give you yes, you said so. Let me give you.
It's a simple yes or no thing because it's historical fact.
Allow me. He was the president. He has to be unbiased.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't.
But when Awolowo appeared to have been cheated, then what do you do?
Because his own tribesman is.
It's not because of tribesman. It's justice.
No, it's not justice. That is not justice.
It is justice.
He has to. He's an arbiter. He has to be unbiased.
Then, if you're an arbiter, don't you stand in the part of justice?
What is part of justice?
On the side of justice.
So he has to control the Supreme Court that passed the judgment. Is that what you're saying?
So when
you see what I say? When I say you people are so blind.
Nobody said you should control the Supreme Court, but you could make moves to make sure you get a fair trial.
Make move, and so you
to get a fair trial.
So that tribe can cry foul.
It's not about other tribes. It's fair trial we're talking about here.
You people are so blind to this Tinubu's matter that you don't even see.
Which we're talking about 1979. You're talking about Tinubu. What's wrong with you?
No, you just said now. Hold on. Orema Binu. You
but 1979, Lanso. And then you're bringing Tinubu. What's Tinubu's business in 1979?
Hold on now. I'm giving you a background to what Tinubu himself does too.
But I asked you a question. You said some Mulikat person that wasn't going for president, that was going for House of Reps sometime. And I said, how does that matter?
Now, you see, you people talk about Tinubu building a dynasty of some sort in the Southwest.
But you are coming to this conversation like you really have something to crow about. Apparently, some Mulikat person that you have something to crow about.
The same way you came with the Obasanjo narrative.
I pointed to 4 different instances. Awolowo, MKO, Awolowo, MKO, Olufalaye, and then now Tinubu.
MKO. So he's not allowed to have his own opinion if he doesn't want to support.
But that's why I said it's a narrative, right? I clearly said that's a popular narrative in the Yoruba space.
There's no fact
that they believe Obasanjo. I said it's a narrative. That's what I said. If you listen to me.
I'm giving my own narrative now to Tinubu.
But your narrative is chicken narrative. It's Lily Liver narrative. You're talking about Mulikat. Who is Mulikat? Who is Mulikat?
Right?
Who is Mulikat now? Who should be?
Guys, in this comment section, there's this certain Mulikat lady that was supposed to lead the House, that they sent his name so that people from the Southwest could endorse her, so that she could get. Tinubu said he's not going to give her. If you go and watch this interview of this bishop from Sokoto State, he said Catholic.
Kuka, Bishop Kuka.
He gave a background story about what happened, what transpired. You will. I mean, if I can see it's in the paper, even during those years, how Tinubu refused to support this.
Isn't that a false equivalence? We're talking about president. You're talking about.
I'm giving you fact now to what happened, and you're telling me that it's a false equivalent. The point is this: your Tinubu does not want any rival. This is a guy who had within a space of 8 years, he had three different deputies. He continued having issues with them. He could not work with them. Is that how pious he is? Is that how
you see, you're taking this Tinubu derangement syndrome too far. What we're talking about here, we're talking about a planned coup, and we're talking about the probability of some ex-generals that Obasanjo appears to be a chief suspect, as far as I am concerned, my opinion. And you're now bringing some random fact and try to make it like try to make some equivocation out of it.
No, because you are promoting your Tinubu here that people are trying to prevent him from becoming president. Did he not also prevent other people?
Rational mind. Oh, I'm sorry. One man. What's the topic again? Isn't it about people trying to prevent?
Yes, it's people trying to push the military into taking over the country.
So
but
what exactly am I missing?
You suggested that Obasanjo, but
yes, as a suspect.
Would you also speculate to people like Abubakar Malami and Emefiele, who did all they could to stop this guy's march to Aso Rock but failed? Would you also look in that direction?
Guys? Wait, those guys.
Because they have the money. They have the money.
They have the money. They have the alibi. I mean, they have the reason too. If you think about, I mean, Emefiele, but they have the money, they have everything. But somehow, in my mind, when I don't know why, maybe I'm biased. Like whenever I think military, I think Obasanjo, I think Danjuma, I think Babangida. I don't know why I'm not thinking about the current guys. And it may actually be the current guys. You're right. It may be those guys. But for one reason or the other, my mind just automatically shifts to the old guard. The Obasanjos, the Danjumas, and the Babangidas. And I mean, I'm suspecting more of the Obasanjos and the Danjumas than anything. I don't know why I'm not even suspecting the Emefieles, and you may be right. You may be right.
All right, let me take you to this space. May 29th, Tinubu's health status raises concerns as Ojikalu gives updates. So they said Ojikalu gives updates, but when we read through, Ojikalu did not say anything, especially that added anything to what was not to what is known already. But this speculation around Tinubu's health is something that doesn't seem to want to go away. So anytime that the guy, even if he goes to bed, they declare him missing, and then so what are you making of that thing? Tinubu's health again in play. What's your take on that?
I think I'm tired of that speculation because I was also speculated about it before the election. I mean, the way I was even thinking about it was like the guy was going to die on stage or something. And when you looked at the guy, he just kept on getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And so when you think about it, this is a guy that's about to enter a strenuous job for the next 4 years. And this is a guy that has been in stress, under stress and duress for the past 2 years, running for office and finally getting it. And you're telling me the guy cannot catch a 2-month break. And to catch a 2-month break, to number one, rest. Number two, plan his administration. Like, come on, man, what are we talking about? No. Were there concerns? I personally had concerns, but the guy beat my expectation. He ran a grueling campaign. None of the candidates ran as grueling of a campaign as he did. His schedule was crazy. When you say crazy, and this is a 71-year-old man. No, man, I don't have concerns about his health anymore, because if for someone to go through, even me in my own age, to go through what that guy went through, I will need a vacation, man. I will need a long vacation. No, I don't have any concerns about Tinubu's health anymore. I think he has the sufficient health to carry him through, because we just saw him experience the presidential campaign, and it did not collapse on stage. It did not shake. No hand they shake, no leg they shake. We did not see that. They said he slept. We saw Peter Obi sleep. We saw Atiku sleep. So let's just forget about this nonsense.
In fact, Kulata, just going off the back of what you just said, it is exactly apt that Tinubu will be incommunicado for a good 2 months before he's sworn in. Do you know that when Tinubu gets sworn in on the 29th, he's not then going to get a 6 months probationary period where Buhari will be coming to check on it? No. He immediately takes charge of the Nigerian state. So he has to come prepared. And for him to be prepared, he has to take the time to prepare. So where is you know, if he wasn't away from that would be more concerning than him being away.
I mean, like, we know he's a strategist. We know he tries to hire the right people. We know he likes to think. Where will he find time to do all those things if he doesn't take a break to strategize? Where is it
Can
when
I
he's having all these
interject, Akulata?
late night meetings? Yeah, go ahead.
You know me, I like making references. When something is happening, I like people to monitor what is happening. You guys seems to forget that when that guy picked that primary ticket, he disappeared. When he came back with campaign, presidential campaign committee that caused catastrophe in the party. He came loaded with his campaign. It took them 1 month or maybe 2 months to try to reshuffle what he did. Because
I remember.
Yeah. So, are you guys not tired of hearing he's sick? They would even say he's dead. I think that is his strategy. He goes away to go and plan what he wants to plan. When he comes back, they will start making trouble with him as usual.
And Zita, this is his most important plan. This is now running the country. So can we just give him the space he needs? Because if Tinubu is successful, Nigeria is successful. The era of campaigning is over. Now he's going to control the destiny of the company, the country, and he has to get it right. So whatever time he needs in solitary, in solitary existence or with a small team that is thinking things through, is mapping strategies out, is looking at the country from top to bottom, is covering all bases. Please give it to him. No distractions. Nobody cares what people are saying about his sake or whatever. As long as nobody comes to bring his obituary, leave the man alone. Let him plan.
All right, let me take you to this space, Kolata. IPOB mounts pressure on Oti to cancel Gowon's invitation to inauguration. So this is, I think, a day, or yesterday or the day before, we touched on this storyline. Alex Oti, of course, after long struggles, now the governor-elect of Abia State, he then, of course, his inauguration, invitation to Gowon to come and be part of the prayers. But this seems to have set off quite some spaces within the Southeast. So the PDP Abia State branch, they came out to say that if Gowon is going to come to Abia State, he must start his speech with an apology for the Biafran narrative. And then off the back of that, IPOB have latched onto it to mount pressure now on Oti not to even invite Gowon at all. So what are you making of that narrative, back to the future sort of a space?
What I'll say, if I'm going to advise Gowon, I'll tell him to sit it out. He doesn't need to go. Yeah, he doesn't need to go.
To bow to them.
No, just he's an old man. He doesn't need all this at this age. He can just avoid the whole thing. If I was going to advise him, he doesn't need to go, because if he's going to bring all, I mean, there's a renaissance of the Biafra narrative. I think since Jonathan lost the election, the whole thing has caught fire again. Many people misunderstand the war, maybe have a single narrative about the war, and so on and so forth. They don't know all the reconciliation that's been done after the war. And I mean, many people may also feel justified to feel how they feel because, they lost family members and co. But if all this stuff is just going to bring up the hidden wounds, then I'll just say, go on, stay in your house. You don't have to go.
Can I quickly interject, please?
Yeah, come in.
Yeah, it's a very dicey situation, and good evening, everyone. It's a very dicey situation we have on our hands here. If we say Gowon should not go, that means we have given in to non-state actors. And it is just the beginning we are seeing. That means ordinary people threatening a former head of state in Nigeria for whatever reason, and he buckled in. And I don't want to use any example so that I will not raise up unnecessary emotion, so that Babangida or any other person can decide to go to any other place. So Obasanjo can decide to go to some place tomorrow, and some ragtag people will rise up and say it should not go, and they will say, oh, so that peace will reign, it will not go. And if tomorrow, Inwayahu for saying Yorubas are rascals, he wants to come to Lagos, they say no. And some ragtag people like that boy in London, what's his name, the one we were discussing yesterday, will rise up and say no, because you call Yoruba rascals, you must not come, and we will say it should not go. I think we are giving in to some type or some kind of, I don't know the right name to call it. It is a very dangerous thing. It's a catch-22 situation. If he goes and he is armed in any way, any harm come to him because of this threat and warning, it's a problem. If he doesn't go, we are sending a wrong signal. The problem is, why did we start on this unnecessary conversation in the first place? For PDP saying it should not come to Abia State after many years, they had not with a lot of generals that actively participated in the war when it was convenient for them, when it brought some kind of leverage for them. Bringing this up, it's showing that PDP are actually enemy of Abia people. They ruled Abia for 24 years. And in those years, they did the way they wanted. An incoming president, governor, had invited an individual, whether that individual is a former head of state or not, is immaterial, to come and grace his occasion. And some people, and we are now going to buckle in. I have a serious problem with that, by the way. Thank you.
Yes, I do as well. I'm not sure that they should buckle to mob action because this is mob action.
Yeah, but see, Gowon has kept out of our politics for the longest, and is an old man. I'm thinking about it from his own perspective. Like, does he really need it? Because it doesn't make any sense. They're not telling Obasanjo, that one of the people that led the victory, not to go there. They're not telling Danjuma, like, it's Gowon. So they just want to pick on an old guy. And I feel, because of his advanced age and also the fact that he's not being political, he can just sit it out. It's not necessary.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Kulata. Let me reacquaint you with the El Rufai clip and then ask you the question, prophet or punk. So, prophet or punk?
How can Peter Obi win any election? Peter Obi is polling 1% in Sokoto, 2% in Katsina, 5% in Kano. That's why the votes are. All states are not equal. The fact that you are doing 70% in Anambra State does not mean somebody doing 10% in Kano is not better than you. The number of votes in Anambra is the size of one local government in Kaduna State. So all states are not equal. If you poll states and you make them equal, yes, Peter Obi will sweep the southeastern states. He will do well in South-South. Where else? He's not polling well in Southwest, other than a drop in the ocean in Lagos. He is polling in the Christian enclaves in the north. He's polling well, but how many are they? Peter Obi cannot win the election. He doesn't have the number of states. He doesn't have 25% in more than, the last time we checked, in more than 16 states. He can't go anywhere. Peter Obi is a Nollywood actor, and that's all he will be.
So there it is. I would say he got it 90% right. That was pre the election, by the way, El Rufai.
Yeah, he's spot on. His only part he missed was Lagos. And all of us largely missed Lagos, let's be honest. We did not think Peter Obi will win Lagos. And so he missed Lagos. The part that maybe you can argue about is the Nollywood actor part. Some days you think Peter Obi is like Zebudaya and Giringuri. Other days you think maybe he's a politician. So it's only that Lagos that he missed, because Peter Obi was non-existent in the Northeast and the Northwest. Nobody rigged him out. He just did not register. The people there will never vote for him. And I even think now it's made the situation amongst those regions, those two regions, worse. With that is Yes Daddy, Thank You Daddy, and Religious War. He will never ever be able to win votes in those areas. Never ever again. And yeah, the El-Rufai was spot on. And I think that was coming from a poll that I read. So that poll that they did, the internal poll, the Lagos numbers must have been defective, because I think they underestimated Peter Obi in Lagos. I did too.
Calculator, you see, this is what we don't. It's not for us to do this. You said you make it sound like the Yes Daddy was the reason why they. Oh goodness, you people are so ridiculous on that. When did they? What was that video, that tape? When was it released? Was it before?
I said now that we have the Yes Daddy.
A quick interjection, please.
No, I'm still interjecting, my man. Please hold on. I'm interjecting.
No, because you interjected on the wrong premise. You did not understand.
Hold on. Let him land. But Bishop is right. What Kulata was saying is that post the elections, the Yes Daddy even digs him even further in the date.
One man. You should have allowed him to answer the question because the question was to him.
Well, that's exactly what it is.
You make it sound like the Yes Daddy was the reason why they did not vote for him.
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say?
Maybe I should say it in Yoruba.
My borrow.
English is not my first language.
Let me say it in Yoruba, like, okay, now that Otio Soro, prayer warrior, as I say, prayer warrior, religious war, one vote ever more. That's what I was saying.
In the first place, my point is this: in the first place, why he did not get the vote? You need to have spoken to that. The issue of the thing that came after the election is not a matter, because
what I'm saying is it's now worse for him going forward because it did not. I said he did not register there during the elections, and now with this Yes Daddy Christian Crusader image he has now. It's now he will never ever get any votes from that side. Never.
Hold on.
Going forward.
You can never say that. I won't agree with that.
I will say that it's my speculation now. I'm not saying I'm a soothsayer. I'm not a soothsayer.
I'm not trying to see if we can reason on that. What that thing you just said. Because one man, just let me quickly say this. You see, what played out this election, I said it yesterday here, and somebody also added to it. It's not. It's all religious and ethnic. I mean, tribal that played out in this election. There were 3 major candidates that are Muslims from the north. How do you expect Obi to have made any headway among these 3 candidates? And these 3 candidates are not just anyhow candidates. They are very strong in the north. Talk about Shetima, talk about Tinubu. We would consider both as a very strong candidate and more of a religious ticket candidate. Talk about Atiku. Talk about Kwankwaso. So how do you expect him to make incursion into into the north and garner vote among them? These people, they will just massacre him over there, and they'll get the vote among their own people, among their own religious people.
So rational mind, why did someone like you think Peter Obi? Wait, hold on. Why did someone like you think? Why did you think before the election Peter Obi had a shot of winning the election if you knew he had no chance in these 2 large regions, 13 states? So why did you think? Why were you joining the people, encouraging people to believe that this guy had a chance?
Now, the 25, you see, I believe he's going to win on technicalities. And I believe he's going to have the largest.
What does that mean? What does that even mean?
Hold on. I believe he's going to have the largest votes. Maybe not the spread that the Constitution allows for.
So, sorry, tell us where those votes will come from.
Largely, it's going to come from southeast, south, and some part of southwest. He might not win the whole majority vote in southwest, but I believe he could have had 25% in each of the southwest states. I don't expect Atiku to have even done anything, not even in Osun State, that I was so surprised that he had votes in Osun State. Not even in Oyo State that I expected more. I expected Obi to have done a little bit because by virtue of Makinde,
Oyo State is largely Muslim.
No. Well, that's
Oyo State is largely Muslim now.
It's in some. Maybe you're talking about the Badon area, other parts.
Anywhere. Oyo State is largely Muslim now.
Well, it's whatever you want to put it. I don't want to go that direction when it comes to Southwest. If you just wanted to.
But Southwest, we don't vote in a religious basis. So on what basis?
Yeah, hold on, Kulata. I want Rational Mind to tell us how he feels that Peter Obi could have gotten the majority vote. I'd like to hear that.
What I'm saying is this: that the way I read that election.
No. The question: how do you think?
I'm answering your question now.
Okay, go on.
The way I read that election was that Obi was going to get the largest votes. He might not have the spread, but he's going to stifle Atiku and the other people.
Yeah, but you're not answering the question. I'm saying, where would it have gotten the largest? You said it was going to get the largest amount of votes. So where would those votes have come from?
The vote majority would have come from Southwest and South in his own Southeast area and South. He would get massive vote from there.
Right.
And then, so it was.
Please hold on, please. Then in the Middle Belt, places like Abuja, Nasarawa, Benue, and maybe not Kwara State, Taraba, Adamawa. Those are places I was expecting to have got. Even though you won't get, you get at least you get 25% in Adamawa, and he's going to get more votes in Plateau and. In fact, okay, let me give you. Are you writing it down so that you understand?
I'm not writing it down, but I'm documenting it. Yeah, carry on.
I'm Keyamo now. You better start writing it down now. You know, you're in lecture class now. That's Keyamo for you. So what I'm trying to say is that he will win Plateau State. He will win Taraba State. He will get at least 25% in Kaduna State. Abuja will go for him. Adamawa will get 25%. Are we looking at all of this? Then in the South, he will clear all of his 5 eastern states. And then in the South, at least, maybe the only place I think I might have problem back then that I think will be Akwa Ibom. But he'll get 25% in Akwa Ibom. In Cross River, I was expecting to win to clear Cross River, which I think he did.
State, what you said is almost everything that happened.
Yeah. So I know I'm giving you. He asked me a question. I'm giving him where I expect him to have gotten that spread and have gotten that vote. I expected the Beavers to have worked in the north to have cut down the numbers of votes from the north.
He did.
No, it did not. Well, it did in some way. Well, hold on. They allowed it to play out in some ways, but
they allowed it. What do you mean they allowed it?
They allowed it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They allowed
what
it.
What sort of narrative is this? Some conspiracy stuff.
Yes. Hold on. You asked me a question. I don't have a fact to that, but that is what I see played out. Because I'm giving you an example. During the election, what's his name? Buhari's voting area. There were about 250 something people there. Since how many years ago? It's the same number of people that voted there. Are you saying they did not die? They did not move?
There's no proof of that except you show it. I won't trust what you said.
Okay. On the day when Dino was making noise in front of what's his name? The INEC chairman.
Dino was incorrect. I went to check it. It was saying nonsense.
Did you say you look at how you're lying now? You said you're yet to check. You said you checked it. I mean,
I checked what Dino said because what he said some numbers were repeating from previous years, and that's a lie. I went to check it.
It's okay. But I just want to make you understand that sometimes when you say something, you better watch what you're saying. So my point is this. So if we clear the 5 eastern states, the only state I think is going to be very difficult for him to clear would be Akwa Ibom because it's a strong PDP state. The way River State was going, I know he was going to win River State. He should win the River State. Not even 25%. He will win the River State and other states, Delta, what's it called? Edo State will go to him. And then in Lagos State, in Southwest, I was expecting him at least, if not any other states, at least in Lagos State and in Ondo State. At least in Ondo State, you have 25% in Ondo State. I was expecting him to have 25%, but I was surprised that they stifled him from there. And
with Akeredolu in charge and the way he was quite punchy.
I know, but at least he will not win
in Yoruba State as well.
He will not win it, but at least he will have.
You know, Akeredolu declared a public holiday to mobilize people for that election.
Woman, I'm from there. People told me what happened. They rigged that election in Ondo State. They rigged it. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
What I was expecting is, I know he might not have that spread, but I expect him to have the largest vote because I was expecting that Beavers to cut.
You've not said anything that suggests that, but
rational man, you were one. I blamed you for one of the people that were deluding all this obedience. That's why. Right now, it's only the Abrodian obedience that are still delusional.
Now. We shall see now.
The ones in Nigeria, all done now. The ones in Nigeria, they've caught sense. And I'm actually listening to Dr. Damages today. I think many people have reached that stage of grief where there's acceptance. I'm happy now that I'm seeing a lot of abroad people that are now accepting the fact that May 29 will come, Bola Tinubu will be your president.
But we
And
should find out. We shall see how with all these things. Daniel,
all right. Thank you, Rational Mind. But Akulata, back to El Rufai. What he said was consistent with what everybody else had thought would happen. So there was a predictability to what happened in that election. There were a little bit of surprises here and there, Lagos being the highlight of that. But there was not, he even went as far as to say that he's only likely to get 25% in 16 states by their projection. And I think he got in 13. So all of the computations, all of the numbers that were crunched, they somewhat predicted what happened. So I'm not quite sure why anybody else. Is it hope over?
El-Rufai predicted 25% in 16 states. That's what Peter Obi got. But the likes of Rational Mind here will say El-Rufai saying those things means they had already pre-planned the results. That's why what he was saying checked out. That's the extreme end. The Rational Mind and his ilk will take it. They'll say they baked the results before. That everything was pre-planned.
Quickly also, the reason why I think one might give El-Rufai 95% prediction accuracy, but if Atiku was not a failure, a complete failure, El-Rufai would have been 100% correct, really, because the failure of a PDP or Atiku to do even slightly average in the Southeast showed how weak he was in his strategy and the way he planned the whole election. So Atiku really was horrible. It was the worst candidate in this election, absolutely. And of course, we knew for sure that the Southeasterners were going to vote for Obi no matter what. Even though before the election, I gave them I give Labor 60% of the votes. But to what Rational Man was saying earlier, if I heard him correctly, that maybe was suggesting perhaps they rigged the election also in Southeast against Peter Obi, because I'm not sure how many more votes possible that Peter Obi will be getting from the Southeast, where in fact I think that's where they did the most shenanigan in the country actually. But again, the votes that Rational Mind is trying to canvass for, I'm not sure exactly where it's supposed to come from. Obi did well in Lagos. I mean, he got the most vote in Lagos. Maybe he could have gotten 5-10% more, but he did very well. But when it comes to the North, we knew Obi had no chance in the North, and that's why I was playing the religious card, propaganda that Rational Mind didn't want to admit. Rather wants to blame Tinubu for ethnic or religious ticket. Which was not the case. It was absolutely Peter Obi that was playing that religious ticket all the way till we have a definite proof. It appears now by the phone conversation that occurred between him and the GO pastor. So that's my quick point right there.
All right, brilliant. So, Kolata, off the back of what Prince was saying, that Atiku was the biggest failure in this election. So when he was saying that, the thought came to my mind that Peter Obi's outing in Lagos State, is that more indicative of Atiku's failure than Tinubu being embarrassed?
I think it's a mixture of both. Is largely Atiku failure. I mean, it's both, because no way should Tinubu have lost Lagos. No way. And APC and PDP have always been neck to neck in Lagos in the presidential, but when it comes to governorship, APC spanks them. So I think it's both. And largely, Atiku only had one strategy, really. His strategy was Aso Rock Cabal doing what they did. Because look, let's come to terms. Tinubu surviving that Naira crunch and that fuel crunch, it was almost a miracle. Like, you know, the amount of suffer they put the country through, and it was still able to pull it off. Because those two moves were devastating. I mean, if it was any other candidate, you will not get any votes. The country was suffering, and like, I mean, Atiku could have pulled it off if Atiku was a smarter candidate. That cash policy was terrible, terrible, terrible stuff. And I mean, that was what Atiku was banking on. So that's why I was a bit lazy during the campaign, because he knew that, hey, I have this in the bank because they're going to help me do this and this. And it was obvious that the so-called cabals were trying to get him the win with all that, with those policy, and then the stifling of the fuel supply that was well timed around the elections. So I don't blame Atiku, but it just sucked. It invested his hopes in just that single strategy, and that was not good enough.
All right, brilliant. So, Kolata, then to the Chinedu Rhodes Vivour clip, threatening the jailing of Elegushi for reasons of calling for a festival. What are you then making then of that? Chinedu stands accused of not understanding Yoruba language, culture, and then he does that.
The emotional intelligence of that guy has to be one of the lowest ever. I mean, come on. You know you were criticized for not being Yoruba enough. The next best thing you're going to do is now to try and attack Yoruba cultural institution, your weakest area in the elections. You now want to do that and say you want to, I mean, it's dumb enough to say you're going to take some sovereign states to ICC. I can't even believe Africans do this ICC rubbish.
Sovereign state? What's a sovereign state? What's a sovereign state?
Is Nigeria not a sovereign country?
Is it Nigeria that's taking to the ICC, or is it taking them?
Yeah, but it's taking members of Nigeria, like skipping Nigerian judicial system and going to ICC.
Spin things like this.
Isn't that one of the most stupid things ever? Have you seen anybody say they're going to take Putin? They're going to take Russian presidents.
Hold on, rational mind.
Have you seen anywhere where Oyimbos are taking themselves to ICC? We have judicial. We have our own rational mind. Again, sorrow now.
Okay, sorry.
We have our own judiciary. We have our own laws. We have our own things. We can take care of things by ourselves. We are now saying the stupid court in The Hague that is only used to criminalize our Black Africans. That's where you're going next, to take your own people. You take them to court on the most baseless case ever, because they're practicing their religion. Like, I'm going to take one man to ICC because he went to redemption camp and he was in Glossalia, he was speaking in tongues. Because he was speaking in tongues and casting demons on election, then I'm going to take him to court. Isn't that the most stupid thing? Isn't that the most stupid thing?
Hold on.
The most stupid thing ever. Like, I can as well go and take someone praying in tongues and saying, I cast the demon out of this election. Anybody that this election, the way HO causes people on damages, it's like saying, okay, I'm going to take HO, I'm now going to jail her. Because the people that were casting incantation on behalf of politicians, somehow they committed a crime that the Nigerian law cannot even punish.
So now you know
we have to take them to the
now you agree.
It's even not, I don't agree. I'm being ridiculous on purpose for you. I'm being ridiculous on purpose because someone is chanting incantation. It's like someone speaking in tongues. Then I'm now going to take the person. I'm going to say the person committed a crime.
Let's have a conversation.
What is wrong with us? What is wrong with us?
Oh, goodness. Can we have a conversation?
Seriously, what is wrong with us? Can you go and take a pastor speaking in tongues and
Kolata?
Kolata. Hold on, Ajale Koko. Sorry, hold on, Rational Mind. Let Ajale Koko come in. Yeah.
So, Kolata, so does it not show to you that that guy does not even have the understanding and the knowledge how the law works in Nigeria? The person and they want to be governor of a state, he doesn't know that if anybody, done anything against the law, that person should be taken to the law court. I mean, if anybody trample on your right in that country and violate the law in that respect, the best thing for you to do to seek for a redress is to take that person to the law court in that country. Nigeria is not a failed state.
Thank you, Ayanle Koko.
Nigeria is not a failed state. We have electoral law that guides the electoral processes in that country. If Elegushi or other people have done anything against the law of the land and against you, you should take them to the law, to the law court in that country, not IC. Is it ICC or where did this International Criminal
International Court, the one in The Hague.
When did they commit genocide or what did they do? It's just election matter. We have
to commit genocide before
that handle election matter and anything whatsoever in that country. So, rational man, do you think that guy has taken the right step by filing this thing, a case against MC Oluomo and others in International Criminal Court of Justice? Rational man, answer that. Do you think he has taken?
Real quick.
Before you answer it, I wonder what the documentation is as well. Will it be writing to the ICC that this guy called MC Oluomo is threatening to beat me? Is that what is the
He said Mama Chinedu should not come and vote.
He threatened to beat me.
This is just let's not make it ridiculous. One
Answer that question, rational
answer
man.
the question. For what you just said is that this is not the first time we've seen a traditional father, a monarch, being deposed and being asked to face the music. Awolowo did it. That is when you have to bring people to accountability to set the precedent.
Awolowo did what?
Well, you go and read your history.
He did what? I'm asking.
Is he Alake of it? One of the monarch that was there, he was involved in a ritual whereby they used a whole human being for some kind of ritual. Somebody implicated him and they had to depose him, and he was sent to prison for that. It's in the history. I think it happened in 1952 or something like that.
So did they use a human being?
One man, can I interject?
Okay, can I? You see, when people are like, I will not be able to finish my thought.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
So my point is that this is not the first time. We saw it in Kano State where he was deposed. The emir was deposed. You need to start bringing people to accountability. That is that on that side. Now, on the question you just asked me about Gbadebo, I don't have all the details as what is suing this guy. Taking them for the egg for. Now, just to answer your question, we have electoral whatever. This guy, former head of states, Abdul Salam, all of them, they had this electoral peace, whatever. Have they ever released any press statement to condemn MC Oluomo and the likes of this guy, Bayo Odonuga, and the rest of them? Have they ever rebuked them publicly? No. How do you expect them to get justice in the Nigerian court system, whereby even the president, the one that happened in Adamawa State, he was seen flying from one airport to another airport within Nigeria? Where are the DSS to arrest him? And you're expecting a court, let me not say a useless court system, but a compromised judicial system in Nigeria to really bring people to account. How do you expect that? So the only best bet they will do is the ICC. Take them to ICC.
So Nigerian state is a failed state. The court system is not functioning. Wow. Is that what you are saying? The court system
because you don't expect to get...
It's a failed...
do not enforce law.
So our judiciary system is a failed
judicial system. Yeah.
So this is absolutely mind-boggling. I'm sorry, this is absolutely mind-boggling.
It is mind-boggling because probably
it is mind-boggling that a rational mind thinks.
Rational mind, but yet, so our court system is a failed judiciary system according to you, but yet Obi can take its election matter
to
that court.
Thank you.
All right. Before you address the rational mind, let Fatai interject and then wrap it all up. Fatai, come in.
One man, I think you need to protect your panelists now. I think there's no need to drag rational mind trolling. Rational mind is trolling, and it's just too much exposure for rational mind. And also, this ICC thing, I thought it was going to be just Ajasa. Well, we spent 2 hours talking about ICC. Why let ICC come and carry our Oro now? I don't even see the point of the argument. I mean, it's funny, but if it's like 2 hour discussion, some ridiculous people
on a Jara topic.
Why? Hey, ICC, come and take this out on the street, or is that the argument?
Actually, rational, if you don't mind, quick
did
introduction.
Take the Oba to ICC? Which one is ICC in our local matter? I mean, even the ICC, they are disgracing our country. Can I just land it? I will just land it.
Hold on. Let him land. Let Fatai land. Yeah, go Fatai.
It's a disgrace to our country. If somebody shits in the streets, you are going to ICC. If somebody pee on the street, you say you are going to ICC. Hey, the ICC doesn't want to disturb them. They want to discuss genocide. They want to discuss Liberia president. They want to discuss serious matter. Although ICC is not interested in all the
ICC wants to talk about MC Oluomo.
As a funny thing, we can laugh, but to spend 3 hours talking about it, I think it's just a.
All right.
Okay, quick.
All right, real quick, and as what I said, we round up that space. We've labored it enough. But come in, Prince.
Oh, sure, thanks. I was saying it's mind-boggling that rational mind thinks that we should take our affairs to ICC. See, come tomorrow, that maybe some I don't know, a group in Nigeria, maybe the LGBTQ or the transgender group in Nigeria thinks they've been marginalized or being persecuted, and ICC now has to step in, and now they come up with a punishment for the country that, hey, you guys must institute or pass a law that allows for LGBTQ or transgenderism in the country. I think a rational mind will equally be down with that also. Is that right?
One man.
All right. A very brief response to that, and then Kulata wrap it up. And then
I understand what Fatai is saying. We've overflowed this, and one thing you should understand, Fatai, is that I think that's the beauty of one man's platform. We interject people. Although I try to not interject much, but when people say certain things that I just can't stomach, I just have to reply. So yeah, I did not say I will overtake anybody to ICC. No, I never said that. Don't twist my word. And what I will over.
I didn't say you said that. I said, did him take them to ICC? Because he didn't take them locally.
I get you.
Locally.
Hold on. I get you. I understand the Nigerian history to that. I never said he took it to anybody. I never said that. I don't know where you got that, but you said you clarified that area. I understand. So, but what I'm saying is that at a time when our judicial system were working, that is when he did that. Nigeria has not been bastardized, has not been so corrupt the way we see it right now. That is when things were working. That is why we'll be talking about the lives of Awolowo today for what he did, because that era is a different era from our side. I hope that answers that question. And then to what we were saying earlier, just to wrap it up, my point is that if ICC will give us that, would be able to make other people to be fearful of the law. You need to be fearful of the law. You need to understand that there's law, and if you infringe on the law, you'll be dealt with. That will serve as a deterrent to any other person for wanting to infringe on any law in that country. So my point is, we need to bring people to account, however it is. And I said our judicial system in Nigeria is in compromise. I'm not mincing the word there. It's the reality in that country. We've seen the kind of cases, the law. I mean, like verdict that people are getting from law and from the court system, the abuse of the court system. Some people go and get the court injunction to restrain this and restrain that. I mean, what kind of judicial system is that? So, let me just allow Kulata continue.
All right. See, look, the reason I'm hacking this ICC is not about Judah. What is really pissing me off, really pissing me off, is the colo mentality behind this thing. Rational Mind said people chanting awful that they're committing crimes. How is chanting awful different from glossalia? How is it different from speaking in tongues? Is it if people are speaking in tongues and they're speaking in tongues against their enemies, and if someone says they want to take them to ICC, won't everybody here say that you are the dumbest idiot on the planet of the earth to say you want to take someone casting demons against enemies? I know. So a Yoruba person practicing Isheshe, practicing Ifa, and casting offer for politicians, and a pastor wearing a white suit casting, praying against political enemies. You see one as a crime, you see the other one as your Lord and Savior. Aren't we crazy as Africans? That is the angle that pisses me off the most. And that's when he's talking about Oba Elegushi and Co. for practicing his own religion. But we don't see anything wrong with it if he's speaking in tongues, that people are saying stuff that they have no freaking clue what they're talking about. Or even if they may be praying in English, I'm praying against, we cast the Buhari, we cast this, we cast that, we cast this. Isn't it the same speech? But one speech is Yoruba native practice. The other one is imported one. The imported one, no, you cannot question that. That's fine. He's worshiping the Lord. But that other one, is sinister, is this, is that. They've cost us. Honestly speaking, this dumb colonial mentality we have, that rational mind came to buttress, it makes me sick. That's why I'm angry about this ICC matter. I mean, on what basis?
Kulata, you're very good at what you do. Continue.
If Pastor this is saying we cast you Buhari to the lake of fire, we do this. No, amen, hallelujah, blah blah blah. Praise be to Jesus. I mean, come on, man. And someone is saying Biribiri Lojumbi, but the Biribiri Lojumbi, they've engineered us to think that that's a crime. Leave me. I'm a limited one. I know. I'm multi-soil, so just leave me alone.
All right. Kulata is not a son of the soil. It's a son of another soil. American jingo. Look at that. American. Come and say American wonder. But thank you, Kulata. So thank you, Kulata. Stay with us. Let's progress the conversation on and take it in the direction of Fatai. So Fatai, you're up next. Let me actually bring it to you in the sequence that I read it out. IPOB mounts pressure on Oti to cancel Gowon's invitation to inauguration. So what do you make of that? I find it somewhat ludicrous. Do you, Fatai?
Hello, man. Yeah. Well, I don't know. That's not my favorite arena to talk about, like this ethnic situation, civil war situation. I mean, it's good history, but no matter where you slice it, you're gonna be offending people. So I don't know. But I think it's up to Gowon. It's up to Gowon and the people. I don't know, the governor. I never do anything for self-surrender, or it's up to Gowon. I think I don't know. I mean, somebody could offend you and come and visit you for a makeup, or everybody knows where. I think this who wears the shoes who wears the shoes knows where it pinches. Maybe there is too much emotion there for him to visit, but it's just the only thing that I would say it's a bit concerning is if it comes to discussing, like, let's say, I mean, not any big stuff, just to make a simple analogy. So if you say, it comes to anything discussing Lagos, you say, no, we are all Nigerians, we can go anywhere. But some Nigerians are not allowed to go into some places. If Gowon is a Nigerian, I think he should be able to go anywhere, right? There's multiplicity to a story, multiple angles to a story. If he wants, even though if two people fight, it doesn't mean that one of the people in the fight, if he comes there, the only thing that you can find there is the problem. You could go to a place to find on a path to reconciliation. It could be a whole lot of reasons. The governor inviting Gowon, I'm sure it's not just come and rub it on the face of the civil war. It could just be a path to to put a little oil on the wound or whatever. It could be a whole lot of reasons, but it's not. I'm not a serious. I'm not an arbiter in that area of in that topic. So I mean, I think I don't know. I don't have a lot
all
to
right.
say there.
Let me take you to a space that you are hopefully more comfortable speaking on. Let me take you to this space then. The Nigerian military under pressure to compromise 2023 elections. So this is information coming from the top. Our defense chief, Irabo. So, you know, there's something going on, you know. I've not seen so much resistance to a presidency as I've seen against this Tinubu one. Even though he won the popular votes, which is to tell you that the majority of people want him to be president, but the people that don't want him to be president, they seem to be going to be willing to go to any length. They would rather a military coup than a civilian change of government. So what are you then making then of this information from the defense chief?
Omar, can I make a cheeky comment?
Go on.
First of all, where is Ogbeni to come and argue for his dictatorship? Maybe the people think the military will be a benevolent dictatorship. Maybe that's why they want it. I don't know what they want the military. So they think that the military will come and then they will give them power back in 2-3 days. I think that I read that kind of argument somewhere. That okay, let the military take as a stopgap. The military take over for 3 days and then fix the judiciary. No, I think it's your comment. I think somebody was writing your comment in the comment section of your platform. So they take it as a stopgap for 3 days, and then they fix the judiciary and everything, and then the military say, "Oh, thank you, Daddy. Take your power back." Like the military don't love power. I mean, I don't understand what is going on. But they say when the night is darkest is where it's the beginning. I mean, if I want to speak my not factual matter, but I want to speak emotional, my own emotional. They say when it's darkest is the morning is about to come, right? So the people who have held who have whatever it is they've planted in the country for the last 40 years, right? Maybe they've seen this guy with the team ship. I am Bola Ahmed Tinubu. This guy, no. No, they don't want this team ship, because this team ship will come with his own team ship, you know, and then he will discover everything that is going on. And you know, I don't know. I hope it lends credence to the victory of Tinubu. If there's this much, they say sometimes you measure a man or you measure a person by its enemies. Like if you see its enemy, you can tell, oh, the quality of a man. Sometimes you look at it through the quality of his enemy. So a strong enemy, where are they coming from? They probably that certainly Tinubu's presidency will be interesting if there is this much opposition to it. So that definitely is supposed to be interesting. I hope it doesn't let down.
You said the quality. You said the quality of the man is judged by the enemies, but where are the enemies coming from? So where are those enemies coming from? So the chief of defense staff has spoken, but he said he said much less than he said anything at all, because he's not pointed us in the direction of where that pressure is coming from. So that then opens that window of speculation. So where are you speculating to that the pressure for a military takeover might be coming from?
Well, I think he said a few. I mean, there's a few things that can be gleaned from what he said. Like, for instance, he said they are trying to compromise. I suppose that means, as you interpreted it, I suppose that some bags of money is trying to fly around. So I mean, I can look at that and say, okay, in as much I know, like Obasanjo is totally opposed to Tinubu. If it's bags of money, I think Obasanjo it's not going to be Obasanjo trying to give. He was the former military man. He has his contact. I don't think he will be flying around with bags of money. You know, even he couldn't even give Peter Obi money he only wrote letter for Peter Obi's endorsement. they didn't give a bag of money to Peter Obi. So I wouldn't think it would be Obasanjo if it's. I can cancel out the likes of Obasanjo, the likes of Babangida, the likes of these guys. I don't think those are actually will be utilizing the military with money. They have their whatever influence they have there. They have it. They have their controlling influence that doesn't really require money. So I think where you were speculating to probably could be like the political actors. The political act probably come from the angle of there's a lot of things that need to be. I think I mean not to be. I mean you don't want to accuse someone of anything if you don't find it. But there's a lot of money. One man like many times, or at least I said it before. What happened to the what is it? How much is our debt profile? $44 billion. But there's 30-something billion dollars that was printed out of CBN. What happened there? There's a lot of things to be discovered now. There's a lot of people that don't want a lot of things to be discovered. Not military people, even civilian people. They don't want a lot of things to be discovered. There's a whole lot of things that went down. You know, I mean, they were willing to everybody to die of hunger for Tinubu, for whatever it is. Like, I don't. I mean, the more I look at it, the more I say, hey, you can't be that dumb to crash the economy like that, to leading towards the economy, to the election, to destroy the currency that much. You know how many people were impoverished? I mean, that's something you will never recover from if you don't handle it well. So I don't know what they've.
So is it your speculation also that yes, I think you have said that it's really the contemporaneous political actors who feel because a lot of people, they'll be completely skimmed out of power when Tinubu comes out. Names that I've mentioned, people like Abubakar Malami, certainly Emefiele is gone and probably will be on the run and things like that.
And they have a lot of money.
And they have a lot of money. They have a lot of money.
Oh my God. These guys have a lot of money. These guys control. Where is all the? I mean, one of the things that them Goodluck Jonathan is there to investigate the petroleum, right? Petroleum being this whole thing with subsidy. Some ships that have sunk for 30 years, they are still bringing petrol to Nigeria and collecting subsidy.
You know that sorry, Fatai, that subsidy space is a suspect as well. Because
of course, it's not a suspect, it's number one.
Yes, no, in terms of people who don't want Tinubu to come in, because all the oil scams, it comes to an end on the 29th. There'll be a new set of oil scammers, of course, but the traditional oil scammers, their last check comes in on the 29th.
No, one man scamming. Unfortunately, it's part of life. Everywhere it's happening, every country, everywhere in the world. No, but this particular one with the oil, with what they call it, I don't call it subsidy. With this so-called subsidy, you can't be that much inhumane. One man, to be frank, you have to be really, really like so inhumane. This is something that has destroyed the generations of Nigerians, right? Nigeria, with that subsidy, there's no way. That's why every year the more. It's like even when we were born, Nigeria was like it's better. But every day it's getting worse. Of course, it will be getting worse. That subsidy alone destroys all the institutions, right? Because even all the institutions, it's not like the Nigerians cannot run Nigerian Airways or Nigerians cannot do this. But when you don't have to, when you don't have to generate, when you don't have to think about revenue generation, it's not like Nigerians cannot run NNPC. When you don't have to think about revenue generation, the institution is no collapse, it's no crash. Every institution, if you don't have to think about how to generate revenue, because at the end of the day, the bottom, that's how you take care of people. Because you have to think how to attract people. right? I think as an organization, you have to think how people. So you have to treat Nigerians right for them to patronize you. So if you don't have to treat them right, if you can just collect the money, whatever it is, you just write it out. You don't really have to care about the people. So the country can continue to go to
Can I
shit.
interject? Something just occurred to me. When Tinubu gets in there and he removes if he removes subsidy, number one, and then he also unifies the forex, how are these guys going to fight back? Because these two sources is the two biggest source of rent that our Nigerian politicians eat from. They're going to fight back, but how? Because I'm seeing they may use terrorism. I mean, I don't want to use those words because of YouTube.
It will come back. What you're saying, that there's a lot of sorry, Kulata, I know you were having your interjection, but I'm aligning with what you're saying.
But you get what I'm saying, because I'm thinking
they will do good luck Jonathan on him.
They will do drastic stuff because this is their food, and it's not trivial food. Because he's determined to remove those two things. And many people are living on those two things. Very powerful people. How are they going to fight back? That's my interjection.
Every president has thought about removing the subsidy. So the terrorism, even Buhari, he dare not, right? So the terrorism and all of that has been the tool to scare them away, right? Good luck, Jonathan. You know that. Then show him, say, "Hey, my friend." Okay. I'm going back to Rivers State. I'm going back to Port Harcourt. Okay. No, but terrorism will not be. We have at least a little bit better, improved efforts. We have to cannon jets. Terrorism is now. For a very smart president right now, terrorism.
Sorry, Fatah, use the word insurgency rather than that word. But carry on. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. Sometimes you tell me to do it, but I'm carried away when I'm speaking.
Fatah, can I say something? Can I interject one minute? I want to ask you one more question, Fatah. Now, question I want to ask is what Kulata raised. Now, do you think Tinubu will eventually move on with that plan of this Buhari removing the subsidy? Because knowing, like he said, the kind of people that feed from there and how they will backfire, that thing will backfire. How they want to scuttle this government. Do you think Tinubu will want to risk that rather than let them have their way, or he wants to really do what he said he wants to do, or follow through with what Buhari said he wants to do, which is the what's it called, the subsidy removal? Do you think he will do that?
Sorry, can I have a stab at that, Fatai? I think it depends on when he does it, because what Tinubu will have is like a 6 to 12 month honeymoon period. So he will have a lot of he will have 6 to 12 months honeymoon period. Within the first 6 to 12 months, they cannot remove him. So you have that honeymoon period. So within that period, I feel it should do all of the heavyweight stuff within that honeymoon period, and then ride it out after that. But Fatai, what do you think?
One man. This is a point. This is the issue of reality, right? Doesn't matter what Tinubu can do or cannot do. If he doesn't remove subsidy, if he doesn't reform the CBN, his presidency is going to be a failure. So it doesn't matter whether they threaten him or they bring something. However he wants to go about it, he's going to be a failure if he doesn't take care of these two situations. So he's going to do it. It's not like he has a lot. It's not like he has a lot of choices. Okay, so he wants to build pipeline, Trans-Sahara pipeline, or maybe some pipeline through the Atlantic. I don't know where it's going, what the architecture, what structure they are looking at to build the pipeline. But where is going to find the money? He wants to take the Nigerian gas to compete in Europe against Russia. I mean, Zelensky is just calling him now. There's a whole lot of things, partnership, lots of deals to be done. And where is going to? I mean, with the current state of the Nigerian economy, what deals can you make with this? You know, what deals can you make? Just to be another improved Buhari, right? So he doesn't really have a choice. This is where the money is coming from. The money is coming from understanding the value of naira, right? So that the differentials, right? The differentials in the currency valuation, some people, I think the likes of Tinubu believes that the fear of the value of the naira, the fear that's been expressed is actually unjustified. They believe the naira is a little bit more valuable, right, than the fear. This is they are creating 1 million currency, whatever. Nigeria is not in a war situation. We are not fighting sanctions or whatever. Like Iran is dealing with a whole lot of things. Sometimes Iran also creates multiple exchange situations like this with their currency. But Iran is a complicated situation. It's fighting a whole lot of foreign powers. It's a strategy for a new environment. It's not a strategy for where your normal running economy. You create. They are very lucky that these Wall Street guys, they are not interested in Nigeria because of they don't trust you guys. Otherwise, they will have crushed you. George Soros almost wrecked the whole of UK pound sterling. They call it what do they call it? It's some form of arbitrage. They're going to crash you. These bad guys, they will crash your economy. But anyway, Tinubu doesn't really have that much of a choice. He has to take care of the subsidy because that's where is the money going.
Yeah, but when though? But when is the thing? Because the longer he leaves it, yes.
No, immediately. This is the first because by the time you go on, the affairs of the state get more interwoven, complex. So you have to yank it out. If you don't yank it out, there will be a reason not to yank it out as you go down the line. Buhari wants to yank it down. If you don't just step in, put on your big boy pants and just do it, like just be Nike, just do it. Everyone is not going to fall. At any rate, he's going to do it because they've already taken $800 million from from World Bank or whatever as a grant. They've given you dash money. So what are you going to say to those people that give you money? So you have to.
Why do you think Buhari could not do it? Why do you think Buhari could not do it?
Because they're going to crash. No, because that is where the terrorism came in. But that's a past thing. Now Buhari has been able to secure. Buhari has been able to do a lot of rearrangement with the security situation. The Nigerian security is getting a little more. It's getting a little more formal. We have some sort of arrangement, especially in the Navy, in the naval segment, with the American Navy.
They losing 400,000 barrels of oil every day. You're still telling me that the arrangement is still working. What are you talking about?
I don't understand.
You know how many barrels of crude oil they lose every day? Are they stealing through that coastline, through the creeks? You know how many?
No. The arrangement is not with regard to stealing the oil. If stealing the oil, they will take care of it. That's why the Tom Polo or whatever, they've contracted that out.
Yeah, but with all of that, they're still losing oil. That's what I'm saying.
And they will take care. They will know the solution.
They will.
Those are all temporary. Those are all makeshift. I get the rational. I get your concern. Those are all makeshift solutions. The real solution, really, when you form looking, for instance, let's say in the area of gas, you construct your pipeline. Okay, we're not going to need someone. You take out subsidy. If you take out subsidy, it will also take care. It will take largely take care of the stealing of the oil because these guys have to account for revenue generation. They have to do more accounting. But when you have subsidy where people don't have to, where NNPC doesn't have to work like a normal company that takes its balance sheet, cash flow and balance its books like a normal normal company that sweats to balance its book. Of course, you're going to have it stealing. A lot of largely what we even call stealing are largely sabotage. It's not only oil. It's not only the pet these that are being stolen now. NNPC doesn't have a functioning reservoir. What do they call them? So when they bring it, when you have when they import the petrol, the refined product, the NNPC stores them somewhere before then they give it out to the market or whatever. No, they are not functioning. Nothing is functioning now. It's private, so the NNPC brings it and gives it to private people to help us to store it. So when you have the subsidy is not just about whether or not, it's not just about the money that is being stolen. Is that it affects, there is something in economy they call externalities. There's too much externality that is wrecking. The thing that you cannot even directly link to it. The system cannot function when you have the most fundamental. The petroleum is like 90, between 70, depends on which account you follow. Between 70 to 90% of our revenue generation is from the oil, and you have the linchpin is running like we don't know what's going on there. So it affects everything, even things you don't like. One day, I think one man on your show, people were arguing and they were saying the contribution of petroleum to our GDP is 10%, 4%. I think somebody was arguing with Ajane Koko. No, of the petroleum sector. Not of the petroleum. The petroleum is like 70% of, I mean, there are other sectors that are not petroleum sector where you go calculate their GDP, but they are all using directly, indirectly, they are using product from the petroleum or the petrol, whatever. So those ones don't get into, it doesn't get factored into the GDP of the petroleum sector. But it doesn't mean this petroleum is not in everything we do. This is our main money stuff, and it's been run like whatever. So if it doesn't fix the subsidy, his government is going to be a failure. There's no magic about it. It's no magic. If it doesn't fix it, if it doesn't reform the CBN, what is there for him to do? What is there for him? These are his main assignments, and for him to be able to carry out all these fantastic things he's talking about in the economic discussion space or whatever, commodity market, whatever. Where are you going to find the money to fund them? These two spaces are where you see where the money in all close, at least for now, close to the reality of the money. This is first thing you have before you even know what to do. You have to see the close to the reality of the money as possible. We can't be having they make a budget, whatever it is. Let's say 20 trillion, right? And 16 trillion of it is going to go to subsidy. Make a budget, 80% of the budget is going to be used to pay subsidy. I don't even know what they call it subsidy. You're going to just take all our money and give it to some company, they call it NNPC. Let the company do sweat, work by every other company. There's no other company that is getting.
My question to you is that, what is the way around that subsidy? That's what I'm trying to ask you.
Remove it. Remove whatever they call subsidy. Remove it.
Okay. So
that's
how?
all. Remove.
Just remove it.
By removing it.
So what do you replace it with? You can't just say remove it. There must be something.
Replace. Why do you need to replace it? Replace it with what? You don't need to let the economy work.
I mean,
why are you giving what?
Hold on.
Rational mind. This is what you are removing.
Do you know the implication of
one rational mind? This is it. Do you know what? Do you know what you're? All these people are just killing everybody. This is what you're removing. What we are doing is we take a bunch of our money and we give it to NNPC. Now all we say now, okay, NNPC, we don't give you more free money again. Go and work like a normal company. Go and work like Aramco. We're not giving you money. Do like a normal company. You go. NNPC, if you need money, approach the bank and get a loan, right? That you will repay to the bank. That is how companies raise money. NNPC, if you need money, issue bonds. NNPC, if you need money,
Hold on, Farabale. No, we're trying to reason with you on this thing you're saying, because we need to understand clearly for our viewers and our listeners. You say remove the subsidy. Now, when you remove the subsidy, where do you divert that money to? Because
which money?
Hold on. When you allow Nigerians to pay the world market price for oil, like they pay in other West African countries, like even in Benin, whereby they pay like almost the same amount of money that we buy oil here we buy per gallon here, but per liter over there. So you're paying like $900, 900 naira for a liter of petrol. So, and then the implication on the pockets of Nigerians. They're not getting income increment. Somebody who's getting 30,000 naira every month, and you are expecting him to be able to pay 900 naira per 1 liter of per liter of petrol. So how does that even? I mean, how does that relate to his income?
Rational mind. Can I quickly answer that question? Rational mind.
Okay, go on, please.
Can I
The
interject real quick
government,
too?
I think government is bumping up the salaries by 40%, number one. Number two, you realize that kerosene and diesel is at market rates. They removed the subsidy a long time ago. And you see that everybody adjusted to market price. So I think we're just too scared about what could be. Because when they removed diesel, people made noise, but people are now used to it now. When they removed kerosene,
you know why people did not
they
make
made
noise?
noise.
Do you know why they did not make noise? Do you know why they did not make noise on diesel and kerosene? Do you know?
Why?
Okay, because they're not widely used like petrol is widely used.
The market will adjust. Rational mind.
The amount of the fossil fuel we use in that country, the large portion of it is, I would say 70%. It's petrol.
Yes, I know.
So
what I'm trying to say is
split it between diesel, kerosene, maybe firewood, and the rest on gas. But then 70% of our economy.
What about the airlines?
You said what?
What about the airlines?
Sorry, Kulata and Fatai and Prince. I think what Rational Mind is saying is that the average family, they cannot insulate for that removal of all subsidy. Because it's going to almost double their household expenses with their. You are saying they are going to increase minimum increase salaries by 40%. But these are people that are already stretched to the bones, and then if you remove that, and there's no palliative, which is what Rational Mind was saying.
It will rebalance for one man. It's going to be a tough time, but it will rebalance eventually. The demand and supply, everything will change.
Well, a thriving economy
will change.
A thriving economy will help also.
Can I chip in something, please?
Yeah, no.
Sure.
Let Prince come in first. Prince, come in.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Well, see, if the economy improves, that's going to help a lot. But if we continue to be scared about this removing the subsidy, the reason being because actually there's no innovation or creativity in that sector. I mean, there's a lot of things that could be done if we didn't have subsidy over these years, but it's not being done. But also, if the economy improves, that's going to also counterbalance the increase in fuel costs.
Hold on, Prince. Yes, in the medium to long term, what you're saying probably is right, but that remains to be tested in real life. But what Rational Mind's concerns are, which I also share, is let's use an example to make the point. So, Baba and Mama Muyiwa, they're a lower middle income family who live in a boys' quarters of 2-bedroom boys' quarters. So already they are stretched in terms of the school fees and all of these things. So now, when they go to the market, if the fuel subsidy is removed, so let's say, for instance, for the purposes of the conversation, let's say the subsidy now enables you to buy oil fuel at 100 naira a liter. I'm not saying that's the price, but just for the purposes of the conversation. So it's 100 naira a liter. But then if they remove the subsidy, it spikes up to 300 naira a liter. So that's a 200% increment. So from that, then the transporters, they will follow suit with a spike heavily in the cost of transportation. And we're not talking about the downfall drivers alone. We're talking about the people that ferry goods and services, especially perishables and food and items like that. So then that transmutes and transfers into the cost of food. The rent, of course, of the apartment will go up because the landlord will want somebody to insulate this spike in prices. So all of that, then a budget that is already at bare bones is now impossible to manage. So between that period of the subsidy being removed and then the economy rebalancing, because it's not an immediate thing, we are talking about a 6 to 12 months time span. What happens to Mama Muyiwa and Baba Muyiwa in between? That's the palliative that Rational Mind was referencing.
Yeah. Well, surely in the short term, we can't take care of all the issues to address everyone's problems.
Let them eat cake, Abby. Let them eat cake.
Well, see, Mama Muyiwa and her husband, they can, if they have 2 cars, they can downgrade to 1 car. But I would say for sure the government should spend a lot more resources in trying to improve or add to the public transportation, because that's what is going to affect most of the common people. Most people that have the other people that have cars, the other sector of people or the constituents that have cars, well, it's kind of a luxury for the most part. Now they may have to park their car or find other means of carpooling to get by for the meantime. Now, if we have to be scared to make the move, I mean, after all, this past COVID or this bad economy we just had, well, I think what we call inflation was up to 18% or more, and nominally, but perhaps much higher than that. For the entire economy, people still were able to deal with it. Somehow, some way, we dealt with it. With the subsidy being removed, also, eventually, we're going to find a way to deal with it. But if the government if they're so methodical and strategic about it, they can look for certain sectors to support, to try to maintain those sectors.
But that was where Rational Mind's question was. Where would the palliatives? Because when they remove that subsidy, they cannot just then remove it and put all of it into infrastructure. They have to put some palliative insulation measures in place to guide people through the difficult periods.
Yeah, I mean, 800 million loan. I mean, sorry, grants that we just got from, I don't know, is it World Bank or whoever? That's the source of the problem. 800 million. Yeah.
That's too kobo now. Well, that's not
going to go. It's not going to go that far. But it's not
kobo. One man. I posted something on my Facebook page. I said one of the most senseless things Buhari will do is to divide that money 5,000 for 50 million people. It's nonsensical. When I calculated it, I went onto Kamat NG. I discovered that the buses they are using in Lagos for transport, that is Marco Polo's Scania, cost about 80 million naira per one. When we converted that $800 million to naira, it's about 368 billion. I divided it by what? I multiplied it by 460, which is like the official rate. Then, at the end of the day, we got about 4,000 plus cars, buses. Then divided it by 37 states, 36 plus FCT. Then spread it over to all these.
$800 million is not the point. The $800 million is not the point. However,
we have most of. Let me give an example. In Oyo State, during Jonathan period, I live in Oyo State. You know what they did? The then governor was very prudent with the money he got from Shopee then. That money was what he used to set up to revamp the old TCTC, if you remember very well. He metamorphosized it into a Jumoshe bus. That time, I remember, when other guys are taking the bus for 100 naira, 80 naira, I mean the taxi, we take it for 30 naira. In fact, as a matter of fact, I normally drop my mom with our own personal car at the what? For all the workers. For all the workers, I mean the civil servants. They have their own buses there. I would drop her, take the car back home, or somebody else take the car back home. Then he follows with her ID card, show them the ID card. She takes the bus to what? To our place of work. So the government can do that. That money can get us as much as 110 to 120 buses per state. That is very massive. If you can put that on ground, then now, do you know that, I was saying something about Innocent yesterday. Innocent just launched the CNG, compressed natural gas buses. This is much cheaper than fuel.
But these are very
we can deploy that. We can deploy that. It's not complicated. It has been done before. We did it in Shopee. And we make sure that.
Okay.
You see,
land.
You see what this guy said.
Even Prince had not landed, but
okay, all right.
Prince land. Yeah, Prince. Prince.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, the example about the buses being distributed. I mean that's a good one. Again, addressing or attacking public transportation would be more closer to the grassroots of the people to help ease their financial pain for sure. What other ways could it be? Of course, if we can reduce food prices, that's a long way to go also. So public transportation, food security will be two main areas for the government to tackle. But again, I mean, of course, we're just talking right now. We've not fully analyzed the data to quite determine how these numbers are going to work. But at the end of the day, I believe that the fuel subsidy should be removed because it's a lazy way to try to hold the gun to people's head that people are going to suffer. Nigerians are the most creative people anyways. I mean, people are already suffering. This COVID thing and this bad economy in the past couple of years was really hard on people, but people did survive. And again, let's get Tinubu in there, of course. Let him try to improve the economy. Okay, and I think that would probably be ideal. Once the economy is on its a good trajectory of improvement, then we have enough cash flow in the economy. As we see the increase improvement in the overall economy, then we can move ahead to try to remove the subsidy because it needs to be done. The rational mind and other people perhaps being skeptical or apprehensive about removing it, I don't think it's justifiable, and it's going to affect everybody. One thing I say is going to affect everybody.
It's expanding in my head as the conversation is expanding. The logistics of the bus doesn't work. You look at the logistics, buy bus for everybody here and there, give it to who's going to drive it. When you look at it in reality, in logistics terms, you want to fix a situation right now. It's not that you are planning a 10-year project or something. The logistics doesn't work. Also, the argument that Nigerians are resilient or something, because people are resilient doesn't mean you should give them more suffering and let them take more suffering. So that's not really the point. The $800 million that's given to Nigeria. So that's not really the point, right? The $800 million is more of the amount of projects ahead. Everybody is just currying favor, right? Some of the countries with the biggest prospect in short amount of time is Nigeria at this point. A lot of things need to be built, a lot of things, whatever. Even it's not a by accident. Tinubu is a time 100, one of the leaders, time 100. It's not, even if time 100, Tinubu making time 100 is not even the point. You have to look at the second of leaders. We have like 150, 170 countries, and they're like 10 people, and Tinubu is one of the 10. There's a lot of things that needs to be done. It's more of, I see that $800 million as currying favor with Nigeria. It's not, they're not there. They are not the Father Christmas giving you money. It's more of currying favor with Nigeria and wherever angle it's coming from.
Can I quickly say something? Sorry, as you were saying, about the $800 million you're talking about. You see, what Prince Daddy and Dorothy said, you see, if governments are not strategic about this whole thing, there's no way we can make. If Tinubu gets there, he's going to meet a lot of challenges. Some of them, which I wonder how he's going to navigate them. But what? Because mind you, the 800 million, it's on loan. I don't think it's a grant. It's not like they gave it to us. Like
it's not a loan.
I heard grant. Sorry.
It's a what?
It's not a loan. It's not a loan. It's not a loan. It's not going on our debt profile. Can I just want to be able to.
No. It's a loan. Kulata, are you there? Kulata.
Is it grant?
I think it's a grant. Rational mind. I don't think it's a loan.
We're not paying back.
No, I think so. We just need to account for the spending. I don't think it's a loan.
Because if you okay, fine. Let's say it's not even a loan. We're not paying back. But then you see, this Buhari's administration is known for this huge corruption. The other day we have this woman of this Sadia Farouk saying it disbursed 500 million people. Just imagine the ridiculous during the pandemic. I don't even know anybody. I asked my parents. I asked about my people. Who have you received any money? Got money a lot in your nobody. So where are this money going? So you see what Prince Daddy and Dorothy said. I think that would have been the best way. You see, our local, our foreign exchange earning or whatever, however we earn them, we need that foreign exchange to be trapped within our system. Now, when you are taking like Innocent, now somebody's talking about Innocent. I saw that. Why don't you give it, so let it mass produce those buses and share it to states? Rather than
rational mind. Let me just
I'll let you continue.
Before I
Rather
lose
than give this money to fictitious people that never even gets this money. At the end of the day, it gets into the hands of these pockets of these people who are in charge of this money, which is in the ministry. So you see, for me, I don't think we have a misplaced priority. Our leaders don't know how to go about how to solve this. We know there are challenges in front of them, but there's a way they can minimize these effect of the subsidy on people, on the toll is going to have on people. But sharing out 55,000 naira and giving it to fictitious people that don't really exist, at the end of the day, we don't even know who got that money. Or maybe only out of the 550 million people, maybe only 1 million people will get it. And then they tell us the 50 million people get it. So why don't you deploy this money into mass producing buses? Like what this guy did in your state, like what Dorothy said. You can at least, kind of like reduce the effect to some extent. I think that's the way to go about it. They'll go around it before they were able to solve the main issue.
All right, back to you, Fatai.
Yeah. The point I'm making is we are all just wasting time on the side show. The $800 million is a side show, right? They're not giving you to build your economy. You just I say it in Yoruba. Anyway, I want to leave you because I have other things I wanted to speak about. It's not really the point. That high service, thank you. That one is just high service. It doesn't really matter. What is it going to do? 200 million people. What is $800 million going to do to them? So that's not. That's not. The reason I have also listened very patiently also to everybody, also because I'm trying to even hear the argument. I'm very disheartened, right? When I hear the talk about the subsidy, right? I don't know. I wish one man went to more platforms like NTA so that we can throw up a challenge to all these people to come and explain to us where in any economics book what is going on. One man, I've always said it here. What they are calling subsidy, where in which economics book it's called subsidy. What they are doing, how it is subsidy, I don't know. That is not everybody's concerned. People are going to suffer or whatever. It's because you are thinking we are doing subsidy. When you're thinking we are doing subsidy, yes, but we're not doing subsidy. We are not doing subsidy.
What are we doing then?
We are just giving NNPC money, free money. NNPC should go and find its money.
No. Okay. What they are telling us is that the Nigerian economic space, the average Nigerian household, they cannot handle, they cannot afford fuel at its market rate, at its true original rate. So because they cannot afford it and the country must run, the government then steps in to buffer the difference between what the price of petroleum should be and what the affordability is. So that's the subsidy.
Yeah, but that is really the problem, right? So the government wants to buffer the differences by giving NNPC just calculate some money and give invoice to federal government. They give them money, right? That's not if they really want to subsidize Nigerian. I think I said it before. If they say, when at the pump price, right? Petrol station, how much is it? And you give it to the petrol station, that's when you are doing subsidy. When you give money to NNPC, between NNPC and the consumer, there is 1 million situation in between. How is it subsidy? It is not subsidy. You're just giving NNPC money. NNPC that's supposed to go and find its money as a company to operate. You just give it money. And so it doesn't need to work for anything. It doesn't need to have a reservoir. It doesn't need to have anything, because those things that it needs, right? It needs to generate revenue to be able to have them, to be able to have revenue to store the whatever for the refinery. Your refinery will never work. On this one, I say you have been refined. Even Dangote refinery will never work if they don't remove the subsidy, because it will continually be sabotaged. Because this is free money, big money for free. Let NNPC go and find its own money. If NNPC needs money, let it approach banks and get loan right? How much money it needs to bring. If the federal government wants to subsidize Nigeria, right? They want to subsidize Nigeria. Let them put the petrol stations. Let them put them have a very organized system of knowing paying the petrol station. The difference as they pay to the Nigerians. Not give an NPC money that has 1 million layers in between before it gets to the consumer. Now the NNPC is dictating to these guys, you must sell it at so price. Well, I don't look, one man, there is no way in the world where what is going on, what they are calling a subsidy works. There is nowhere in the world it works. Subsidy everywhere in every market, they are doing subsidy when it is necessary. Actually, when you look at it, there is something they call deadweight loss. Is what subsidy is used to correct. It's not only used to correct. Subsidy is not used to correct. Oh, people can buy. Subsidy is used to correct differences in supply and that supply and demand cannot correct. Right? If there is
I'm sorry. Quickly,
demand and supply cannot correct. It's called deadweight loss. That's what subsidy is used for. Subsidy is not just for what they are talking about. It's a whole lot of to take
the agricultural sector in America is heavily subsidized.
And that was my point I'm about to make. In the billions, of dollars.
Who gets the money? I didn't say there's no subsidy. Excuse me. I didn't say that. What did I say? I said subsidy is done everywhere in every market, right? But what is done in Nigeria with this NNPC, it's not subsidy. There is nowhere in economics book you will have it called subsidy. This has no meaning in economics. And I said, one man, I wish that your platform is as big as
quickly.
It is not subsidy.
You're right about that. Just like there's nothing in economics books about bailouts, but keep in mind that also the United States government spent trillions of dollars to bail out Wall Street companies. Okay,
I understand. Look, we're expanding the argument. This is not
right.
Subsidy,
so there has to be in a capitalist economy, a market system. There has to be a correction. Sometimes, and that's why subsidies or bailouts come in due to the malfeasance of the people in charge. So, but I agree with you. I agree with your point that hey, let's not give it to this corrupt so-called people that the NNPC or all these people. Let's give them money direct. Find a way to give the money directly to the people at the pump. Perhaps the fuel stations should be getting the money and be remitted directly from there, as opposed to going through all this corrupt.
If the petrol stations need subsidy, the petrol gas station needs subsidy. Let them go with their association, whatever, to the federal government and request subsidy from the federal government. We have an NNPC, which, by the way, it's a monopoly. I don't know which economics book where you are subsidizing monopoly. The monopoly set its own price anyway. NNPC is a monopoly.
You're right, man. It's all a racket. It's a racket. It's a racket. You're right.
Why is it? It's not even the racket. Racket goes on in every way, in every market. But the point is that these guys just take Nigerians for a fool for years and years, for decades. They just call something and that's it. This is how these MFLA guys go to destroy. They go to Buhari and say velocity of money, and they okay, I release only 200 naira. Things that have nothing to do with nothing. They don't mean anything. Thank God that we don't go to school. All these don't mean anything.
Yeah, but
if they don't remove what they call subsidy, if they don't remove what they call
the so-called subsidy we practice in Nigeria is just NNPC guaranteeing petrol prices. Whatever opaque mess they do behind the scenes, nobody knows, because nobody can really actually calculate how much is getting subsidized in the real sense, because the numbers they are getting now shows that we have more cars than we have in, is it Indonesia or some large country. The cars on the road doesn't justify what they're subsidizing. So it's a big scam. It's just a way to guarantee petrol prices.
NNPC is not guaranteeing anything. NNPC is not guaranteeing. Excuse me. NNPC is
they're guaranteeing that they're selling it for 100. How much is it again?
No.
Whatever the price is, that's what they're doing.
No. NNPC is not guaranteeing it. What they are doing is that they use the availability of the petrol to deceive people that the price is high. So they just playing around with availability, but they are the one bringing it in. If they don't supply in the market, they tell you the price is this. No. When everything works in its way, we will know the price of the petrol. We don't know
that's in the real sense. We're talking about what is happening right now. What is happening right now is just
is the first price. If they tell you,
it's a scam.
And of course, everybody knows it's a scam. It's a scam. That is not it's not a genius point. Everybody knows it's a scam. Everybody has always Showere has always been crying that it's a scam or it is a scam. That's it. The real big problem is not even a subsidy. This is the big point. It's not a subsidy. They're not subsidizing anything. They're not guaranteeing anything. They're just playing around with availability of petrol of the petrol. If it's not available, if they regulate the availability, then you can feel like this is the price in the everywhere. No, that's not the price. And by the way, Nigeria has a big market, 200 million
but
people.
The pump, if you calculate because we import it, when you calculate what the pump price should be, regardless of the availability, because it takes some amount to ship it in, it takes an amount of how much it's going to cost for a liter, or depending on how much you sell it in Nigeria, whether it's by gallon, by liter.
So how much is it going to cost? What determines price of
the landing cost is more expensive than how much you sell it.
The cost of production is what determines price.
Everything, including the price to ship it, to do whatever, to store it in tanker, to do every single part of that process.
So how much are those?
It will be more. It's way more expensive than whatever we're selling it right now.
How do you know? You don't even know the cost.
Because you know how much the prevailing. You know how much they sell refined products in other countries too. And those ones, they have refineries in their countries. You know how much the prevailing rate. You can do a quick guesstimate of that price.
Like here, wait. It seems like how much is it in Saudi Arabia?
Saudi Arabia is subsidized, but I don't know how much they sell it in Saudi.
It's about $0.8. It's even more than.
Saudi Arabia is heavily subsidized, but let Kulata and Fatai have that conversation.
Because you cannot just say just control. It costs something to buy the crude, to refine the crude, to put it on. To put it on ship, to store it. We're importing it. They refine it wherever we're buying it from. We buy it from refineries. We have contracts in Brazil, sometimes in Malaysia, in different parts of the world, and then they bring it into the country, and that cost is more than how much are they selling it? I'm so ignorant of Nigeria situations. Is it 160? Let's just assume it's $160 per liter they're selling it. The land, how much it takes?
Yeah, they have said they can.
No, don't worry about. Use a random number.
Let's just put some random number out. Let's just put some random number out there. What you get to actually get, since we're not the one even refining it, what you get to get into the country is way, way higher than what we're selling it for. Way higher.
How do you know? But how do you know that?
Because go to any prevailing country where they're also importing the same petrol. Where they're also importing the same petrol, the price is higher.
It's about $1.2. Yeah. In Nigeria, you are buying it for $0.4. If you calculate it, it's around $0.4.
Where do you get petrol anywhere in the world at that price if it's not subsidized?
Wama, can I say something real quick? Can I say something?
Yeah. Come in. I just didn't want the voices
cascading. You need to understand that some of this product are refined here in America. They bring it to America. If you listen to some days ago, when he had this House of Rep member committee on petroleum or whatever, and he came and he was talking about almost $50-something billion, almost like $50 or $90-something billion missing since 2003 to this time. That they never remitted that money into the Nigerian accounts, and a large chunk of it was during Buhari's time. Go and watch that. Let me not say much on that. Go and watch that. This is a member of the House of Committee. I think the chairman on petroleum sector or whatever. Now, he said a huge number of this refined products are brought from the United States. Now, here in America, depending on what state you are, a gallon, I mean, you have to like, in a gallon, we have about 4 gallon makes, 4 liter makes a gallon.
4 point something liters, I mean.
Let's just say 4 liters make a gallon. So if you divide it, depending on the state, some states here they sell it for $5, some states they sell it for $6. Let's just say $6 because that's the average. Now $6, if you divide it by 4, you're getting like 1 point something dollars per liter. Now, 1 point something dollar per liter. If you're changing to naira, which is if you have to use the prevailing what's it called? Let's use CBN rates.
Look, rational. I get it. I get where it's going.
Hold on.
No, I get where it's going now.
Yakisoro. You need to understand where Kulata is coming because he's telling you about the land.
I understand it. I understand it perfectly.
You're arguing with him.
I understand it. No, because I just wanted him to learn. You can't just say this thing is sold $1 here and therefore convert it. What standard of living?
They didn't refine it in Nigeria.
It's an international commodity now. I mean, what are we talking about?
Every product.
You said what?
So every product excuse me. Every product that is sold in Nigeria, do you convert the equivalent and that is how much you buy them in
we're not refining in Nigeria is the big difference.
We import
that sector is dollar denominated. Everybody knows that.
Can I take my time? Can I?
Carry on. Let Fatai get the chance to go on.
We import a lot of things. We import Panadol. It doesn't mean you buy how much they buy Panadol in Nigeria. They just convert it to how much they sell it in dollar in America where it is made, and then they sell it in Nigeria for that same amount of money. That is not the reality of market. Though you don't convert money. That's why the concept called standard of living, right? The standard of living, how much something costs in a space is relative.
But this is a dollar traded commodity.
It doesn't
that
matter.
we buy.
Panadol
It does matter because we buy it in the international market.
Well, it matters because the cost of production in dollars is going to be more expensive when transported to Nigeria. It matters.
Excuse me.
Subsidy comes in. You need to understand.
I told you basic thing. Standard of living. Standard of living is the price of something relative to the space. It doesn't matter
for
where
a good you manufacture in your country. Yes, agreed. But for a good you import from an international market, bought and sold in dollars, it matters.
Okay, I have the best argument. How much is a packet of Marlboro or whatever cigarette in America?
I don't know. I don't have any clue about
it. Doesn't matter because when it gets to Nigeria, there is correction. The space of Nigeria, the market, there is correction.
Hold on.
Let me interject.
No. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Sorry, that may be the wrong example to use because the cost of Marlboro is heavily taxed here, or I suspect in America too. But the actual cost of production for it will still be more expensive if it's exported to Nigeria than if it was sold at cost of production without the taxes on top of it here. Do you see? But the wider point that Kulata is making, I'm not sure that there's any argument to that. It's an internationalized product that is exported, that is imported into the country. So, and then the rate that is being sold is less than the rate of even the cost of processing it, refining it, and then shipping it, because the shipping is a huge part of the cost too, and then it landing.
That is what I'm saying.
No, let Fatai carry on.
That is what I'm making. That's a cheap analysis to say because it's made the price in dollars, whatever. That's why I say standard of living is a concept in economics in which it's a price of something.
But this is a misused concept in this context. You can't say something is cheap. It is misused. When it's not like if we were producing, if we take Dangote now, whereby we get the crude to Nigeria, we refine it in Nigeria, and we sell it in Nigeria, that's a different thing. But this is You buy it from refineries that have refining contracts for many countries, standard products, standard prices.
Excuse.
Sorry, Fatai, that wasn't meant for you.
Even if you refine it in Nigeria, right? The thing that go into your refining, don't you import them? I use everything.
That's just an aspect of the cost. We're not talking about the total thing. I'm refinery in somewhere in Singapore or somewhere in Indonesia. The guys in India are going to buy from me. Nigeria is going to buy from me. Different shipping routes, different storage, different whatever. Then calculate local taxes, and then you now sell it cheaper than the prevailing cost. Now, I'm not even talking about adding profit or whatever. It's cheaper than the cost itself.
I am telling you.
Brother, hold on. Let Fatai have the final word on that. No, we're just looping around in circles. Have the final word on that, please, and then we move on. Yeah.
It's torturing me. That's actually why. If you think about every imported goods like that, you will not be able to buy any imported goods in Nigeria.
This is a specific commodity, international commodity. We're not talking about Damascus and actually okay there.
Petrodollar commodity.
One man, let other people interject too. Let me interject now. I've made that request twice.
All right, let Fatai land this point. It's just we spent too much time on it, but let Fatai land this point.
Look, one man, this is where the argument is going. I don't know whether it's a point to be made or there is no saying it, right? Because some things is produced in dollar doesn't mean when it gets to your market, it's the dollar price that it will be sold to your market. That is a very simplistic way of price dynamics in the market, right? And I say standard of living.
Hold on.
You don't have to accept it. You don't have to accept it. Leave it. I'm telling you. I'm not telling you economics from Google search or
this
whatever.
Is not economics. As of November 11, NNPC said their landing cost is 510 naira per liter. That is NNPC's landing cost, and they're selling it cheaper than that.
Look. Do you know scalability? You don't calculate
scale up or down. That doesn't matter. NNPC says it cost us $500. They said it cost us $500 to land this thing in the country, and they're selling it cheaper than that. It's not rocket science.
And Kulata, and that is that landing cost you just mentioned now. It is at the bank rate, oh. It's not at the.
It's not even at the
bank rate, oh.
And we're dancing around saying fanciful stuff.
If you are thinking, if you are thinking land rate, cost rate, this rate, that rate, if that's the way you measure things, you will not even be able to buy a computer, right? Because if you think about the cost of producing but when you produce scalability, it's called scalability. When the mass production of things, right? So the price comes to 0.1 cent per 0.1 cent per production. That's why you can sell it at the end of the day 1 naira. But if you're thinking about the landing cost, that means one computer should actually cost $10,000. Because if you think about it in that manner, the way you are thinking about it,
let me pause. Okay, I'll just keep quiet from now.
Okay, one man, can I step in?
The way you're thinking about it, the petrol will actually cost maybe 10,000 naira per liter. If you are thinking about it like that, the petrol actually should maybe cost 10,000 because when you factor it in like that, there's no the petrol itself. It will cost 10,000 is an exaggeration, but certainly it will cost per liter. It will cost. Just convert it now. If maybe in the US you are buying 1 gallon or 1 liter, I don't know, is it $5 or depending on where $6-10? Okay, convert it to naira now. That's how much you'll be buying it. So you are telling me now that 700 naira times 5 or whatever. Whatever. So we'll be buying 7,000. That's almost like 4,000 now. 3,000, 4,000. Are you telling me that the subsidy? Are you saying that they are subsidizing?
Can you hold on? Too many voices now.
Are you saying that?
Can you hold on? Fatai, let Bishop come in to have an interjection. And then after Bishop Prince comes in to have an interjection, because they've been asking, then Ajanle Koko puts his question to you, and then you wrap up that space after that. We spent too long on it, Bishop.
Thank you. Number one, I really don't understand the direction Fatah argument is going. But let me take it forward. Let's assume, just assuming without considering that this commodity in Nigeria is bought at the market rate, prevailing market international, for crude oil, and it is produced in Nigeria, nothing export. Can we really sell at 160 naira? The answer is no. Or 200 naira? The answer is no. And I will tell you why. Number one, in 1 liter petrol in Nigeria, crude oil in Nigeria has one of the highest cost of production in the world. But we are not putting that one into consideration. We are just saying the international price rate for crude today per barrel is $100, for argument's sake. In that $100, when you break 1 barrel down, you have about 169 liters, 159 liters or thereabout. Waste goes in. Then by the time you break it down, let's assume that you have the highest for petrol, which gives you about 50%, and the other goes for other commodity. We have the diesel, we have the kerosene, we have the HHA household kerosene, we have the jet fuel, we have the LPFO, low poor fuel oil, and the rest are the waste. So are we saying if we are producing it in Nigeria? By the way, one of the reasons why Dangote secured MEPZ, exporting processing zone, for his refinery is that if Nigeria cannot buy, it can always sell to international community, international market. And that was one of the reasons that NNPC now went and insisted on getting 20%, so that at least we will have a taste of it. Back to the line of thought. Are we saying, following Fatah's argument, if we now get 1 barrel at $100 and we go through the cost of production of running a refinery and putting it on the road to transport and to the market, everybody at their markup, we will be able to get for petrol at 150 or 200 or 300 naira. Is that your argument?
All right, hold your thought.
I get the
Prince,
question.
Prince, Prince, come in.
Okay, yeah. So I think Kolata's line of thought, I'm kind of going with that. But to Bishop's point, right now to make the final product in Nigeria is not economically viable. Okay, because we don't have the infrastructure yet, and we don't have the scalability of it. So our competitive advantage in the marketplace will be much higher. So to answer your question, right now we don't have it. So the laziness of using subsidies over these years has disallowed us to be able to build our infrastructure to be able to compete globally. Okay, but to the point of buying something in one market and selling it cheaper in another market doesn't make sense, especially if that commodity has a fixed cost, meaning that that commodity in the US, in China or Nigeria will be the same thing. Certain products, yes, but it's not for all products. You can't expect a private seller buying a computer from the US and taking it to Nigeria and selling it for less. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, so
Can I interject?
Hold on, Zita.
1 second. So to the point of
So what's your question? Because a lot of questions what's your question?
Well, it's not much. Well, I'm just trying to. It's just a refutation to a lot of things that you said about
all right,
the price.
All right, get it. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So Prince concurs broadly with Kulata. So Ajanle Koko, put a position to Fatai, and then Fatai.
Can I interject a little,
hold on, please, Zeta. Ajanle Koko, put a position to Fatai.
So Fatai, are you disagreeing that the price of crude oil is international price? Is that
crude oil refined? Crude oil refined.
Crude oil. I mean, the price of crude oil, we determine the cost of, the price of the refined product.
Right. Yeah, it will play a part. It will play a part. It's not the only
So
determinant,
what
but
I'm
it will play a
saying
part.
is that no, what I'm saying, are you disagreeing with Kulata that the price of crude oil is an international price?
I'm not talking
And
about
it's a,
price of crude oil.
yeah,
I'm talking about
crude.
the price finally that gets to the market.
Okay.
But I'm disagreeing with his line of I disagree with his line of argument, right? But my argument is not about the price of crude oil.
I never said it's
Whether
just
it's
the price of
international.
crude oil. Price of crude oil is the main cost. Refined petrol is basically controlled by price of crude oil, the refining cost, the profits that they put into it, the distribution and the marketing cost, and then any local taxes. That determines how much you buy gas, prevailing gas. And the big chunk of it is the crude oil price. And when you think about Nigerian one, because we're importing it, the cost it takes us to get us to land it in Nigeria is way more expensive than how much we're selling it to the market. It's very simple.
No. Okay. By the way, let me ask you one: how much per liter in the US of the final product?
The taxes in the US is different now, but let me see how much. I can't remember how much I bought gas. I have to go check. I have to.
$5
I
is
don't know.
not.
It's around
You know why you can't
per
remember
gallon.
you know why you can't remember how much you bought gas
Why?
Kulata? Because your chauffeur does that for you. That is your chauffeur
No,
does
you just go and buy gas. You don't think about it. You just fill your tank and move away.
your driver does the buying of the look at that.
Kulata is around 360 in Atlanta now.
Yeah.
Me, I don't know.
Is that per liter? Is that per liter?
No, per gallon.
All right, let's
liter.
not go into American prices. Just address all of the positions that have been put to you, and then we
Madam
move on.
Zita, do you want to ask a question also?
Zita, come in.
I'm really surprised you guys are attacking Fatai. What Fatai is trying to explain to you guys is what is called economies of scale.
Thank you, madam.
If you talk about the production of crude oil, from the finding of crude oil to producing it, exploring it, refining it, you are going to sell it for ₦1 million per liter.
Per liter. Thank you, madam.
You're misusing the economic of scale here.
Hold on,
You're misusing it.
Hold on, everybody. Let's hear from Zita. Zita, carry on.
What he's trying to explain to you guys is what is called economics of scale. What does that mean? It simply means that when the cost is being spread across because of the large demand of the goods, the producers or the companies lower the price. So you don't really expect, in some little commodities, it's called kind of turnover. But in this international good you people are talking about is called economics of scale. The cost of production and manufacturing or whatever is spread because of the large demand of it is coming, is rolling. Because for us who have been in that field, you can't just equate the cost of producing that product. It's too expensive to produce. So if you are saying that they produce it, the cost of landing is $5 million, and how can they sell it for $20? It doesn't work that way with crude. In crude, they use economics of scale. Thank you.
Zita, let me address you. Let me quickly address Zita. I'm glad I've been exposed to this industry when people were still allowed to bring it into the country. You go to a refinery with your LC or whatever, and you order petrol, whatever liter you're going to buy. They give you that price. You now factor your shipping cost. FOB or whatever, the storage cost or and everything, and that will calculate how much it lands. Each refinery, from one refinery to the other, the cost of crude is uniform. Whether you produce crude or whatever, the prevailing cost is the prevailing cost. The cost of refining and how much profit each refinery charges is different from one country or the other. And if there's any sort of taxes or whatever involved. But the prices are the prices, however you scale it up or down. The biggest driver. Let me finish.
No,
Let me
you are not
finish.
killing.
Let me finish. Let me finish. The biggest driver of that cost is the crude. That's the biggest driver.
Actually, you are wrong.
It is the crude that's the biggest driver of the cost in refined petrol.
How can it be
And then the other
Excuse
costs
me.
are the refining cost and the transportation and all that other costs. And when you think
Brother,
of all
all your
that,
analysis
whether
is
you scale it
way
up or
off.
down, the cost it takes
Oh
to
my
land in Nigeria is still higher than how much we sell it.
Can I
all right. Okay. Come in, Zita, and then after you Fatai round off that space, we must move away from that space.
let me
but come in,
just
Zita.
answer this thing. Kulata. Now, economies of scale can be both internal and external. You are talking about the both now. The internal economies of scale is caused by factors within.
Hold on. Yeah.
A single company. Why the external is the entire industry. So when you are talking about crude, it has to do the entire industry and the internal factor. So you cannot detach this one and say, because the crude is costing this, you bring it to Nigeria, a land like this, it costs like this, it's supposed to cost like this. No.
It's not supposed to cost like they are the contracts that I'm actually even talking about. The contracts that you buy from the refinery. I'm not even talking about crude is this, crude is that. Depending on whatever brand of crude you're even buying.
The same thing you are saying. I'm telling you why it
Madam
cannot
Zita.
cost like that is because
Madam
of the
Zita.
economics of scale.
Madam Zita,
People buy. I mean, it's not like the people that ship this stuff into Nigeria or used to ship it, they're strangers. They have costs that they use to ship this thing. And how much it takes to, the bottom line is, the cost it takes to land in Nigeria is more expensive than the 160 naira pump price that NNPC calls.
That is the internal.
You wouldn't know.
I know.
You wouldn't know.
I know. It's also public information.
Public information. Oh my goodness.
One voice.
Even NNPC is transparent about that. You can even go check it.
All right. Everybody, hold on. One voice, and that voice now is Fatai. So after Fatai, we just move away from there. I don't think we'll come to any convergence on this topic.
Woman, there's no need to come to any convergence. In 10 years' time, the understanding will come around. Maybe a little bit of a wait. In 10 years, it will come around. Doesn't matter. One man, the crude oil. Okay, let me even bust. One man, the reason I was asking about the US price is like, even just to even bust the bubble. In America, it's about $50.55 per liter, right? 0.55. It's not $1 per liter. It's not $1 per liter. So how much is 55 cents in the US? In Nigeria, in naira, in terms of naira, 300 something naira. What are we talking about?
The taxes on the US price. You don't even get gas prices from one county to the other in the US.
You are not right.
Because of the
taxes.
taxes.
Talking about it. Leave it.
You
Leave
don't
the
know what you're talking about because like there's taxes included into it.
All right, gentlemen.
With the taxes included, one man, with the taxes included,
like, you don't even get gas price from one locality to the other.
Right.
They're not the same in the US. And you're now saying one thing you don't know.
In this
neighborhood, the next neighborhood.
Everybody, all right, hold on, everybody. Let me put you a question, Fatai. So once a lady starts asking you for money, it means she's madly in love with you. So this is a politician, Opeyemi Falegan, telling men. So do you agree with that?
No, I think I don't know. I think I agree with somebody who wrote a comment on there. He said maybe he's smoking something.
All right. I just wanted to force you away from that petrol subsidy.
No. One man. No, it's not really. Look, one man. I like argument for educational purposes, right? I don't like when too much torturing. That really look, it's not more than Wikipedia argument. I don't.
What do you mean Wikipedia argument? There's some fixed issues on how you calculate petrol price, the crude price, the refining cost, the distribution cost, the storage cost, and taxes. In the US here, they sell gases. They sell in my neighborhood. Different zip code is if I drive down the road, the cost has increased or the cost has decreased because there are other factors to it like taxes and all that stuff that you can't say, oh, this is how much. Look at how much they sell gas in California compared to Texas, for example. It may be even double. So you can't
what accounts for the difference
like that?
What accounts for the differences?
A lot of it has to do with tax. A lot of it has to do with taxes and transportation.
Okay,
so some refineries.
But you said the crude price is the main thing. But you are
that's the biggest driver of the cost. Don't you understand the difference? Like if you have 5 factors and one factor is the biggest driving factor internationally, the cost of the crude is the biggest factor.
Somebody else. Look, I have been waiting for like 1 hour for everybody to speak. Can you just let me speak? Look, within America itself, you go from one state to another, the price can be doubled. And you are telling me the only single factor is the crude.
Taxes, the distribution, there are also other things.
It's not about the crude then.
But when it comes to Nigeria, we're talking about importation from different refineries, and those different refineries will have different prices. But the cost of crude is the biggest driver.
Scale of preference.
Whatever the scale is, the cost of the crude, depending on whatever it is, and the cost you are buying from the refinery, it's pretty much roughly around the same thing. And the landing cost, you can average landing cost out. The main point is still the main point. The cost it lands in Nigeria is more expensive than what NNPC sells it for.
Can I ask a question?
Any price less than that will be called dumping.
Fatai, can I say something? You are not factoring the value of our currency against the dollar. You know that is another problem, and that's another disadvantage on.
Yeah, Babajan Koko. I am giving back everybody's argument. You are telling me dollar, and I say okay. You want to convert the price to the price international market, and I say the landing cost eventually in the US is 55 cents. Right, 55 cents per liter. So okay, you want to do your dollar conversion, do that dollar conversion. It will mean that in Nigeria it's nothing more than 300 naira or thereabout, or even less or thereabout. So there goes your subsidy.
55 cents from?
There goes your subsidy.
The 55 cents you are talking about. I mean,
where did you get it from?
Which county?
Where?
Which state in America?
In my own state, they are selling gas $3 plus $3.50.
No, is that landing? Is that landing cost? Is that landing cost?
Is that gallon or liter?
Per gallon.
How many liters in 1 gallon? How many liters in 1 gallon?
3.75.
Let's just say 4. Yeah.
Let's say 4.
Okay, times 6. Thereabout is your money.
Do the calculation now. It's more than what you are telling us. More than that.
It's almost $1.
Almost $1.
Okay. Some variation, maybe 56 cents. I'm looking at it. Wait.
Oh my God.
Wait, excuse me. What I tell you, it's right here. The website. Oh my goodness. The website is right in front of me. That's why I'm taking it out of a statistics. Is
your point that NNPC is selling more than how much they're bringing it in? Is that your point?
Let me speak.
No, because the bottom line is we're talking about subsidy.
Let me speak. You have been speaking.
And you are moving into different things. Is NNPC selling it more expensive than they're bringing it in?
Can you let me?
Is that your point?
Been speaking. Can you let me speak?
Your point.
Speaking.
No, just answer that question.
All right, let's hear from Fatai to you. But before you go, Fatai, you have to understand that Fatai is talking about the landing cost, but what you are talking about, Tajanle Koko, and maybe is the pump price. So in between the landing cost and the pump price, of course, a series of added on monies, taxes.
But one man, we need to find out if NMPC is selling above or below the landing cost. That's the point of this conversation.
That is a meaningless question. Don't worry about it.
How does the landing cost matter to us? Is it not the pump price that we should be discussing about? The landing cost doesn't have any effect on the people. It's the pump price that affect the people and economic activity.
All right. Hold on, Fatai. No, you will land it. But I'm just going to say that, gentlemen and lady, let's give Fatai just the window to flesh out his position. Then maybe when it lands, we may understand or still disagree. But Fatai, the floor now yours. Just bring it home.
Thank you, Oma.
Yeah.
Thank you, Oma. The reason I'm making the Babajani Koko to I get what you're saying, Babajani Koko. The reason I'm saying that is the point that is being made that the crude price, some international regulated crude price is the whatever. And I'm telling you, that is not the biggest factor that determines the pump price at the end of the day. That determines what price people are paying. So if you are just saying, oh, the international market, the crude, that's why I was asking Bareko, are you saying crude? I'm trying to differentiate between crude and the final product. So if you are saying some internationally determined crude price is what we are factoring with, is going to eventually be what's going to lead to the price we are going to sell in Nigeria. It's more than that. It's not the biggest factor there. That's the point I'm making. That's why I'm giving you that price, the landing price, Babajali Koko. Right? If you go in your domestic stuff, that's why in the US, from state to state is different. If you put 50% tax in California, but in Texas they put 20% tax on whatever, or there is VAT in somewhere, there's no VAT in somewhere, and those things then add on to make they make the difference. That's up to your local, whatever you're doing in Nigeria. Look, it's not going to affect only petrol. It's going to affect a bunch of product also. Right? And the reason I'm making the argument is just to show that there goes your subsidy. Because even the price, even by the time everything goes, even in this international that you're talking about, the price in the end, when you actually vary it to the naira, it's not really that much different. It's not scary. It's not that it doesn't mean that there is supposed to be 1,000 per liter in Nigeria. No. At the end of the day, in reality, will not by itself, the actual price will not be more than 300 naira. Before stupid add-ons come to it. And that's what I'm making. That's the point I'm making. Madam Zita, the other day I was here, when I say, Madam Zita, thank you for your brain, I'm not joking. I wasn't joking. It's not complicated. And my larger point, everybody, you can have your subsidy, be having your subsidy and be continuing with your subsidy. Right? By the time the country crashes, right? Maybe the new generations that will grow, that will now come when we are all gone, we are all crashed out of it. Maybe they will start on a clean slate and the country will be better. But I am telling you one man, what is going on in Nigeria has no economic explanation as a subsidy. It's only in Nigeria they call it subsidy. You don't give a bunch of our money to some monopoly. It's also a monopoly, by the way. Some monopoly that's supposed to go and borrow its own money from banks to buy its own whatever, his own refined whatever. If NNPC doesn't want to refine, doesn't want to have a refinery, if he wants to go and be buying from international, okay, go and get your money from the banks, use it, buy it, then sell it according to the cost of production of your product. You can't be taking our money. It has nothing to do with taking care of the people. What is going on in Nigeria has zero to do with people can't afford it. No, that's not zero to do with people can't afford the price. It's zero to do with it. And it has to go. I don't even have lost all the argument. Where is all the argument? At 1 hour, I can't even which question somebody and the point and the point also I wanted to make. Some people say if the final price, the pump price in some country is $3, $5. So are you telling me, and when you convert that to Naira, you are talking approximately around 3,000 Naira. Are you telling me that Nigeria is paying subsidy? The subsidy, what they are paying in subsidy to end up at 100 Naira is like 2,900 Naira. So the government, are you making the argument, seriously making the argument that the government is paying for each liter we buy, the government is paying out like 3,000 Naira so that we can buy it at 100 Naira? Because the amount you are talking about, if that's as it's going to be, it's going to end up like 3,000 Naira. So which means you are saying that government is paying from that money, government is subtracting 2,000 something or 3,000 something so that we can buy it at 100 Naira per liter. Of course, that doesn't make any sense. The whole thing why do they want to wreck your country so that you don't know what is going on? Of course, they want to wreck your country. The whole thing is the sickness that is going on is one man. I am so sick. I don't know. I don't even know. I like to make argument for the point of leading somewhere. But for the point of it just scatters my skin. I don't even know where. But my point is the subsidy. If Tinubu does not remove that subsidy, that is administration will crash. If he doesn't remove the subsidy and doesn't fix the CBN, they don't reform the CBN. There's nothing. It doesn't matter why. He's not better. He's not going to be better than Buhari. You think Buhari is bad? Tinubu will be worse.
All right, brilliant. You see, the science was so high, you lost people of my level of IQ, but I'm sure you all made sense. I'm sure you all did. So you all made sense, but so Fatai, I was quietly going about my business earlier on today, and then my phone kept pinging, and my phone kept pinging, and they were telling me I was getting a lot of abuse on Rudolph's channel. I've even stopped going there. I don't know why I'm still getting abuse from there. Fatai.
Yeah, I saw it too. I said one man don't enter one chance today. Madam Madam.
I stopped going there over the last. I just abandoned the space, but then they're still coloring me bad. Anyway.
Yeah, and one man, it's not even the point they were making is even what surprised me, because they were making the point like you were attacking Rudolph. I think the way when you were talking about Rudolph, you say our friend or something. I mean, the way what I remember is that it was. I mean, you spoke you spoke almost emotional attachment with the Rudolph or something like that. Let me put it that way. But I don't understand how it was turned around and they started to rain curses on you. She was raining curses on you, one man.
I don't know. Anyway, I couldn't listen to it. When she started, I tuned out, but I left a super chat there to say, look, I wasn't saying the guy's platform was taken down. I said that particular episode was taken down, which was what happened. But it's just unbelievable. It's like a parallel universe. It's
one man, can I interject?
Yeah.
The episode was not taken down. You made me to go to that place because I don't like watching it. I don't like. Somebody told me about the guy. I don't like going to such space. But
hold on. It was taken down, but he re-uploaded it and then he blurred out the image of the offending image.
Okay. Because it's the images that were blurred.
Yes, he blurred it out.
One man. Can I say something real quick, guys?
Go on.
What trend are we seeing here? Because this is not the only guy that's been attacked. So many other people online, so many other accounts that have been against Tinubu. Where are we? What are we getting into right now?
Because they are lies.
Hold on. Don't say they are lying.
Let me explain to you.
You've not debunked it. Hold on. You've not debunked it. If they debunked it with a superior argument or a superior, with the evidence that no, this guy, one of those things that they said it was true, then that would be a different case. But now
they don't need to debunk it.
Hold on.
They don't need to debunk it.
I can go. Don't get me wrong, one man. I'm not saying I'm going to do that. I can go and report one man to YouTube. Everybody keep reporting people that are speaking against this guy. When I mean speaking against, they are talking about things that they found out to be evidence. Evidence, whatever they provide. And then you people go, some of these Gbadebo Mike people, they just go and repent.
Gbadebo Mike people.
I mean, I mean, are we not gradually getting into a dark age here?
Rational mind.
Rational mind. A dark age here whereby people are being stifled. People are being
rational mind. Rational mind. Each platform has privacy laws. Sometimes you just don't take someone. I don't know if that is photoshopped or whatever, but sometimes you just can't take someone's private information and put it online like that without their permission.
This is a private. Listen.
Twitter cut it off because of that. I don't know why YouTube cut it off.
So hold on.
It's because of that, because when he blurred it out and re-uploaded it, it didn't have a problem.
Then they won't, because I don't. That David Udeyin guy. First of all, if that was real, because I don't know, Guinea has not told us it is real. You just don't take someone's passport and just publish it like that.
We saw Keyamo posted.
Keyamo took permission from Tinubu. That's the difference.
Okay, how would Twitter know?
I know how they know. When Keyamo put up Tinubu's passport photo to show the American visa page, it was immediately taken down by Twitter, and then he appealed for a review, and then they reinstated it. So that would suggest then that he would have told them that, look, I have the permission of this person to put it out. And the person would have said, yeah, I gave him permission to put it out. So it was taken down, the Keyamo tweet, and then reviewed and then reinstated, which would have then suggested that Tinubu indicated that he gave permission.
Okay, well, I think there's no point arguing this point, because I know
rational mind.
The trend I'm just saying is it's gonna hurt every one of us.
Rational mind.
Because like they say, sorry, Zita. They came for the Jews, we did not speak. They came for the Nats. I mean, they came for they would not speak. When it will come by our own turn, we all speak that time, Abby.
They came for the trade unionists.
Okay, and we did not speak, Abby. So you see, everything.
When they came for you, there was no one else left there.
Madam Zita, before you enter, sorry, I made a mistake. Economics of scale. I said scale of preference. My brain was blowing. Economics of scale is what is there. Yeah.
You probably did paracetamol to sleep tonight, Fatai.
Economics of scale is what is there, and it's so fantastic. Madam Zita, so fantastic. The cost advantage is not economics of scale. It's not even about it's not necessarily even about the product. You are talking about even the machinery, the expansion of machinery. There's so many things. I love you too much. I just wanted you to know that I love you too much.
Thank you.
Don't worry. There's a long queue of Zeta fan club, so join the queue.
We are taking them into advanced economies without explaining it well.
Yes, all these dumb people. You are speaking above their brain. All right, brilliant. So Kulata, by the way, 2 masters according to Paul from Rudolph Space. So it's not a dumb. But let me break it up a bit by doing a bit of administrative stuff. Some of the super chats that have been coming in. Alexander Gomez came in to agree with Rational Mind in his opening phase. Solly came in to disagree with Rational Mind in his opening phase. Prince Daddy joins us both on screen and in super sticker to nod in the direction of the platform. And engineer comes in just to remind Janle Koko that he is still around. He says, greetings to you, One Man and Co. You are all doing fantastic and rewarding job. Aja, I will soon spend time with you. Keep the good work, guys. So thank you, engineer, who I suspect may just be coming home from a shift. So thank you, engineer. So keep that space coming. I did say when we were kicking off that we wanted that space to light up, but certainly not lighting up. But one space that does light up, of course, only because the light is switched on when he clocks on. You know where we're going, Ayo and his coffee. So that's Ayo there, clocking in with the coffee. So thank you, Ayo, for that. So keep like I said. So do that. So do that as we A very, very brief commentary on this space, and then I move on from you to Zita. So talk us through then what the army chief, Fatai, said about being under pressure to compromise the 2023 elections. What's your reading of that? Are we going to hear I Brigadier General something or the other of XYZ division? Do you remember those martial music days of Nigeria?
One man. If you see Tinubu, like you know, when every time he's comparing Buhari to Abraham Lincoln, I'm always laughing, right? And he goes to kiss the ring of Babangida. Those are the key figures. You need to. He cannot allow. I mean, like when he goes to Buhari before he got into the primary race, he said, "I want to step into your shoe, but not step on your toes." You have to respect those guys, right? Those are the people that will save Nigeria at this point from slipping into military dictatorship. You know, if they hold sway, the likes of Buhari, Babangida, Abdul Salami, these top guys, they hold sway, we will be fine. We cannot go back to dictatorship. We cannot go back to military. Doesn't matter what money anybody is spending. They're going to destroy our country. They're going to destroy our country. It's enough. We need to take a new turn. The world is waiting for us. The world is not by accident. Tinubu is on the 100 time whatever. The world is waiting for us. Our deep sea port is waiting to start operational. They are concessioning another port. So a whole lot of things. A lot of things is going to happen in the country. We need to get going. We don't need some military intervention. We don't need some stopgap military interim government. How did it work out with Shoneko? We need all of these things. Why? How many of the generation of Nigerians need to be wasted because some guys that can't grow up and make a deal. They can make a deal. All big boys just eat it. If it's foreign influence, where is patriotism? Where is the patriotism? Well, I'm sure it will be foreign. It's not by accident. This guy was telling us. He said, our petroleum, right, is being stolen. Okay, these are bad people. We need to catch them. Okay, but they're not the only people we need to catch, or at least we need to put to shame. What are the people buying them? You know, as much as some people are stealing it, but some people are also buying it. And they will smile to us, maybe even call us their friend. Yeah, but you're buying the oil. It's not just if somebody steals it, I don't have anywhere to sell it to. It's not going. The business will stop. The stealing will stop. People say, "Oh, things going on. We don't need any military. It's enough." Even the military doesn't work well in this modern society. It doesn't work well. What do you want to be doing in military? You're just going to be destroying everything anyway. Leave it. Let us fight. Let obedience. Let them go YouTube and criticize Tinubu. Let it all be civilian. Let us be abusing each other. Through the abuse, we will find our way. The obedient that cannot take it, eventually reality will allow them to take it. We will argue, we will fight, we will do everything, but leave us alone. Let us grow by ourselves. It's enough. All of these. I want to go and eat ifokore. I want to go and eat my ifokore. All this stupidity, all of them are doing. One man. By the way, Rational Man. I know Rational Man is true. Before Rational Man, they get in my school, but now I know Rational Man, my party, my biggest party. Just trolling. There is no ICC that will come and take our bow. All those ones, they are just playing. They're just joking. They're just disgracing. They are making themselves look like a joke. Because Oba and Oro is now right to ICC.
What
come
are you
and take.
What are you scared about? What are you scared
about? There's no scared. There's no scared. I'm just saying, stop making Nigeria like they will be laughing at us. By the time the petition gets to the ICC, they will think it's about they think you are petitioning about Charles Taylor. Oh, what is it?
ICC doesn't work like that. It's not about shots. It's not about
Rational Mind. These are the already MC Olu Omo MC Olu, Omo, who is MC Olu? They will just laugh at you people. They will laugh at you people. They will throw the petition in the garbage now.
You're sounding more ridiculous.
You are petitioning ICC.
You're sounding
You are
more ridiculous.
petitioning ICC to come and take MC Olu, Omo. I don't know what they are doing. One man, thank you.
All right, well done. Well done. Thank you, Fatai. So that's Fatai who has illuminated the conversation with the super brain. Super brain are Fatai, but a brain of equal measure are the majestic Zeta. So Zeta, you're up next. Let me take you then, Zeta, to this space. May 29, Tinubu's health status raising concerns as Oji Kalu gives update. So it's like that movie Groundhog Day, when a day just keeps on repeating and repeating. We cycle down this particular pathway so many times. We know all the shrubs and flowers and greenery. So we're back there again, Tinubu's health. But where do you think the landing port of this narrative is? What do you think the object of the exercise is? Because they start off with, when we say we have not seen him, he's gone missing, and then they've now transmuted to narratives about his health, are concerns that we're headed to Jubril at Sudan again for the incoming administration. But what are you then making then of this now never-ending storyline, Tinubu's health?
Good day, everyone.
Good day, Zeta.
You see, one man, topics like this is topics I try to avoid in my life. But we talk about it anyway. You see, health and age is something that is not in anyone's control. Using it to abuse somebody, cajole somebody, insult and bully somebody, it seems as if you're saying you have control over it. I don't know why people do that, but they do it anyway. I was young. I have been very sick. This voice that you people hear today wasn't my real voice. I want to discuss this by telling you people a little story about myself. While I was in the university, young girl that went to university, I have tonsillitis. When I say some certain things about Obasanjo, some people say, why is she saying that? You know, we come to one man's platform and we say, Obasanjo doesn't want anybody to beat his legacy. Yeah, everyone is right. He has a legacy. Somehow he saved my life too. Because as at the time I had a tonsillitis, Obasanjo passed a bill, you dare not operate it. Because they do operate it in Nigeria and you just die. There's no remedy. The doctors were on strike then. They took me to private hospital. They said they can't. And you know who operated on me? It was Aboki. They introduced us to Aboki. My father said, he can't. My mother said this. You don't take her there, she will die. You take her there, maybe probably she will live. Aboki used a sickle-like knife to operate on my tonsillitis. It was so big, I couldn't open my mouth. Saliva was rolling. He used Kenyan pepper, fresh Kenyan pepper, with all manner of things he put on it to press on it. No anesthetic. No anesthetic. I lost my sense of hearing. I lost my voice. Instantly, I became deaf and dumb. I was dumb for 2 to 3 weeks. For months, I could not hear. I know why I'm saying this. I was very young. My father went mad. My beautiful daughter, my beautiful. Every day they were taking me to their booking. a Hausa man. He keep telling my father, she will be fine. She will be fine. She will be fine. Eventually, I became fine. That wasn't the first health challenges I have had. So when people come and abuse somebody that the person is sick, the person is going to die, and the person is old, I ask a simple question. Is this under your control? No, it is not. But they discuss it anyway. Most people that are saying that about Tinubu, he might outlive them. That's one thing about health. And that's one thing about age. But if they say he's sick, he's dying, they should publish his death obituary now. I am sick and tired of discussing this kind of
They
thing.
probably will. They did that with Buhari, didn't they?
Yeah, sure. We deal with it the way we dealt with Buhari's own. When they did it to Buhari, Buhari never replied them until just a few months ago. He just passed a comment towards that. And I believe if I have an advice to give to Tinubu, as I said before, and I will still say that, you see that space? You just have to ignore them. He should face the problem of the country. Give them electricity, give safety, life and property. Make sure he secure the land. As much as he can, he should get things working. But if he feels that what they are saying and what they are putting out about him is disturbing him, he should set up a team and make sure those ones give them shouting match. They say one, they say two, they put out one, they put out two, and that's it. Because it is funny when people wish somebody dead. For what? By the way, what did he go do wrong that people are running wide? He is a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He has an ambition, and that's what others did. They went into a competition. He won you. Competition is a competition. And that's the crime he committed. And it's not that he won it in a platter of gold. He has been planning. He has been arranging. It was like a chessboard for him for so many years. He has been playing that chessboard till he won. In thick and thin, he won that election. And the whole country is going mad. I don't like him as a person. I didn't want anything of them, but I conditioned my mind that at the end of the day, one of them is going to be the president, unfortunately. And when I did that, I had peace. So I don't really understand this wish of death. It's really, really absurd. Honestly, I don't get it. But it's happening anyway, and we just have to deal with it. Please send me to the next topic, I beg.
All right, brilliant. I'll take you to the next one. Thank you for sharing part of your personal experiences. For my money, you're better off with this raspy, very rich Hollywood voice. People will pay a lot of money for the voice you have. So you're probably, I don't know what your voice sounded like before, but certainly you are better off with this raspy Hollywood voice. So in that raspy Hollywood voice, talk us through this. Nigerian military under pressure to compromise 2023 elections. Information from the top, Defense Chief Irabo. So what do you then make then of this pressure for the military to intervene?
But that has been there since. It's been going on. It's a known fact. Even some countries, their military know about it. They know they're watching. So it's a known fact. But do you know the funny aspect of it? When May 29 come and pass, and there are things like phone calls, discussion, recorded meeting, if they put it out, some people will still come to one-man platform and say it's doctored. It's not those people, it's AI generated. But the only thing I can tell you is that it's been going on. It's a big plan on ground. They are not Western West. It's a big pressure. In fact, when I heard it was even before the election. And after the election, a friend of mine called me and told me. So it's something that's been there. They are working towards it. But one thing I must say is that we should allow our security apparatus to deal with it the way they can. They know how they deal with things like this. So let them deal with it. You know, emotions are running wide. And I wanted to say something to Rational Mind when I said it's not true. And I wanted to tell him, you know, I keep saying technology has gone so wide. If you hear that Dr. Damage's episode was dropped, you can ask YouTube question, they will immediately reply you. I'm talking to Rational Mind now. They will tell you where they drop it. They're not going to make it secret. They will tell you. Reason why give them the episode. All you need is about 5 minutes. They respond to you immediately. If they verify your email address, they're going to respond to you. So I keep telling people that the world is global now. And I told somebody yesterday that it's getting to a point where people will no longer lie. And if you try to block the lie, for blocking it, they will know that you are lying. For blocking the system that will dictate that you're lying shows you want to lie. We are getting to that. So when I come here and say some certain things, I'm not saying it because I want to engage myself in a conversation. I wanted to be a public speaker, if not for my tonsillitis. I wanted in my life to share my experiences with young ones. But for now, I can't talk for 1 hour. I will start having pains in my throat. So I have to stay away from that. I'm a freelance social scientist, and I do that because I'm very mobile. So wherever I go, I collect information. I love information, but I hate to take it out. So one man is something that has been going on, but we should allow our security apparatus to handle it. They know how they handle it. But it will be ridiculous if any of us start asking them, tell us who did that. Who are those? They don't work that way. I married them. They don't want that way. That's not the way they function. It's been on. It's been on. It started by, don't let him. He went in. If we don't let him win, he won. Then let him be sworn. It's a long thing going on. But the question I want to ask Nigerian youths, you people say you want something new, you want something exciting, you want something different. And somebody you feel you hate so much that repels you won an election. And the same big wigs you should assume that are part of him don't want him there. Are you not smelling something nice on the way that will shut them up? You know, I don't think the way other people think. Why are the traditional politicians in Nigeria, I don't want to call names, so Muna no get angry with me. I know they call names, but I just want to make a statement. Why are the traditional politicians in Nigeria don't want him? Have anybody stopped to ask that question? No, you won't ask. Because your emotions are running wide. You are blinded and confused with hatred emotions, sentiments, propaganda, innuendos. So your ear is no longer hearing and your brain is no longer functioning. That's why somebody cannot pause and say, these guys are bad. This guy is coming in. What is his antecedent? Why don't they want him? Woman, take me to the next one, please.
All right, let me take you to this space, Zita.
Can we challenge? I mean, I don't know if you want us.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, well, you just said something now that sounds so too good to be to hear. I mean, you said something about. I mean, you were talking about people not challenge. I mean, people talking ill of Tinubu. I don't know how you reason things, in the sense that this guy is a public figure, and if some people think that it's not morally to them, it doesn't work. I mean, he's not worthy of that that office that he said he wants to assume now. Why do you have issues with that? Because we've seen a lot of question mark around this guy. I mean, like I've always said, no Leande. I mean, what's this whole thing all about you? I mean, the other candidates, they are humans like you too. I mean, we heard of the Pandora Papers of this guy, and even I think we heard about his own. But there's this thing about you that is just so secretive, and I mean, we've seen videos of him with people, questionable characters, people, and then you're here telling us that if we should say to Kufiakpa, like people will say in Igbo, that it can never be our leader. How can this kind of a person that we've seen to be, some people call him, unquote, allegedly a criminal of some sort, how would we want to have that kind of a person heading the government in Nigeria? And you're making it sound like, although I know it's your opinion, this is your opinion, but sometimes people are listening to us, they form their own opinion based on what we say to them, or we analyze to them. So, but then don't you see that as there's something about that you need to also yourself look into, just to, like, because you and I will live in developed countries. If those things that Tinubu exhibited, all those things around him, a lot of people would not have voted for him. It will not.
Can I answer you now?
All the scandals around him.
Can I answer you now?
Go on. You can answer, please.
Okay. You know, sometimes when I want to answer questions like this, I answer first with a story. Then I make references. I leave it like that. Do you know why I answer questions like that? I like to leave what I call key memory with my audience, so that when I finish speaking with you or airing my views and opinions with you, when you go home, I want my words to be ringing in your brain, in your mind. She said this. She said it. And that way, I seem to waken your spirit to go into further investigation. Now, I will answer your question by saying something first. They said some countries are coming together to form a currency to de-dollarize the dollar. And I have young people calling me to ask me my opinion in it. I know what I asked them. There are 4 things you need to arm yourself when you want to discuss that. And they said, what? I said, number 1 is why? How? When? Then what? If you can be able, for each one, you say, why are they doing this? You answer the question, you find the consequences of why they're doing that. Then you say, how are they doing it? You find your answer, you find the consequences of the how. Then you say, when will they do this, achieve this? You find your answer and you find the consequences of when. And you say, what then? If they achieve it, what next? And you find out the consequences of why that's it. Back to your question. You say there is a comma on Tinubu. There is a lot of things, secrecy, drug, blah, blah, blah. You know why you say that? And you think among the 18, there is somebody who is better than him in character and the learning. Do you know why? Because you concentrated on him. Keep your concentration. If you can teach your concentration just a little, you will find out that 18 of them, none of them is supposed to sit there. I'm speaking to you now as a freelance social scientist. So now the question will be, what do I want for my country? What do I want to be achieved for my country? My problem, is it a particular person must achieve it? Or my problem, is it that thing is supposed to be achieved? So now, this moral you are talking about is gone. Because all of them lack that moral. All of them. I make bold to say that. All of them, 18 of them, like that morals. But because when they came out, I look at them, I pull out my dossier, and I found out that in as much as all of them are about, one is going to be the president. And I look at their artisan, their glamour, their personal structure, and their party structure. I said, this guy might get it. I zeroed my mind. For people who refuse to zero their mind, you focus your camera on him and you get so much irritated. But I told you this night, he's your fellow man. Whatever he is, nobody woke him up and say, Tinubu, go and contest for the governor of Lagos State. He shows. He fought for it, he became. The same thing as senator. He got up, he decided, he fought for it, he became. The same thing as the president of Nigeria. That one was war. He warred his way to that position. So he's just a man. Every other man that feels he has done too much or there are his actions and inactions, I always tell the person, go redo it and get it right. So it's because you are focusing your camera on him. I don't think he's the worst candidate among all of them. When it comes to morals, but I leave it at that. One man, next question.
All right, brilliant. Always brilliant by Zita. So Zita, take us to this place. Then I'm taking you to the north, and still within Nigeria though. Kwakwanso making moves to join APC. Buhari's ally reveal. So Kwakwanso now, he has reached the heights of his prospects as an independent politician, but his ambitions are bigger than the heights that is able to reach as an individual. So he is now looking to park his ambition within a bigger space as he seeks to make his way back to APC. So what does this mean? If he makes his way back to APC, how does that play out? Because what Kulata was saying to us was that he will have to go and battle his way through the thick forest that is already at the APC. But what I was suggesting was that because of the cachet, he's already established himself in the field, and he has one of the premier states in Nigeria in his pocket, and he has a familiar with the Talakawas in the north. And so I feel that if he goes into the APC, it will go very quickly to the top of the pyramid of the northern structures within that party. But what does all of this mean, both for Kwakwanso and APC, as he seeks to make his way back to APC?
Oma, you know why we are discussing this? is because after the election, the politicians, they have gone home to sit down. What I mean the real politicians, because not everybody who come out to contest for an election is a real politician. Not everybody who calls himself a politician is a real politician. So let me rephrase my sentence. I said the real politicians have gone home. They don't sleep because that is their career. And when you have a career, you go out, you take an exam. Another exam is coming. You throw your spreadsheet. You begin to look at where did I not do so well? Where did I not do well? That's after the result. So politics is their career. So after the election, you know why we are discussing about Kwankwanzo? Because after the election, I try to push you for us to talk about what happened. We never intensively discussed what happened. Most times, searching information and news in the media for us to discuss might not really sometimes be necessary. It's sometimes we throw up questions on the platform and we deal with it intensively with degree and depth. I believe that way people will listen, because after that election, we expected that we should come to this platform and throw all of them one after the other. Even if it's a day, we discuss intensively.
We did do that, by the way. We did a series of winners and losers and who gained what in the elections. We did that shortly after the elections. But
No. What I mean is, like, when it's not discussing, that's why I use the word with degree and depth. Like, you bring out, what's his name? Because we have a lot of young people listening to us. They are being deceived. What I mean by degree and depth is bringing somebody like Atiku. In this platform, we run his history. Disagree and agree. There is some information somewhere online which people can also access. We bring it in the platform and talk about it. The same thing with Tinubu, the same thing with Obi and Showere and other people we need to talk about. That way we know where they are heading to. There is one fundamental thing we said on this platform. We discussed in depth about structure. People think structure is all about political structure. It's not all about political structure, because if you run on political structure, most times you might not get it. After all, big parties go into elections, they never win. Your personal structure is also important. So this question of a politician running from one place to the other, you run away from PDP, you run into APC, you run again from APC, you run back to PDP, you run away from PDP, you go and form NMPP, you run away from NMPP, you want to run to APC. What does that tell of your kind among your fellow politicians? It is only a naive political actor that believes that he doesn't need politicians to win an election. The joke is on you, you need them. When you win finish, you fit throw away them. You can even sit on them and surprise them when you have won. But to win, you need them. But if you think you cannot win, you don't need them, go and win, let them see. So I think upside down. I will not even want I don't know why he wants to go to APC. He should join forces with other political parties. Let them form a real strong thought force, meaningful, that make a lot of sense.
Do you think the window? I'm sure you do think that the window for that third force is here now, because the space for the third force has been highlighted in this particular electoral cycle. But is it then going to be disenfranchised in other parties to come together to form a third force? Or do you think it should be ideology-led? So this third force, what form, what should be the seed from which it germinates? Should it be ideology or politics?
Okay, let me explain. Maybe we seem to forget the history of the Second Republic, how they came about. Before now, Nigerians are being ruled by elites, intelligent, smart, coordinated, decent, that have shame. But when the military keep throwing them out, jailing them, one queue to the other, in 1999, when they were ready to start the democracy, the elites were no longer interested. They were scared. I remember the ones I know then growing up as a child. I was in the university. I remember what those that are close to me, what they said. Go, they will get you now. They might kill you with Q. So that's how we have these mafias, these gangsters. That's how they came into power. I must say something. I remember one governor in those days, when he speak, he doesn't know English, just as I don't know. When he speak, my father keeps shouting, how did we get here? When he asked, my father will say, how did we get here? So that's how they came in. Now, back to your thought first. The politicians we have in Nigeria now are gangsters, mafias. They have shown them in 2023 what third force will look like. So the next third force is really, really gonna be strong and focused, because they will be ready. One man, I can assure you, they are ready. Anyway, you saw what happened just after 2 weeks of the presidential election. They will be ready. So it's not just a third force to run around. You don't win election by running around, bullying people or telling people they must support you, abusing people, bullying people, innuendos, propaganda. You don't win election by that way. More especially when you want to unseat people who are expert gurus in that area. You have to use what I call reverse psychology. And you must plan it very well. I need a third force. I want new faces. I want the old guards to go. But they have to be strong. I don't really like
it. Doesn't sound to me like you need one. You want one.
Hello?
It doesn't sound to me like you want one. You want to see a third force.
You don't know me.
And I don't know you. I'm going by what I know from.
You don't know me, and I don't know you. Well, and I repeat myself. Let me say something categorically quite clear on this platform. You see, I asked a question, and I said, what do you want for Nigeria? And I told you, I'm a freelance social scientist. I don't believe in what people tell me. I want to know who you are. From your actions, not from your words. You see, I must say this. Now listen, rational mind. Let me say this. You said I don't want one. Let me make it deeper to you. You see, in Nigeria today, if anybody, listen to me carefully, anybody, I am somebody who have by the special grace of God, seen a lot. If anybody that ruled Lagos State, anybody, dead or living, let's assume they go and they zoom the dead ones, line them up and line any other somebody who has ruled anywhere in Nigeria and ask me, Zita, who do you want to handle Nigeria? I will pick a Lagosian. The day you are ready, I will give you my reasons.
No, we are ready now. I was going to ask you just why. That's all. We are ready now. So tell us why.
You see, apart from Lagos State and Abuja, the rest of Nigeria is a monologue society.
You said monologue?
Yes.
Explain, please.
Sorry, not monologue, monogeneous society. Is one tribe with a little minority in them that are insignificant. But I used to tell my friends, here I am, just like America is to the rest of the world, so is Nigeria, so is Lagos to Nigerians. Let me tell you what thing I wanted to say in one man, just for fun. I met somebody in a store here. She was talking on the phone. I found out that he has an African accent. And I turned to her, rarely you see black people here anyway. So I turned to her. I was like, hey, where are you from? She said she's from Africa. I said, where in Africa? She said, Nigeria. I said, oh, I'm from Nigeria. We embraced ourselves. And I asked, we hugged. And he said, which part of Nigeria are you from? Listen to what the girl told me. I never believed somebody would say that to me in my whole lifetime. She said she is from Lagos State. And I looked at her because she wasn't sounding Yoruba. She could see the confusion in my face. So she said, I am originally from Akwa Ibom State, but I'm from Lagos. And I turned to her and said, do they give citizenship or indigenous-ship in Lagos State? We both laughed. Now, somebody who have ruled Lagos State have tested the diversity in Nigeria in all ramifications. If he goes into Aso Rock and he will not be able to talk to Hausa congressman, Yoruba congressman, Igbo congressman, Ibibo congressman, get them to help him to do what he wants to do, then I don't know who will. It's a space, if you manage, you are a step ahead of others in administration. More especially when most of them, when they go there, they try to put other tribes in their administration. They use other tribes. They don't just use the Yorubans. They mix it up. From the military to the civilian administrators. So that's why I say again, everybody listen to me. If you put Lagos State, this is the only reason I will give for now because of time. If you put all the Lagos governors, dead or alive, line them up, put all the state administrators from other states, dead or alive, line them up, and say, Zita, we want to choose who will rule Lagos, who rule Nigeria. What do you want for Nigeria? There's a lot I want from Nigeria. But as it is now, it's people who ruled Lagos that have handled it a little. So have I answered your question? I don't believe it. Listen, I'm talking to rational mind.
I disagree with you.
I'm talking to rational mind. I don't believe in telling me by word of mouth that somebody is fantastic. If you want to talk about moral, I know that in the university, they will give you a certificate and say, in character and in learning, right? But most did not graduate in character. Yeah, if you want to talk about moral, then I ask a question. We all have our past. You want us to open the kitchen sink? Definitely it's not going to smell nice. Even you, rational mind. It's not going to smell nice. I can assure you that. It's not going to smell nice. So,
all right.
one man, continue with your question, please.
Yeah, I think Adelekoko wanted to disagree with you.
I disagree with you, Ms. Zeta, that person from Lagos is more prepared to govern than any other person from other parts of the country. You see, political party, as an organization or association, before you get to the position of leadership like that, and to contest for the position of president, you must have mingled with all Nigerians, must have that knowledge of how people in that country across the length and breadth think and what they want and how you can manage them. So the political party prepare you, the political party structure prepare you for governance. So you can't tell me that because somebody has been governor of Lagos State, because of the diverse nature of Lagos State, that give him more, that equip him more to govern well than any other person from other part of the country. I disagree with you. And I want to give you an instance. In the United States, President Clinton governed a small state in the southern part of the United States, the state of Arkansas. A state that a very poor state. That was the state he governed before he became president. And up to today, it's on record that he's still the best president in the recent history of America. President Clinton, the way he managed United States economy and relationship of United States with other parts of the world. Before Obama came, it was described as the black president of United States because of the good relationship he maintained with the black people and the minority as a whole. So, I don't.
You think he did?
Oh yes. So
okay, no problem.
Hold on now. It's because you have a country. You have a country that doesn't have a functioning institution. If you have a country that have a functioning institution that drive the management of the state, anybody can govern the state. Somebody from what is the smallest state from the country, or somebody that been a local government chairman before, who never been governor, but who is very intelligent, can govern the state. It is not the power of man, but that govern, that drive the governance of the state. But the institution that you have on the ground, the leader just have to come in with his own management. His own manifesto on the direction you want to put the state. But you have the philosophy of governing the state lies with the what do you call it? With the institution. So I totally disagree with you that somebody from Lagos State is more equipped due to the diverse nature to govern better than any other part of Nigeria. Then maybe you want to even tell us now that we should even surrender to Lagos State here to produce our president at all times so that we can have better governance in that country. So let me leave it there.
Okay. Baba Johnny Coco, you know you're my favorite. You won't push me to say things I don't want to say. But what I have to say is that, first of all, let me ask you, has somebody who ruled Lagos before ruled Nigeria?
No.
Okay. So let's leave it at that. If you think in a country like Nigeria that somebody's antecedent and his ability to administer leadership on diverse culture, tribe, and religion in Nigeria is not an advantage, that's fine. But what I'm saying is that I don't want to go into two of us saying you are right or you are wrong. You disagree, you don't disagree. What I have to say is that let's see how it goes. Then we take it from there. God keep us alive. We take it from there. It's not that somebody from Lagos State will rule. I'm not saying that they should be the one producing governor or president. What I said is that if you keep them as of today in Nigeria and say, Zita, who do you think that can go there and manage this? I will say them. That's what I said. As of today. I don't know about tomorrow. Because other states in Nigeria are
Okay, I can get your point now. I can see what you are talking about because you said as of today.
Because other states in Nigeria are picking their template. They're picking their template, so they are growing.
Zita, are you sure it's not Anambra?
Huh?
Are you sure it's not Anambra State?
Which Anambra? That did what?
That has the template. Like a governor from Anambra will be better for Nigeria because of they've done consumption to production.
You see,
in Anambra.
You people like looking for trouble.
No, hold on. What Kulata is saying is, how can we have somebody from Lagos State when if we have somebody from Anambra, then we have something like this to look forward to, something like this.
Jesus! Oh boy, yeah!
Oh my
God.
So that's what Kulata is.
Woman, can I send you a picture of Lagos Island, where this same thing happened in Lagos Island recently? I mean,
a picture or a clip?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, go on, send it in.
A video.
All right.
Where water just took over. Is it Mandilas area? Those areas there.
What are we
talking about? Showing the place does not mean Lagos is even worse. Those Badia area.
You see,
all right, carry on this. But before you come in, Zita, play some actually super chatted to agree with your conversation with Adanle Koko just now. But I think Adanle Koko already considered that point. He says, Baba Aja, you are missing the point. Zita is talking about their administrative capacity, whilst we are talking about their political capacity. So, but I think Adanle Koko realigned his thoughts there. But carry on, Zita.
So some of the states are picking their template. You see, managing human capital, more especially when you manage it in diverse form. That's why America is ticking. They're managing human capital in diverse form. Most economies seems to underrate that area. But one day we talk about it. So when you are companies like Shell, Mobil, you see them growing big. Is the capacity they have to manage human capital in diverse forms. People from different ethnic groups, races, and backgrounds. You are able to get them together, to put their brains together and achieve what you want them to achieve. It takes somebody who is ahead to do that. So anyway, we finished that one. Take me to the next one.
Hold on. Please. I know you have to move. You see, we had an argument here yesterday that Lagos people were saying, some people within Lagos State says, Yoruba's Yoruba's job for Yoruba jobs. Now, if you, Zita, which I want to believe you are one of the Gbadebo might people, or maybe let me not, since you don't like me using that word for you, but you are Tinubu inclined. Now, you recognize that somebody who is able to handle diversity as Lagos should be the president. Why, if you talk about diversity, then he manages diversity. So why can't somebody from the southeast, from the middle belt, from a non-Yoruba generally, not just Igbos, non-Yoruba, why can't they also vie for office in the Lagos state, or even get civil service appointment?
They are supposed to vie for position all over Nigeria.
No, we're talking about Lagos now because that's where we're
talking. No. You heard what I said before. I said most states are picking the template of Lagos. So when they pick that template, you cannot isolate Lagos in that area. No, you cannot.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about Lagos. Lagos is what we're talking about. That's
what I'm saying. When it comes to people who are outside of Lagos, of course, people who are not Lagosians pick job in Lagos. But I want it to spread across Nigeria. That's why I said some states are picking their template, because that brings development. That's the only way. If you have the ability to get human capital of diverse ethnicity, diverse background, you can be able to coordinate them to come together and give you what you want. That's a very good plus for an administrator. So that thing should spread across other states, whereby you want somebody who will man your mechanical department. You are only looking for, is only open for people from Kano. If you can get an Igbo man who is an expert in it, he should go there and take the job. And then work with the Hausans and even the Yorubans in that department to give you what you want. Nigeria should grow to that level. It's not all about Lagos. But for now, I still give it to them. For now. Unless things change tomorrow. Then that space we are talking about, Lagos job for Lagos people. They didn't give me time yesterday to discuss it. Yoruba job for Yoruba people or something. I saw what one man flagged out before I do stuff or something. How I wish he will bring it again. I really want to discuss that intensively because, as I said before, what happened in that election has not been discussed. That particular post would have given me an opportunity to discuss it. I don't even care what people call me. I don't really care. It doesn't bother me. I know who I am. And you cannot shut me up for my opinion. Because I don't shut you up for your own opinion. One man, take me to the next topic, please.
One man, One man don't sleep, huh?
That Tell us it and discuss a little bit about Yoruba job for Yoruba now. But
that Yoruba job for Yoruba thing, Rational Mind is just trying to use it against Tinubu because that is not what obtains in Lagos. You do have a lot of non-indigents that work in the civil service that are even commissioners that are in elected positions. So you're trying to use that to stain Tinubu, and I think that is not fair. You just can't be taking every extreme position.
Is it Tinubu that said it?
Exactly. It's not Tinubu that said it, but he's trying to use it to smear him.
How?
Hold on. I've not mentioned Tinubu.
I know where you're going now.
Hold on now. The parallel I draw with that was that we had a discussion on that yesterday here. Somebody was saying here, and in fact, one man brought it up. I think on the Twitter, where some people were conversing for, Yoruba. I think there were some banners made. I saw that banner somebody was carrying. He said, Yoruba job for Yorubas. If you realize that Yoruba job for Yorubas, and you're talking about Lagos being a diverse state, so why would some people come? That's what I said. I didn't say Tinubu, but if you're saying Tinubu is
you're trying to smear like the APC, Lagos APC, and all that. That's the direction you're going. You don't have to deny that.
This won't work with me. Don't smear me with this Tinubu against Tinubu, hatred for him. I'm only debating Tinubu. If I have to debate Tinubu, I'll debate him. I'll link him if there's any correlation with that. If you're saying that this guy managed diversity, which I'm sure I know he did to some extent, in the when I mean his cabinet, we have Akaboeze, that was
yeah, my pastor was there. Ben Akagboeze. Well, when I used to go to church, Ben Akagboeze was in his church. Government.
No, he was. Ben Akagboeze was commissioner for finance, something like that. He was
budgeting and planning or something like that.
So, and I think there's one other Igbo guy. I don't know. I'm not too sure of that, but one other Igbo guy. So anyway, the point I'm trying to say is that in the civil service, not just in political appointments, in the civil service, if there are other people who are non-Yorubas who are also in the Lagos State Civil Service, why would some people be objecting to that? Like we saw somebody was saying on Twitter yesterday, and some people were rallying against, for it, and somebody came on here, I think it was Bishop, and he was advocating for that, which I'm not saying, don't get me wrong, that people should not control their space, but you should understand
that. Can you give me a second?
No, I'm not done yet, my friend.
No. You just mentioned my name now, and I know you will always respond if people mention your name. Just hold on for me. One, you have just quoted me completely. Just hold on. You will do the same thing. You do that. I mean, your voice, apart from maybe you've even spoken more than one man today. I mean, definitely, everybody that I've spoken, you have interjected. So let me interject. Just hold on. Now, what we said yesterday, what you just quoted now, the reference you made now was completely wrong. Either you had me completely and you chose to ignore when I disowned what that banner, but I went ahead to mention relating experience, my personal experience, and I said if there is a state that has been very, very liberal, even though they've now been turned against them as it's been rubbed on their face, it is Lagos and the Southwest. I made reference to I have hundreds of teachers that became principal, even though they are Igbo in Lagos State. I said the same thing in Ibadan, and I made it clear that I have people that could not even get, after being PTA teachers in some Southeast states for more than 10 years, they could not even get absorbed into the civil service. And I made an example of when Imo State sacked civil servants that were of Abia origin. So if we want to, let us be very fair. If these people are demanding that, look, we've been doing this before, but nobody is even showing that they appreciated the effort of how liberal we are, rather than appreciating that, some people who come on air and come on public space and talk about Lagos belongs to no one, even claiming Lagos belongs to them and Lagos is no man's land. Don't deliberately twist what I said. That is my position. Am I in support of of that poster? Absolutely not. And I disowned it right from the beginning. I set a caveat. And somebody was coming to tell me what somebody came up yesterday, was telling me how is it to pronounce cowards, because I did not go to school. Was telling me how is it wrong, because that is exactly what you have, to the extent that somebody was making reference that every other person is ready for war, they can fight war, but Yorubas cannot fight war. If you cannot process that and look at the broader interpretation, then there is a problem. Thank you.
Sorry, one.
All right, yeah, but don't expand that space. I want to get back to Zeta, but
I'm sorry if I misheard you. I was going by what I think I heard, but since you clarified, I let it go. So my point is that Zeta is, if you're advocating for Tinubu, should people also not be given that privilege, being that you're talking about a diverse space as Lagos? Should people who are non-Yorubas also have a stake in some aspect of it? I'm not talking about the private sector. I mean, in the public. When I mean public, local governments, civil servants, and even state civil servants, they should also have a role to play.
All over Nigeria. Yes.
All right, Zeta. Are you still there, Zeta?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the next space. So this was actually something we were discussing yesterday, Zeta, but it looks as though there's been further developments within that space. So yesterday, the news broke then that it wasn't even a news. It wasn't anything that should really have come into anybody's awareness at all. Alex Otti, of course, being celebrated the governor-elect of Abia State, and then, of course, his inauguration. So he then sends out the invitations to the people that he would like to felicitate with. Amongst them, Gowon Yakubu, who he has invited for prayer sessions. So off the back of this making the news, elements within Abia State, they riled against that because they said the wounds of the 1966 incident was still raw, and that Gowon had not yet issued a formal apology. So they were saying that he either issues a formal apology before he comes, or when he gets to Abia State, he has to issue an apology for his role in the Biafran War. So we discussed that, and it wasn't even something that got any traction in conversation yesterday, but it looks as though IPOB has now latched onto that space to expand it even further. IPOB mounts pressure on OT to cancel Gowon's invitation to inauguration. So what are you then making to this back to the future sort of narrative? That space that is going on now is over a quarter or over half a century now, that war, but it looks as though it's just like yesterday. So what are you then making then this skirmish around Gowon visiting Abia State?
I will take it one after the other, one man. I will take the first one, then I'll take the second one. The first one said, that's PDP. They said he should apologize. Did they say why he needed to apologize? Or just apologize?
No, they said he had to apologize for his role in the Biafran War.
What was his role?
Well, because he was a principal player in the Biafran War, as we all know.
And what was his, the principal player, what part did he play? You see, woman, you see, I like when things like this, when people put out like things like this, I like being detailed and specific about why they are requesting for such a thing. So since they are not detailed and specific, then I don't think. But just as let me take the second one before I say what I want to say. The IPOB, the what tribe?
They're from the southeast.
Okay. Is there any southeasterner in Kanke?
I will tell you if I knew where Kanke was.
Kanke is the hometown of Gowon in Plateau State.
I suspect there will be. They're all over the country.
Fine. And did they ask him to apologize before they went to his hometown? That being said, I will go with what Fatai said about that case. If you send an invitation to Gowon, he said I think it should be, it is something years old now. If you send an invitation to him and he wants to honor it, he should honor it. It depends on him. He doesn't want to honor it. He doesn't want to honor it. He's a bona fide citizen of Nigeria. And as long as he remains in Nigeria, living in Nigeria, nobody should restrict his movement. More so when he's not committing a crime. So it's left for him. If he's invited and he feels he should go and honor the invitation, that's fine. The heavens will not fall. The skies is not going to fall. But if the skies fall, we see. So it's just left for him. I'm not part of anybody bullying anybody. All I want you to do is go wherever you want to go in Nigeria and live peacefully with whosoever you meet there. That's what I advocate for. What I don't like is you go to somebody's land, you are making trouble with them. The person come to your land, he's making trouble with you. That's what I don't like. But freedom of movement is there. In as much as you have the freedom to go to anywhere and live in Nigeria, you still have the freedom to leave that place if you don't like it. There's no law binding your legs to remain there. And if you are invited to any part of Nigeria, they did it to Buhari in 2015. And he insisted he's going to come. Maybe Nigerians has forgotten. They sent him a warning that they cannot guarantee his security if he comes. But when he became president, they guaranteed his security. He went around the whole space. So one man, it depends on the man. If he wants to go, he should go. You are bullying an 88-year-old man. This is ridiculous. Please, take me to the next place, please.
All right. Let me take you. Actually, let me get your response to this clip, and then from there we go on to Bishop. Watch this. Kulata had a different understanding of it, but what is your understanding? Watch this.
How can Peter Obi win any election? Peter Obi is polling 1% in Sokoto, 2% in Katsina, 5% in Kano. That's why the votes are. All states are not equal. The fact that you are doing 70% in Anambra State does not mean somebody doing 10% in Kano is not better than you. The number of votes in Anambra is the size of one local government in Kaduna State. So all states are not equal. If you poll states and you make them equal, yes, Peter Obi will sweep the southeastern states. He will do well in South-South. Where else? He's not polling well in Southwest, other than a drop in the ocean in Lagos. He is polling in the Christian enclaves in the north. He's polling well, but how many are they? Peter Obi cannot win the election. He doesn't have the number of states. He doesn't have 25% in more than, the last time we checked, in more than 16 states. He can't go anywhere. Peter Obi is a Nollywood actor, and that's all he will be.
So that's El Rufai before the election. So you would say all these matters are settled, but a lot of people still agitating. But it's very difficult to understand the basis of all of the agitations going on, because there was a predictability to what transpired on the 25th of February. Everybody had the understanding that the elections will go in the direction that it had gone, because that is what all the figures told us. And what El Rufai was speaking to Zita, he was talking about raw numbers and all the samplings that they have done. It was telling us that it was tracking at about a single-digit percentages in virtually all of the northern spaces. And it then told us that only really Christian enclaves within the north will vote for him, that he will have a presence in Lagos and get his home states and a bit of the south-south. So that was what El Rufai was saying in that clip. But El Rufai was not saying anything genius. Our own Kulata here talked us through that. So there was a predictability to it. Everybody knew that this was what was in play, and that was exactly how it played out. So why then, where are we seeing then this narrative coming from, that propels this real heavy push back against the election, Zita?
One man. I actually, if you did not call me to this one, I would have. That was actually what I wanted to say first, because that was the first interjection I did 5 hours ago. I couldn't believe I'm still there here after 5 hours anyway. That was the first interjection I did, and that was why I had something writing after then. I told somebody I'm going to school the person. I made a statement. I said, what is the... I want to clear that before I go into the main thing. I said, what is the effect of religion and weather in human mobility? The person said, I answered the question. Done. He said the effect of human mobility, religion and weather affects human mobility. And I asked again, I turned the question around. I know why I turned the question around. How do weather and religion affect human mobility? I think I'm bringing it to a layman's question now. Rational Mind made a comment when you threw this video to him to discuss, to air his opinion. He said, where are they getting the numbers? He made mention of the satellite view of Castena, Kano, and then he said that he has lived, he called some states in the north he has lived in, although he said that he has not gone to the interior. That was why I asked that question. Because if you come to here in Tromso, it's like a graveyard. You know why? Because of the weather. It's terrible now. Today we have a hailstorm. People don't come out. And sometimes when I see it, I remember my country, Nigeria, how we used to sit out, play around, walk in the street, stand outside and everything, everywhere crowded. You see them, more especially in the southern part of Nigeria, because of our weather and our religion. If you have lived in the north, the house a southerner in Nigeria built in a bush in the village that he left for rats and cockroaches, a mansion. That mansion, put it somewhere in Kaduna, up to 35 people are living with it, just one family, one man with 7 wives and his children. They don't come out. You will just see a car driving there. You won't even notice that somebody has entered. The car will drive off. So it's wrong for somebody to come out and say, because I'm not seeing anybody in this. But why are people always saying that about North? That there is nobody there? I don't know why they say that.
Have you ever been to the North before?
I lived there. I lived in Jadi by Lafia, and I lived in No Man's Land in Kano. I schooled in APU.
Well, I mean,
listen, let me finish. Ask me a question.
Is that what?
Ahmadu Bello University Demonstration College, Bauchi. So am I making sense to you now?
Those states you're mentioning, they are heavily populated. They are populated. Let me say heavily populated. They are populated.
I don't want to tell you.
Hold on. Kaduna and Kano, they are very heavily populated. If you can say.
So which satellite did you see that you said they don't have numbers?
Which satellite did I see?
Have you gone to Maiduguri before?
I've not been to Borno State.
Have you been to Pontuskum?
I'm gone. Don't. This question you're asking me, I don't. Listen.
Okay, fine.
My point is this.
I'm just trying to clear something that religion and weather can make people stay indoors. That doesn't mean it makes people to hibernate. It makes people to isolate.
You can make case for these people. I understand, but until we eventually someday when we see they will employ technology to capture people's biodata, they will know the true figure of people who really live in that country called Nigeria.
One man, I want to speak briefly on this before I go to. I want to touch on the what is it called? The subsidy. I want just a little. Let me discuss briefly on this.
Yes. Yeah, go on.
You see, what El-Rufai said, Kulata said it severally on this platform, even before El-Rufai said it. So Kulata must have really with them, right?
I'm in APC now.
So it's as simple. That's why I say some people take politics as their career. And when something is your career, you take exam, you go back to the drawing board, you take exam, you go back to the drawing board. Because it is your career. You are not playing around it. These people, when they are campaigning, they are bringing in their data. They are analyzing it. They don't need to tell you what they are doing. We said it here when I told one man on this platform that I made Obi win, that I made win for Obi, win for Atiku, win for Tinubu, and win for Kwankwanzo. I said for Obi to win this election, there will be more than 50% turnout. Kulata laughed. I said, if there is a low turnout, he will not make it. And Rational Mind that was talking this afternoon made mention of that. He was saying he thought he will have the majority vote, the popular vote. The popular vote can only come if the number of people that come out, the same thing I said, the same thing Kulata said, and the same thing Rational Mind is saying, but he thought he's saying it in a different way. If he can get 1 million vote in the 5 southeastern states, that's 5 million. He got 1 million in Lagos, he got 1 million in Nigeria, then that popular vote you are talking about will be there. But if people did not come out to vote, he won't get that popular vote. Even if he wins the state, you can win a state with only 30,000 votes. Yes, you can win with only 5,000 votes. And somebody's win elsewhere or somebody's second position elsewhere can knock it off. That's exactly what happened. We know all these things. And we said, as long as he's doing well, Tinubu will be winning. Because from all ramifications, in as much as anybody wants to look at it, anyhow you want to look at it, the competition is between Tinubu and Atiku. But in this case, Atiku needs some people to take away vote from Tinubu, and Tinubu needs some people to take away vote from Atiku. And that's exactly what happened. So I don't even know why people are calling for heads up. One man, please, take me to the... He didn't say anything different from what everybody knew that was following this space. That's all I can say.
All right. You said you wanted to have a bit of an expansion on the subsidy space.
Yeah, the subsidy. First of all, I heard you people discussing that if Tinubu removes it, heavens, these people, insurgency, blah, blah, blah. Tinubu doesn't need to remove it. What's his name? Buhari should remove it before he leaves. In total. So now when Tinubu comes in, they will be struggling for him to put it back. They will be begging him to put it back. He can use them to arrange 1 or 2 things. That's the smartest way to do it. They should get Buhari now to knock it off. It's no longer Tinubu that knocks it off, it's Buhari. Then back to the subsidy. I don't really have problem with subsidizing things. But the way they did their subsidy, it's not getting down to the masses. It's a funny, I don't know what to call it, abracadabra they're doing there and calling it subsidy. But subsidizing things in Nigeria is like doing the last thing first. if people who are going to be in the next government in Nigeria should please listen to me. Nigerians need to be identified. Nigerians are not identified here. Maybe you guys will understand what I mean. In any way, they should make sure that Nigerians know Nigerians wherever they are. Let me say this on this platform. Where I am, I have opportunity to open a food pantry in Nigeria. It has always been one of the NGOs I want to start. Just open a food pantry where to alleviate some people, more especially this well-packaged food. People should walk in there and pick whatever they want and walk out. I've identified 7 states I want to start with. But these people don't have identity. They can't be identified. I want a situation where somebody will walk into the food pantry with his ID card. The moment you slot it into the machine, we see things that will tell you, sorry, you can't go in. Because you have enough money, you can take care of yourself. And when somebody slots his ID card, we say, oh, go in. So
they have NIM in Nigeria now.
No, you don't, Babajani. What I'm talking about is where Tom, Dick, and Harry. When you talk about MIM, you are trying to put people who have phone numbers and who have bank account. That's not the identity I'm looking for.
Which identity? Who no get phone number? Who no get account? Now people
Most people don't have phone number. Most people don't have bank account.
Now people with the rural area be that.
That is what I am saying, and that is and those are my catchment area. I need them to be identified.
You can do the identification for them if you know the area you are targeting.
No.
Yeah.
Nigerians should be identified. They should
No,
have
I'm
an
talking
identity.
about the NGO you are trying, the food pantry you are saying you are looking up to do. You can have your own identification for them. As long as you can.
It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way.
Is this in Nigeria?
Food pantry looks like it doesn't work that way.
Is it?
You see, I told you people a story here.
Is it in Nigeria?
Hmm?
Are you planning on in Nigeria or abroad?
Yes. No,
Nigeria.
Yes.
Okay.
But they have voters card now.
Do you want to jump on it?
No, I'm not doing any investment in Nigeria anymore. No.
Okay.
No, it's not an investment too.
It's more like an NGO sort of a thing.
Yeah, but Ms. Zita, when they have what do you call voters card, it's a form of identification now. You can use that to do your identification for them, and then you give them whatever you want to give.
Woman, Babajani.
Yes.
Before I said this thing on the platform, I told you people I am a freelance social scientist. Maybe you seem not to understand me. Before I said something, I've done a lot of research in it. That was why I told you people a story here one time, if you can remember. A story of a woman who has 67,200 and something right on his waist and died. All they needed from him is 5,000, from 5,000 naira. She sworn with her life that she doesn't have a penny on her. She wanted it for free. I need Nigerians to be identified. They need to be identified. That way,
you want to give people free food. You are still looking for their identification.
Yes, so that the
what kind
people
of program
that need
is that?
it will get it.
Here in the United States, you don't need ID card to get food
Of
from
course
a
you
food
do.
pantry.
No, you
just
write your
park
name.
in there, get
You
your
write
food,
your name because
and
they're
move away.
civilized. You write your name. You don't
Yeah,
walk
you
into
can.
a food
That's why
pantry
I'm saying you
anywhere
can do
without
it
writing your name.
through their voter identification card. You can use that to program your own identity for them.
Let me tell you
own
something, Babajani Koko.
system,
In the
and then you
United
can use
States,
that for
let me tell you,
to
in the
distribute the
United
food for them.
States, in the United States, they don't care whether you make money or not. All they need you to do is to put down your name and you collect food. Even if you're a very rich man, you want to go and pick food there, you pick. It's a big society. They are rich.
Did you understand what he's saying to you? You don't
I
need
understand what he's saying
food
to me
pantry.
now.
You don't need. You just go and walk in there and just take whatever
That's
food.
what I'm saying, and that we are saying the same
So
thing.
are you asking for the name for some tax purposes or for what purpose?
No. In Nigeria, if you are identified, if they say it's once a week, you come a second time, you won't get it. Because you are identified. The system will identify you. We are not as civilized as the United States.
So you don't want people to round trip?
Norway.
People coming twice or thrice picking up food. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, if you are identified. If the pantry says you have to come there once a week, you will come there once a week.
And that is why I'm suggesting that
now.
if you use their voters card, you can use their voters card to identify them.
Do you know the age for voters card is what age? Age for voters card is what age? Since
from 18
I don't know what I'm saying.
The valid voters card. They have valid voters card now, given to them by the INEC. You can use that. And
one man
do the identification for them.
One man.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that before they talk about subsidy, to subsidize anything in Nigeria, they should first of all identify Nigeria. Obasanjo said it. That's why sometimes.
Sorry, Zita, you still have the floor and you still carry on. But let me ease myself out and hand over to Thomas. But just give me a microsecond to acknowledge the super chatters. Alexander Gomez, Solly from Amsterdam, Prince Daddy, who's doing that increasingly frequently, engineer documenting that is still with us to say hello to Ajanle Koko. Peace came in 3 times. Omo Egelege, whatever this means. Omo Egelege. So you have to explain that at some point. And then Play Summer comes in as well. So thank you to all of those. And Ayo documents himself in the coffee space as he often does. Always does. So thank you to all of those. Keep them coming for Thomas. So Thomas, over to you. Zita has the floor. Ajanle Koko and Bishop yet to talk, and Babati refuses to talk until you get here. So over to you, Thomas. Thomas. All right, brilliant. All right. Yeah, carry on, Zita. Are you connected? You don't, or am I connected? Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear Thomas?
It sounds robotic.
Thomas, you are not connected though.
Thomas needs to log out and log back in.
Log out and log back in as Zita carries on. So Zita, back to you. You were talking about. Yeah, log out and log back in. Boy, at all. All right, back to you, Zita.
There was a time Obasanjo had this issue because hello.
Sorry. I'm going to Thomas. I've removed you. We can't hear you. But carry on, Zita.
So this identification, I'm saying, Obasanjo had that issue. Because I remember in one of his interviews, somebody threw to him, because then I think it's Bulgaria that announced free transportation for his citizens. And they asked him, why can't we do that? Do you know what he said? He said, Nigerians are not identified, and if anybody tries it, you will go into deficit. I never told you people that I want to come to Nigeria and throw food away. Come and take, after all, it's a pantry. That's not what I told you people. I told you people I have people I want to reach. So it's not like somebody having food in his house or having money in his bank and walking up there to take away the food. Other people will suppose. It's not United States, neither is it Norway. So I know what I'm talking about. Yes, Nigerians should subsidize some things to alleviate poverty in their country. But before you do that, you must identify your citizens so that you won't lose so much money. You don't need to put so much money doing it. Because if you don't identify them and know who actually need it, you will just be doing it and money will be going. And that's exactly what happened in the subsidy. So many oil mongos are lobbed into it that are just siphoning the government. You put out 20 barrels of fuel, you say you put out 1 million. Because the country doesn't identify, they don't have their citizens' identity to know the quantity they need in a day. If there is electricity, we won't be talking about subsidy for oil, for fuel, gas, and kerosene. Because electricity will do most of the jobs. So Nigeria need to identify Nigerians. I still maintain that. We do know who is you, what you are taking, when you are taking it, what you used it for, and whatever. But nobody will like it. But Kulata likes it because he likes China and Singapore. And
Like what? Subsidy.
You like China and Singapore, so you will like for people to be followed about. They need to know what they're doing and when they're doing it and how they're doing it.
This is the thing about China and Singapore. Democracy is based on the level of education and exposure of the people. That's why when Egypt tried democracy, they quickly ran away from it, and America supported them. Because if you have a country full of Almajiri or a country full of Yoruba warriors or whatever, it's if they vote, their interest has to be the lowest common factor. So if it was a country full of fundamentalists like Egypt is, they will vote a democracy that supports fundamentalism. Like if Afghanistan takes democracy right now, it's going to be Taliban that they're going to vote for. So in those kind of situations, in like Egypt, you have a military that's like contained that extremist space that could have been their democracy. Because when they adopted democracy, look at who they voted for. It was a scary person. So that's why I said it's not going to be all societies that will work for.
Okay, well, Kulata, let me just throw a jab. Sometimes when you look at the comment section, you see some people throwing rocks at you. Let me reply the person. The person is so dumb. I asked a question earlier today. It was an interjection anyway. Me and the rational mind were talking. And I asked Rational Mind,
Madam Sita, can you hear me? Loud and clear.
I can hear you.
Yes, that's fine. Go on.
All right, brilliant. So over to you, Thomas. Carry on, Zita.
So I asked, what is the impact of religion and weather?
Religion and weather.
To human mobility. The person now wrote that human mobility is affected by religion and weather. People that leave me. Some people refuse to learn, honestly.
Guys, I have to go. Good night, everybody.
How does it affect the mobility? That's actually the question I asked. The person said religion and weather affects human mobility, impacts human mobility. Because I twisted the question. I said, how does it impact that human mobility? That's actually the question anyway. So the person was telling me that I am answering his question. I'm using his question to his message, wherever. Anyway, he isolates them and he happiness them. That's what he does. And when he does that, you might not be able. There are some places in the Arab countries you cannot even take census. That's just the truth.
Yeah.
Rational Mind, don't go, please. I came in because of you.
Okay, now. Una bye bye you. See you now tomorrow.
Rational Mind.
Bye bye.
You now come to fight, Pash.
No. I just want to speak to that Yoruba judge.
Rational Mind, Odisalo.
Yoruba people. What really happened was that there is this one Gen Z lady. Oh, she's part of the NSAS movement and stuff. And if you go to her Twitter page, she's always abusing Tinubu and Sanwo-Olu. And all of a sudden, they found him driving the blue rail line, the new blue rail, and that's why what caused the uproar. That why we that are following you, we Yoruba are following Tinubu supporting you. We've not even gotten this job. Why we give you this kind of sensitive job to this kind of girl? Like, it's very dangerous. It's just security. Like, for security purpose, they shouldn't have given it to her. That's what causes it. It's causes that Yoruba for Yoruba.
But Fash, that doesn't make sense. If I'm criticizing you, that doesn't mean I shouldn't work under your
No,
under your what do you call it?
yeah, you said for security. That you're not supporting the
What
government.
which security threat? The
If you
guy
want to
the
start
lady will
another
contribute.
NSAS tomorrow, this girl might just drive. That's what they're thinking. And you can't stop people from thinking in the way they want to think, either negatively or positively. They have their right. And
Maybe the lady will just drive the train and go and accident or kill people. What do you
it
mean?
might do, it's a sensitive something like train
Ah,
driving.
come on, come on.
No,
That is
that
She
pedantic.
can be a,
That is pedantic.
she can be a sabotage.
I'm not supporting
No,
her.
no, that is pedantic. That is pedantic to
You
me.
can't stop people that are thinking that way, not to think. They should be conscious now. Like, it's a very sensitive something. A train with electrified train. And I can't blame those people that voiced out that we Yoruba that have been supporting you people. You didn't give us this
Fash,
job.
Fash, did you listen? Are you listening to the tone of your voice? You can't even say it out because it doesn't make sense.
To
Okay,
you, you
okay,
say
hold
to
on.
you.
Okay, let's. I think we are dwelling on this for too long. The story is not complete the way it's been presented. The story is completely not complete. Now, for the fear of what do I call it now? Let me reiterate what happened yesterday. The question was thrown at me, and it was based on a publication that came out, a poster that said Yoruba jobs in the Southwest for Southwest people or something like that. And the first by one grandson, Adeyinka grandson. And I responded like this. The first thing I did was to condemn that. And somebody had even came in to say, even that Adeyinka grandson is kind of a personal non grata because he was even jailed in the UK for what do you call it now? For some offense that relates to this.
Inciting.
For racial incitement. Now, but I went ahead
He's
to say,
still
look,
in the prison. It's not yet out.
yeah, whatever it is. And I went ahead to now express that, well, even though I have condemned it, but there are some benefit, there are some, how do I call it now? How do I put it now? And I expect that, number one, the issue of the girl in question, she studied mass communication from Abia State University. Some people came out to say, well, no, and she was very toxic about Lagos State and Tinubu and what do you call it? Sanwo-Olu in some of her posts. Very toxic, very abusive, very, very abusive, causing them that Tinubu will die and rot in hell and this and that, anyhow, that's by that. Now, people now question the basis of her employment. Somebody came up, he had HND, upper credit, in mechanical engineering. He said he did the interview to the last stage. In fact, he was even sure they were going to pick him. And mechanical and transport engineering or something. Now, when you want to employ a train driver, and you ended up employing a mass communicator that is driving train, and people that studied mechanical engineering and transport management were not given. I'm sorry, somebody's. Hello? Hello?
Go
Can anybody
on,
hear
go
me?
on. We can hear you.
Okay. Okay.
Go on.
Okay. So, and that people are now added the fact that, and those are even legal shares. They were not given a chance, and people were raising it. Well, why we are not saying it is in particular because of this guy, but there is value, or what do you call it now? There is merit in what they are saying, because if you go to this other state, you will never get the kind of chance. And I went to real out data that I am privy to. In Lagos State Civil Service, I can assure you there are more than 20 to 30% outsiders, whether it is Igbo, at least the area I know in teaching service. There are Igbos that grew to become principals of secondary school, level 16, 17, and that is director, deputy director, and director level in Lagos State. I used the example of myself. My daughter was looking for admission into University of Port Harcourt. She was denied because they said, that was many years ago, they said Oyo State was not a catchment area for University of Port Harcourt. And I asked why. She passed the JAM, she passed the post-UME, she wanted to read medicine, and she was disallowed. But if University of Port Harcourt is not catchment area for Oyo State and Ogun State and Lagos State, but University of Ibadan, the catchment area is the whole of Nigeria. University of Lagos, the catchment area is the whole of Nigeria. University of Ife, the catchment area is the whole of Nigeria. Then where is the justice in that? And I went ahead to say, I have a friend that is like a colleague to say in Port Harcourt. The wife is a Yoruba person, but he's married to this guy. He could not get into the civil service. Despite the fact, I went ahead to use the example of a woman that was a Rivers woman that was married to a Cross River person who, when there was a vacancy, she was the most senior judge, and there was a vacancy for chief judge of the state. But they said she cannot because she's not from that state. I used that of Bianca Odumeku Ojukwu. Bianca Ono. We all know Sisi Ono was a governor in Imo State. And she married, the daughter married Ojukwu from Anambra State. When she wanted to run for senator in Anambra State, they said no, she should go back to her state. The same thing happened to Akeredolu's wife recently. She wanted to go and contest for Senate. So why are we not condemning those ones? But it is the Lagos State that has given other regions better opportunities than every other place. So while I was not supporting, but there is merit in the topic subject itself, even
Please,
though
can I interject?
Please let me finish, please. I'll be done. I'm actually interjecting. So when we pick on this topic and we are highlighting it, let us be factual. Let us use the real thing that was discussed. I raised that issue. Somebody came up and it was almost turning very rowdy. But most people that have referenced it did not reference it from where it originated from. And that's my grouse on this. You may go ahead, Zeta.
Please, this is
It's
Rosie.
Rosie,
Yeah.
Sorry,
Rosie. How are you?
Rosie.
I'm
How are
good.
you?
Hello, everyone.
We're fine. Happy Sunday to you guys. We're already in
Yeah.
Sunday. I don't know which date you guys have. Australia is always ahead everybody.
It's still Saturday here.
It's Saturday there. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
it's
it.
Saturday night. Yeah. We use the Eastern time.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I have a question to the last person that spoke. Is that a bishop?
Yes.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my question is concerning the train driver. Actually, I have two questions. Okay, for the fact that you work you work with the state, does it mean you cannot criticize the state?
Okay. Can I answer you, or you want to
Then
ask the second question?
this okay, wait. And my second question is, okay, this girl, like, I think actually it's three questions. Okay, you said other people that read what mechanical engineering and transportation, they weren't offered the job. What if the girl had performed better than them at the interview? Because I don't think there's any school in Nigeria that teaches people how to drive a train. Right? It's after you get the job, you go for training, and then you come out, right?
Okay,
So
what's the first
maybe this
question?
girl, so this girl maybe she performed better than this other guy. and they know that this is a skill that they will go for training. And then my third question is this. I mean, this girl was honest. She came up with her real identity. What if she had been anonymous? Nobody would have known who she is. I mean, she can have an account online with an anonymous name and say whatever she wants.
Okay, can I answer your question? See if I remember them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the number one, there's a difference between criticism and being outrightly stupid. Permit me to use that word. There was a girl that got a job into something in
But
America.
excuse me,
Hold on, let me finish. You have asked your
wait.
question.
Let me just
You have
interject. When you
asked your
said
question
outrightly
now.
stupid, when you
Let
say
me
outrightly,
finish.
wait, please, before you continue, I might forget. I'm just trying to be a devil's advocate here now. Okay, if you say she's outrightly stupid, I mean, stupidity is kind of subjective. That's your own opinion. She's entitled to her own opinion. It's a free world. So
No,
whatever is her opinion doesn't make her to be stupid. It's stupid from your point
Mrs.
of view.
Mrs. Dupsy, did you read the tweet?
No,
The
this is
tweet.
Rosie.
This
This
is
is
not
Rosie.
Dupsy. This is
Okay,
Rosie. This is Rosie.
Rosie, did you read the tweets?
I didn't read the tweet, but what I'm just
So
saying
that's
is
why you are
that
talking like this. You better, if you read this, then
Can
you
you just let
understand
me,
what
if you want
Bishop
me
is
to
saying
answer your
better.
question, Rosie, if you want me to answer your question, let me answer them straight. I mean, stop being, be open-minded, be objective.
And of course, that's why I'm asking these questions because to me,
Everybody, hold on.
Just
Bishop,
hold on.
don't be too. You are so. Don't be too. Don't be too pushy, please.
I'm not pushing. What do you mean pushing?
No. Just go on. Just go on. You know, I don't know how to push it. Just go on.
Yeah.
I just said, let's be objective and be open-minded. There is a difference between criticism and being outrightly stupid. Coming out to say Tinubu will die and rot in hell is not criticism.
Hold on, Bishop. Did the lady say that?
We read her tweet here yesterday. Were you not there? Am I making it up?
No. I hold on, please. Oh, please hold. And that's why I said bring the tempo down. I wasn't there yesterday where you guys read it. Yes, I wasn't there.
I am quoting her verbatim eluteratum, as Latin people will say. So that does not sound like criticism to me. And there are many
That's
more.
not criticism.
There are
No, that's
many
not
more.
criticism.
That's number one.
Okay,
So
let me
let's
ask
remove
you,
that.
please, before
Oh
you
my
continue,
goodness.
let me ask this question. For the fact, I'm just trying to be a devil's advocate here now. For the fact that she
You
said
can be
Tinubu will
one.
rot,
Yeah, that's all right.
for the fact that she said Tinubu will rot in hell or whatever, does that mean that's going to happen?
The girl, there was a girl that landed a big job with NASA in America, and she's a Nigerian, and she was on tweet, and the man made a comment on one of her tweets, and she used a word, "Go suck my dick," and that was how she lost that job. Very, very promising job. But apart from recruiting people that are competent, they recruit people that has character. And the man said, well, for your information, I sit on the board that supervises NASA. And that was how that girl lost that position. There are certain things you should be. Look, let's remove politics and partisanship. If it is right for that, that's just one of the few things she wrote. If you think that is okay, then we don't have any point continuing with this argument. Let me finish. People that feel it is not okay have expressed their view. By the way, they have not sacked her. There was a girl that only celebrated the victory of Tinubu, and because she was working for somebody that owns a big company that is obedient, they sacked her the following Monday. Just because she was dancing, she did not say anything, no, she was just celebrating in a video. They sacked her. So if you feel what the girl said is okay, and if you think that qualifies as criticism,
don't get me wrong. I'm
let
not
me
saying
finish,
what she
please. When I
said
finish,
is okay. Don't get me
Now,
wrong. I'm
they
just
have not
asking
sacked her.
questions.
They have not sacked her. People are only expressing their disgust and disappointment. If you are a civil servant, where you are eating from, even if you want to say something, you can say it as an anonymous as something, but you will not come out foolishly. Even when you want to criticize, you moderate your criticism, that people will defend you. This is not criticism. This is outright abuse. And when I don't know where you are, even in America, it is not allowed. You cannot do that to your employer. You cannot. So let's leave that one. If you think it's criticism and it's okay by you, okay. Secondly, you say How am I not sure that she's better than other people that read mechanical and transport?
I said during the interview, are you sure she didn't perform better than
In the
the other
first,
guys?
okay,
I'm just
where
asking questions. I wasn't there, but I'm just asking
how you even sure that she sat for the interview?
So how did she get the job then?
Good, simple. Same way my thoughts as good as yours. Super influence from somewhere because the people that went for the interview did not even see her. So what are you saying? Now, there is always a basis for somebody to want to drive a train. The something will not be open. They will either ask, either you have mechanical engineering or something that has to do with it. That is the basic requirement. They will not say come and be a train engineer or come and be a pilot, and you say you read history, you want to come and apply to be a pilot. It doesn't work that way. So I don't know what transpired
A
behind. I am
journalist
not
that's
questioning.
driving train.
I am not questioning it. I am not questioning it. But people that went for the interview have displayed their certificate. But I'm not adding value. I'm not validating what they said. I am just saying they have a point. I am not saying don't employ. Look, we have been I lived in the Southeast and Niger Delta for as long as I can remember. And I know many times you want to get a job in some companies, the community are given preference. Sometimes you cannot even get. That's a fact, except you want to be dodgy and be, pretending. Maybe you might be lucky in some private something, but not the major multinationals. I know what it takes if you want to get. So that's the criticism aspect. Then whether she performed better than people that read mechanical engineering, I really want to know what kind of interview they were subjected to. That's what do you call it? And what was the last question, please?
Oh, my last question was she came out, right? She
Yeah.
might have come out in an
Okay.
anonymous, and nobody would have known.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason why she was caught was this. Number one, not really caught. When she made those posts were in the past, people just went and dug out the things she have said. They were able to get her mindset, what she was like. The last one she posted was out of euphoria. Oh, I am a graduate of this, and I'm now this. It's an achievement. She's showing off an achievement. And when she showed off the achievement, the people that originally went for the interview now say, how come they selected you? That even one of them even said they asked him to come back because he was so sure they were going to give him and something led to the other, and they just sent him a mail and the rest. Because he went to interview. He said probably he went with about 29 other persons. I mean, somebody can verify that. So when this issue of all this unnecessary, what do you call it, that we find ourselves in our came out, and people now dug a little bit further to see what her mind is about Lagos State and about people that are ruling Lagos State, which they find very offensive. Now, people now brought in the aspect of, hey, come, this is a Lagos State project. Why is Lagos State giving non-indigens priority over indigens? It is, let me assure you, I know state universities in the South, at least I know about 2 or 3, you are not paying the same fee with indigens. It is not possible. They charge like twice what they charge indigens. So, and when they want to employ in civil service, they don't give you preference. I just mentioned, go and confirm, go and verify.
This one you're talking about indigents, like even here in the US. When, like, if you are from Texas, you're a resident of Texas, of course you're going to know, like, and then you are schooling in Texas, you don't have, you pay, your fees are different. If you're out of state, they charge you for being out of state.
So
You understand? So that's
Lagos, so if Lagos State now makes a demand that, look, when next you want to employ people, give us some consideration, I don't think they're asking for too much.
I'm not saying they're asking for too much.
Can I interject?
So we don't have any argument then.
No,
Rosie,
I'm
how
just
are
saying
you?
that I'm trying to be like a devil's advocate, okay? This girl came out, and then one thing in Nigeria, it's connection. It's connection. Most people that are employed for some jobs, they are not qualified. But if you have a godfather somewhere, maybe she's the girlfriend to one top guy, and the guy will just say, you know what, you got this job. You get what I'm saying? That's what we know. That's what happens in Nigeria most times. People that are, employed for some jobs, they are not qualified for those jobs. But just because maybe they have one sugar daddy somewhere, or they have one big top guy, one godfather, they get the job. So this happens. You get what I'm saying? And then,
Hey, can I interject? Rosie, how
yes,
you
ma'am.
doing?
I'm fine. Good evening, ma'am.
I came because of you to salute you. Long time. Where have you been?
I've always been listening. I've just been listening, but really not contributed. And I've been enjoying everybody talking. Yesterday,
Okay.
there was a lot of back and forth between Bishop and, was it Dave?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's nice to see you and
Nice
hear
to
from
hear
you
your
again.
voice, ma'am.
Yeah. Rosie, this about this girl. Actually, that girl, I have seen her picture. My cousin sent me her picture. She's quite a young girl. And if I'm not saying that she shouldn't have the job. First of all, I don't know the kind of job they are advertising for a train operator. If she read mass communication in the first place, she's not supposed to be anywhere close to that interview. But that is by the way she got the job. Now, let's talk about imbibing good behaviors on our citizens. Number one, let's talk about the moral aspect of it. That girl is supposed to be Tinubu's great-granddaughter or granddaughter. Is it nice that she says things like that about him? That is one. I don't care about criticism. Make your criticism. If there are lies, that's where I have my issues. If Tinubu or Showolu is doing something that is not good, she has the right to criticize them.
Yes, in the right way, though.
In the
Right? In
right
the
way.
right way. Yes.
She should do it civilly. Like,
Mm.
look, this thing, I don't like it, or why should they do it like this? But the problem I have with the criticism in Nigeria is, number one, they are lies. Most times, what
But
they throw
excuse me,
out
ma'am.
is lies.
You know this Gen Z, this Gen Z now, this generation. You know how they are. They are unruly. They are not cultured. They are not mannered. You know, they just think this is their world. They want to say whatever they want and get away with.
No, the
So
time has come for us to start
I
cautioning
don't
them.
know if it's the
I
upbringing.
am not saying they should sack her. I'm not saying
It's
they should take
definitely,
the job
look,
away
one
from her.
thing
But
to
what I'm
me,
saying is that if anybody wants to talk about her, we
yes.
should concentrate on what she said.
Yeah, to me, what she has done, even she's even putting her life at stake because people might come after her. People now know her. I mean, for you to come out in the public and be talking like this, and you're talking to top guys, for goodness sake. You see, some people just jeopardize their life. They just put their life in unnecessary danger because, I mean, she's a nobody. And then she's talking to top people like this. I don't know. It's just like this Gen Z generation. I don't know if it's the upbringing or if it's whatever is going on. I don't know because we weren't raised that way. We weren't raised to be insultive. We weren't raised to be ill mannered. We weren't raised to be disrespectful. But the Gen Z generation now, they don't care about who you are, how old you are. I think that's what's affecting all this.
But let me ask you a question. Even in the US, there are jobs they call indigenous jobs. Even here,
that's
they
true.
have indigenous jobs.
That's true.
Or you people think Lagos State is made in heaven? They shouldn't have indigenous jobs?
Of course, I think they should. I think they should. They should.
Anyway, the only thing I will tell Yoruba is that when civility turns to stupidity, what you see, you get take. Una good night. I no go come again. Rosie, bye bye. I
Good
just
night,
came to
ma'am. Have a
greet you.
wonderful night.
All right, bye.
Yeah. To me, I think this like what is happening now is like Nigeria is kind of dividing more and more. I don't know. It's like there is no unity anymore. You get what I'm saying? It's just so sad. It's like the society is kind of disintegrating completely. I mean, there is so much like I don't know division. Uh, you get like I mean like before it was like people we are kind of more united, but now it's like every it's even states are like I don't know what it's just so sad. That's the way I see it Because with all this thing coming up, Lagos job for only Lagosians and stuff like that, is Nigeria going to be united? Is anybody hearing?
Madam Dipsy.
This
Can you
is
hear me?
Rosie. Dipsy is going to be upset if you because I know I don't speak like Dipsy. Dipsy is more forceful. I don't know if I sound like her tonight though.
Okay, so the question I want to ask, because I don't know the reason
No,
why
you
you
can
are.
nobody can sound like
We cannot hear you, Thomas.
nobody can sound like Rosie. Nobody can sound like
That's what I'm
Rosie.
saying.
Go
I
on,
don't
yeah.
think Dipsy and I sound alike.
I don't know why you came and started defending this lady in the first place. Because if you are trying to
Don't get me
promote.
wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not defending her. I'm just asking questions.
You said you want to play devil advocate, and you are not playing it well.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to
yeah.
be like,
She
okay,
said
coming from this angle.
Rosie said she wants to play the devil's advocate. Yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah.
So she's not defending
Yeah.
her, isn't it?
Because
Yeah.
to me, I think like I work with the states, right? And I know definitely there are certain things I can't talk about. I can't talk about the state if I want to keep my job. I can't do that. Even if where I work, the facility I work, I can't even come out, go online, social media and criticize it if I still want to keep my job. You get what I'm saying? So for what she did, apart from losing her job, she might even be putting her life at stake. Because
Okay,
But Rosie,
I agree with you.
hold on, please. Let me even ask Rosie. Rosie, as the lady's discipline, do you think he has even have any effortry to be in that
to
position?
me, you see,
The mechanical engineers are there, they
okay, let me
couldn't get
ask
the
you a
work.
question.
So
Let me ask you a question. For the fact that you are a train driver, when the train breaks down, are you the one that will fix it?
no, I'm not saying they should fix
That's
it,
what I'm
but you should have
saying.
some
You
knowledge of
look to me, these
hold
people
on.
are
You
going
should
to
have
be
some
trained.
knowledge of mechanical.
They're going to be trained, right? Nobody, I don't think there's a school of learning how to drive train in Nigeria yet. Is there a school for that? So I think it's just a skill
No.
that they will be trained. So for the fact that she read mass communication does not mean she doesn't have she's not going to be able to
It
catch
does.
up.
It does. If you want to learn to be a pilot today, you have some basic skills in physics. If you want to be a sailor, you have some basic skills in physics, mathematics, and what have you, and engineering. If you want to be a train engineer, engine drivers are not just, it's not just, yeah, somebody can be trained, but there are other people that are better qualified. And there is also something they call the basic minimum entry requirement. It happens in everywhere. I have a friend sometimes ago that was interviewing with one of the major what do you call it
But
in
what
here.
I
Hold
don't
on,
understand is that yes,
just hold on. He got to a very in fact, he was almost practically hired. And when he was meeting with the chief executive of one major corporation I would not like to mention, and the only thing they used to disqualify him was that, what did you read? He said he did not read engineering. You read economics. They said no, there was somebody with computer engineering background. He's gone through interview that lasted almost 6 months or 1 year, several layers, with a major. So if you are saying that the basic minimum entry requirement should be disregarded, okay, it has happened in one area today. When it happens in another area tomorrow,
yeah,
we should not make it a topic.
yeah. But what I'm saying is this: usually for jobs, before you apply for a job, there are certain requirements, right? So did she meet those requirements before she was invited for the interview? It's like now there's there's some jobs they need the basic requirement. Did she have it?
You have already
At
answered.
least there should
You
be
already answered that
screening.
question before. You
There
said that
should be
maybe she had some sugar daddy somewhere. So you already answered that question
okay.
before.
That's what I'm saying because this is nothing strange in Nigeria. You will see
Yeah,
somebody that read
Miss Rosie.
yes.
Do you think in the advert they will put mass communication as part of the requirement for this job?
That of course not. Of
Yeah,
course not.
so we don't have maybe you should close this case. There is no argument about this. This girl has done something wrong. And so let us.
can I be permitted to quickly put smart in there? It's me, Midwest people. You see, the truth of the matter is this: Nigeria, there is nothing like professionalism. The government doesn't have a standard for it. Under normal circumstances, if you read mechanical engineering, can you go and drive on road? You have to go to school of driving. If you read any form of engineering, it does not qualify you in any way to go and drive train. Even the most qualified person is mass communication. You need much communication to drive this train. We have to be sincere. So the truth of that is just my own, what I feel I can contribute to it. No engineering course that will make you to qualify to be a car driver.
Midwest people.
That's just the fact.
Midwest people.
In fact,
Yes,
Midwest,
we have
you actually surprised me.
Thank you for your contribution.
Like this.
We have
What
had
are
you.
the
Thank you for your contribution.
of operating an engine? It's not about communication. It's not as if you'll be asking people to go out of the
my
road when
brother.
Don't talk. We are talking about people that will be able to understand this is a problem. You'll be able to manage the sensors, the speed parameters, and all those things. You must have basic knowledge of all these things.
See, my brother.
Don't say no. I don't know why people flip things whenever I shoot them.
Nigeria now is a.
Okay, we are talking about better Nigeria. Don't talk about it. We are talking about the ideal. Don't sweep it. Don't say it because it is bad.
Wait. Okay, let everybody that is here, let us search our heart. We are from advanced country. Tell me any of those countries that doesn't have institution where they train people how to drive anything they want to drive. That's why there are levels of education. Just mention one. So Nigeria is a country that have neglected professionalism. Listen, my brother, for somebody to drive a train in the whole of Europe, you go to the school of driving train. If you pass the exam, you have your license. If you want to drive a ship, you go to school where they sell your schools.
Even here,
if you are passed the various exam,
for you to be a truck
if
driver,
you want to drive a trailer, if you are a university graduate,
you're going to train.
If you want to drive, I am a trailer. I can drive a trailer. I have to go to the school.
You have to have the
having driving license in Europe does not qualify you.
But I think it's because of the situation in Nigeria. You understand, the economy is so bad. Graduates are doing odd jobs. Graduates are doing keke driver. Graduates are working in the bakery. But
what does the graduate study, madam? What do they study? Can theory replace everything?
Wait,
we don't have professionalism in Nigeria. That's our problem.
In Nigeria, don't you know some medical doctors graduate and they don't have jobs?
Can we discuss another thing?
No, I'm asking a question. In Nigeria, don't you know some medical doctors will be out of school and they don't have a job? The country is so bad.
Madam, the country is not so bad, but let's move on. Thomas,
hold on here. How I roll is what people want to talk about. It doesn't matter. We always, one man is the one that normally go to letter. Me, I can deviate anywhere. We can really actually speak on that. In my opinion, I don't think the lady is 100% qualified for the job. If a mechanical engineer can be chosen to drive this, for example, I'm electrical engineer. There are some jobs I will be privy to get because I have the knowledge of electrical or electronics. So the mechanical engineer should be. If you study mechanical engineering, you should have the priority. It's not somebody that studied mass comm. What is mass comm got to do with driving train?
Sorry, Thomas, are you not the one talking? Let us talk from a kind of a global settings, just for example, or advanced setting, or country that want to move forward. Let us try to learn from one another. The truth of the matter is this: here in Europe, you have graduates who are mechanic. They study mechanical engineering and they repair cars and they work as a mechanic.
The main issue
okay,
here.
now
nobody is talking about our qualification. It's about our attitude that we are talking about.
Okay, then that one, let's all just put that one aside. It's good.
The narration somewhere else.
Because,
Thomas.
Yeah.
Hello. Thomas, can I please
keep hello. Who is speaking? Yeah.
But please, can I say something?
Please, can I say something?
Please, can I say something? in Nigeria
Please,
today.
yeah, hold on. Let's Rosie land.
In Nigeria
Rosie land,
today, yeah, because somebody was asking what did they read that they could get a job. The way the situation is in Nigeria, there are many graduates that read good, well qualified. They don't have jobs. Is it everybody that got out of school that got job in Nigeria? You have some engineers
Madam,
that have no job.
Okay, madam, let us also look at the job we are doing here in these advanced countries. Are those jobs not available in Nigeria? Right. It's because we refuse to develop those jobs. And again, there is no skill given to them. Illiterate build our houses, illiterate repair our cars, illiterate farm for us. Then where are the graduates going to work?
Excuse me, please.
Illiterate are the one to build our roads. Illiterate are the one to do everything. Then where will the graduate work?
Good. Rosie, one more thing. You spoke about graduates. When you speak about graduate, let's break it down. There are unemployable graduates in Nigeria, plenty of them today. There are graduates that does not know the difference between the agenda and agenda. And I'm not joking. I'm saying very seriously. There are graduates you will offer jobs today. They will run 440, if you know what they call 440. Away from you because they know they don't have the competence. There's a different thing between say, okay, I don't go school, I can't get certificate. People get certificate through different and various means. Now, when you go to school, it does not just necessarily prepare you to be an employee. Actually, it just prepare you to give you a break in life, either as an employee, an entrepreneur, an employer, or anything. But to now say, because we have an issue this past few weeks with MBS, where they are telling us 44%, 41% unemployment. I challenge every one of us that are here. Pick 10 members of your immediate family and tell us that 4 of them are not working. They might not be doing the work they want to work now. They might not be fully employed. They might be a little bit underemployed. But the important thing is that many people that want to do something actually have something to do. People go to school and somewhere along the line, they learn added skills. I have had more than 3, 4, 5 skills.
If I may ask you a question, if I may ask you this.
I'll land in a minute.
Okay.
If you permit me. I've added some skills. So when I get an opportunity, because I'm prepared with some various different skills, when I met with an opportunity now, I will see one that suits my. So I won't be on the market that I'm complaining day in, day out that I don't have job. I may not get what I really want to do, but I will get something that will at least put food on my table. So this idea that Nigeria is, every economy is facing challenges all over the world. People are making the best of the situation they find themselves in. There are jobs in Nigeria today. I wanted to do. I built houses. When I built my house, my number 1 house in Port Harcourt, it is a Benin Republic guy that, okay, I brought my bricklayer, but the guy that did the plastering for me and the tiling and the rest was a Benin Republic man. His name is Robert. He's still in Port Harcourt today. Okay. I've introduced him to 5, 6, 7%. I just feel the project I'm doing now, the boys that are doing work for me on it. So we are not learning these skills. Is it the problem of the people alone? No, the leadership, but all of us have a role to play in it.
Okay, let me ask you, do you expect a lawyer, somebody that went to school, came out as a lawyer, do you expect a lawyer to come and help you to be building your homes? Or an accountant, somebody that went to school, read accountancy, will come out? Do you expect that to come to start you doing some jobs? There are certain jobs you don't, don't you know in Nigeria there are lawyers that don't have jobs? There are accountants that don't have jobs. There are a lot, because of the economy is bad. It's not everybody that will come, even with good courses. I don't expect you that went to school to read Yoruba to get a job, or to read history, or to read, there are some courses you read that you come out and say, why would you go to school to read that, for goodness sake? Why don't you go and learn carpentry or go and learn plumbing? Or why would you go to school to go read Yoruba?
Okay, let me tell you.
Why would you go to school to go and read history? What do you want to do with that?
Okay, hold on.
So those people, if they are not employed, they need to go get a job. They need to go get a skill. But when you come out as a lawyer, you come out as an accountant, and then you tell me that they have jobs?
Hold on, Rosie. There is a difference between a lawyer, if a graduate is frying akara today and an illiterate is frying akara, both of them are frying akara, but you will see a difference, a class difference. If the one that went to school to read whatever, whether it's accounting or accountancy or law or English or Yoruba, is applying some of the refining skills to his selling akara. We've had people like that. The opportunity in Nigeria is so vast. It's so vast.
So
One of the
wait, let me
problems we
ask you a
have
question. Do
is
you
that we are.
expect somebody that went to school to read law to come and be frying akara and put educated skills to fry akara, or somebody
My
that
daughter,
read that? I mean, I'm just
I have
let's
a
just be
daughter.
factual.
I'm
If
being
you go
factual
to
now.
school,
I'm
would
giving
you
you
come?
real life. I'm giving you real life. I have a daughter that read accountancy. She went to University of Ife. Today she bakes and makes dresses.
That's
She has
because she
gone to
couldn't
study.
get a job, right?
No,
So she had to
that's her passion.
retrain herself.
To be chartered. Listen now. To become chartered. That was why she read accountancy and chartered. She became chartered accountant.
And she couldn't get a job.
I never said she couldn't get a job. I did not say that. She followed her passion.
That way she went into business then.
Good. So there is opportunity for people that went to school.
But
It's
not
not all
everybody
of
have
us.
business skills.
It is not all of us that must be employed. That is the point. It is not all of us because we have gone to school and you are graduated. When we even have unemployable graduates, Obasanjo just said this way back almost 20 years ago that we are complaining. I conducted an interview in Port Harcourt. I conducted 2 interviews. We put adverts out on the papers, and I will tell you that the performance of more than 70% is not just miserable. It was disgusting. And I'm saying this because I was the one that coordinated it. Put out an interview, so people came from far and wide. We were looking for different people, and they came. The certificate was there, but when it was time, we subjected them to, because I coordinated it in Port Harcourt. I did that twice. I did once as one of the upstream sector of the petroleum industry. We used to run a geochemistry lab, and we had applications from, and they were not employable. Underline my words.
Let me
They
say
were
something.
not
You said they were
employable.
not employable, right? In
Yes,
Nigerian universities today,
yes.
there are some students that don't even have textbooks. They keep
Okay.
getting handouts and handouts and handouts. Some
Okay.
of these handouts are obsolete, maybe 20 or 30 years ago that they wrote those things. They are just getting handouts and handouts and handouts. So those ones, when they come out, they graduate, they call. So, I mean, what do you expect from them?
Okay. So, but the same institution that produced those ones produce other ones that go to elsewhere, and they are excelling. They are doing wonderfully well. So it is a matter of choice. The society has given you the little they can. What are you making of it? When they say when they throw you lemon, make lemonade from it. Some people will be crying and be shouting and be complaining and be murmuring and because somebody stoned them with lemon. But other people have seen opportunity in it. So I don't think we should dissipate energy on this. The truth of the matter is that when we rediscover ourselves at the appropriate time, people will wake up. Nigerians go to America with different skills, but when they get there, they adjust themselves. So people learn some new skills.
At the same time, we need to applaud our people in Nigeria. Like you said, there are many of them that went to school, cannot be employed. They find something doing. They are diversified. They are not waiting to be employed. They find things to do. Some of them open a barber shop. Some of them, I mean, they are doing all sorts of odd jobs just to put food on the table. So we need to applaud these people.
Okay, so
because the economy is not helping them, so they have to survive, and they are surviving.
No economy is helping anywhere in the world, though. That's by the way, sir. American economy is strong.
But you cannot
and it's
compare
going to grow to
economies in advanced
1.6%.
countries. You cannot compare it to Nigeria economy, African economy
You
now.
said advanced. So what made them to be advanced was that they started maybe way before we started, and they have some advantage.
Yeah,
Hold
but
on.
when you are saying
They
that
had
it's
some.
everywhere, I know unemployment is everywhere, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
what I'm
Cost
saying
of
is
living,
that you cannot compare the
is everywhere.
situation in
Inflation
Africa.
is everywhere. No, you see, we choose, we pick and choose. We compare when it is convenient for us. I'm being very open-minded here. There are challenges everywhere
Yeah,
in
of
the
course,
world.
we are all being
In Ibadan today, I go out in the street, even in Port Harcourt, I go out in the street and I see people and I pity them. I pity them because of 2 things. Number one, their mindset is sealed, is closed. And because their mindset is closed, and some of them, their mindset is closed because they have this entitlement mentality. Oh, my society. Oh, the government should provide this. I have an experience recently, not too long ago. A young man, somewhere I was developing a property, I went there. A young man had 2 wives and 11 children. And do you know what he was doing? He was riding Okada. How do somebody with 2 wives and 11 children be an Okada rider? You're just producing children because you think it is the government's responsibility to raise your children for you. That is some kind of sense of irresponsibility that some of us have. So until we begin to take responsibility for our actions, if you are productive, this Western world we talk, if everybody in Nigeria that is earning money, I would say people in government service, in government employment in Nigeria, they are not adding up to 50% of the value of what they are being paid. They are not adding half. Because I know some people that don't even go to work for like 2-3 times in a week. They are just civil servants that does that one, whether it's federal or state. They know how they manage themselves. They don't go to work. Can you do that where you live? I don't know where you live in a diaspora. Can you not go to that? Will you not go to work? Some people will sit down. It is what they are selling. When they get to work like this, it is what they are selling. They will bring out. They will sell clothes. They will sell egusi. They will sell kulikuli. They will sell what do you call it? Maybe they will sell shoe. They will
Even
sell.
in schools now, the
They will
teachers,
sell
instead of teaching the
teachers.
students, they
Exactly.
give them.
One of my very close and respected friend told me he's a teacher in Lagos. He was a teacher in Lagos. He said while he was teaching that for a whole session, there was a particular teacher that never entered class for once back in those days. And we have people like that today. They just go when it is time to collect salary. So there is a need for reform. Apart from the government aspect, our own individuals, as nationals, as Nigerians, we
Yeah,
need to
you
do
are very
a serious
correct. You are
ethical
correct.
orientation. We need to look
Yeah,
inward and
you are
search
very
ourselves.
correct.
Bishop,
Because like
yes, please.
Nigeria now,
Yeah,
everybody
can
will
I
say the
please
government is
chip
bad, the
in?
government is bad. But what people are doing to each other.
Auntie Rosie, can I please chip in? I tried to wait for you guys, but I believe if we leave you guys won't end it till in the morning.
Okay, sorry.
You just came now. We've been here for 6 hours, so you just came now.
No, I didn't just come. I didn't just come. I am always on the
Hey,
section.
let's hear from you. Let's hear from you. That's fine. Let's hear from you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
it was a conversation that actually pushed me to come in. It's a nice platform.
Please,
Good evening,
can you
everyone.
introduce yourself? I can't see your name.
Yeah, I'm Play Summer. I said it earlier. Play Summer.
Oh, Prince what?
Play Summer.
Okay.
All right. This conversation I had in mind was from yesterday, and I noticed you guys are talking about it earlier on. I got in a call, and you almost skipped it. That's why I wanted to chip in quickly. It was about the train driver in Lagos, the Sonia lady that has sparked a controversy. And I see people trying to justify, you can work everywhere. Yeah, it's true in Nigeria. Am I clear to everyone? Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you loud
We are
and
hearing
clear.
you.
Go on, please.
Okay. All right. Yeah, people are justifying that we can work everywhere, wherever we want. But that is true. In Nigeria, everybody is free to work wherever you want. But the fact of the matter is, the kind of tweet she's posting out. Okay, before I go even about the tweet she's posting out, I remember vividly how the issue came on. Bishop was talking about something else and made reference of her before Rational Mind blew it up. So what I'm going to say in essence is that it is okay for her to work in Lagos, but the view she holds is dangerous to drive a train in Lagos. It's okay for her to work in Lagos, but the view she held is dangerous for her to drive a train in Lagos.
Hopefully, she doesn't have mental health issues.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. I heard you justify her earlier, true. Yeah, I'll give you an example. In 9/11 in US, you remember 9/11, the Osama bomb blast of the World Trade Building? Do you know that it is easier for an IPOB to convince her to set a bomb in that train than to convince?
Come on.
Hold on. It's an example. Don't say hold on. I'm telling you. I'm giving you. That's why I put you to think about what happened in US. It is easier for an IPOB member to convince her. because you don't know, they can only convince her that, see, take this bag in the train. If you take it,
wait. So let me ask you a question.
No. Let her land. Let him land, please. Let him land.
Do
Please.
IPOD members
Let
go
him
around
land,
blowing up places?
please.
wait.
Let
The
him
reason
land.
why I said it is she's sympathizer of Obi, and she wants everything that will make Obi be president. So assuming an IPOD member comes to her and tell her, take this bag, she doesn't know what is inside. Take this bag smuggle this bag into the train. And the bag will explode like disco lights. And it will scare people. And Obi will become president. She will do it because she wanted Obi to be president. In her view, you see, yesterday when people sent one man some of our old tweets, in fact, rational mind of when Bishop mentioned rational mind dismiss whatever Bishop said. I can even remember what rational mind said. He said, is she crazy? She cannot be. Did he say Tinubu is crazy or what? But when they brought her tweets, rational mind couldn't say a word again. And I have worst tweets of that girl. Worst tweet. That one they gave to one man is one. But she has made several bad tweets of Lagos government. So what I'm saying in essence is that she could be persuaded easily to destroy that train for Obi to win. So that is my own point. It is dangerous for a person that holds that kind of view about Lagos government to be driving a train. It is not that it is not.
But please, Soma, how did she get the job in the first place? He's supposed not to get the job.
No. The tweet. The people who employed her didn't know about her tweets. You know, this is political season. It was the general public that went to dig out. People who will employ you will not go through your old tweets. Do you get what I'm saying? It was Soma or something. She has tweeted a lot of bad tweets about. So what I'm saying in essence is that it is easy for anybody to trigger to do bad things on that train. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's not like to get job in Lagos, anybody, Lagos is Nigeria. Anybody can get job. And I want to ask anybody in the whole world, nobody owes that view on the establishment he or she is working, that they will retain her. There are rules of employment now, harassment, how to relate with even your co-worker, talk less of talking about the establishment that employed you. That is wrong. So don't let us be justifying it about, no, she's Lagos, what is it? No, especially because what she's operating is sensitive, that can waste life of millions of thousands of people at one particular accident. So that is just the point. So please don't let us be managing it. It's my own view, and I have seen around the world, nowhere. In fact, and another argument came on, I think it's Sister Rosie that is saying like, about the train driver, you have work. To drive a train is just a normal train. As long as you are educated, you can drive a train. It is a normal, just like they only train you. It is even easier to train all this light rail. It is easier to train a driver driving a truck. It is harder to train a driver driving a truck than to train a train driver. I have been in the space where they train drivers driving train. It is so easy. It's just for you to understand the compass. When they ask you to drive south, move south. Sorry, not drive, move south. If it's to move north, it's about north and south. There is no west and north. There is no junction. There is no like you are using Google and it tell you at one junction, take the roundabout, and nobody doesn't take left. For train, it's either north or south, west or east. So it is easier to train a train driver than to take a truck or even a car driver. So to drive a train, once you are educated, anybody can drive a train with training, with good training. So don't let's. That is the reason I came in.
Can you hold on for me for a second, please? Can we agree? Somebody asked the question earlier in the day. I think it was one man, and he asked, I can't remember who he asked, let's flip this condition, this situation. This is Lagos State train.
Yeah.
Lagos State. If this were to be Anambra State train, would they have employed one Bukola from Abeokuta to be the train driver? Let's be very objective.
Okay, even I'm not from Southeast. Even I remember
Yeah, I
this
don't
question
know where
was
you are
asked.
from.
Even
It was
this
asked earlier today.
no,
So just
even
answer.
yesterday it was asked to Des, that is from Southeast, from Southeast. He said no, they won't employer.
So let's
And
move on.
I have the same view that they won't employer.
So let's move on. Lagos State has been very magnanimous and very generous, and it is not right for somebody to be abusing. Hold on. It's not right for somebody to be abusing our leader when we reach back. It's not right.
No, Bishop, did you get what I'm saying? Did you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I said
they are very liberal. They employ people from all over Nigeria.
Hold on. We can't talk over each other, please. Yeah. Finish it. Yeah. Please, someone.
Okay.
Who is talking here? Please, someone.
Yeah. Do you understand me, Bishop? I said, okay, it is even good if to employ people in Lagos, anybody from anywhere in Lagos is okay. But to drive a sensitive equipment like train, not a person holding that kind of view, that is very wrong. It is very, very wrong. They are.
Do you think our view is dangerous to the people flying that train?
It is extremely, extremely dangerous. That's why I'm giving you an example. What I said about, okay, now let me give you the one example I gave about 9/11 in US.
Yes, I listened. I've heard that. I was listening when you give the example.
Okay, you see, no, what I'm saying about it is that people who planted bombs in that building will be people affiliated to Al Qaeda.
Please don't mention that thing, that word.
Yeah, that's a very sensitive thing.
They normally trigger you too.
Okay, but you understand what I'm saying? People who orchestrated that disaster were people who are sympathetic to those people who planned it. You get what I'm saying? It's just like this girl who is sympathized with a particular candidate from one region. So it is easy for me to come and tell her, for that person in our town to become the leader of our country, just take this cake. They could pack person like cake, like gift. Just place it in this thing. All the thing spark Happy Christmas. People will vote for, will follow our people. And it is that thing they give her will be something disastrous. She will believe that because her view already tends to support that person. Do you get what I'm saying? So it is very, very dangerous. No, not that kind of person. Even me now, I'm not confident of driving that train if I know they take Tom, Dick, and Harry. It is a security. You don't know train. It's a rail. It is disaster on rail is heavier than on the road. Thank you. That's what I have to say anyway.
Yeah, for me, like you were saying about Lagos State, I think it's all Yoruba states that have been kind of very generous. They are very hospitable. They employ people from all over the country. Because I don't think like in the north, I don't think Northerners will employ you easily like the way all the Yoruba states are employing, people from the east, from the north, from the south, So I mean all the Yoruba states have been very generous.
Yeah, it's due to our liberal attitude. It's not a bad thing. You see, if we respect each other, if we respect each other's view, each other's culture, each other's belief, there's nothing bad in that. But it is when people tends to take your gentility as stupidity. That is where we should begin to caution ourselves that no.
Yeah, and the thing is that I don't think like the way the Yoruba states are giving jobs to everybody. If you go to the east, I don't think you can get jobs easily like that.
So I can even say in the north we can get, but in the east we cannot get. We can, but it's very minimal. It's not as the way we give them free hand. That is a fact. In the east, They are so strict with their own people. Haven't you seen a lot of video in the military airport where a woman found long time? It's an old video that a woman found some millions and delivered to the security in a car park. Those people are Eastern. A lot of stories you see there. Go to airport. Go to everywhere. It's either. Do you know? I don't want to bring us back to old story about the election that happened in Lagos. Go to all the VIs, all the ATOs and local government, all the banks there, all the factories there, all the companies there. They are all a lot of them are Easterners. So for them to defeat APC in that area, it's not surprising to me. Up to today, go to that area from once you are coming down from Ikeja, down from Third Milan Bridge, once you pass the main Lagos Island, the Obalinde, banks there everywhere up to before you enter Ekpe. They are Southeastern. 80% of people working in that area are Southeastern. And that is how liberal we are. And they showed us, but people will come here and say Yoruba are not good. Yoruba are this, Yoruba are that. But I listen a lot because for people like Bishop, I know they defend us a lot. A lot of people defend on it. That's why I stayed in background and listened. I listened almost all the section I listened, but it's just pertaining this lady because I know it's dangerous. That's why I decided to jump in this night.
Sorry. That is why we often say if you want to criticize, criticize constructively.
That's right.
You don't need to abuse. You don't need to curse. You can still criticize people.
That's right.
Without cursing them, without abusing them, without saying they will die tomorrow. No.
Those are evil insults. Those are insults, not criticism.
Those are insults.
Yeah.
Those are insults and abused. So to me, I will not deceive you. I'm a very honest person. If she lost that job, I'll be the most happiest person. She should lose that job.
She doesn't have to be there.
She shouldn't have to be there because it creates some threat for him. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you something before you speak, please.
Okay.
Here, if they are employing you, do you know to the extent they go? They check your Facebook, they check your Instagram, they want to know the post. They will put your name, check your social media. I don't know about you guys in other countries. In Australia, they go extensively even to your social media, your post, what you stand for.
That's right.
So yes, you can't do that. And you want to be under the same government, earning living. Go on, please.
Up to people were attacking her and she's responding to them and she still insisted. They thought like she made mistake. She still insisted that she knows what I wish I'm using my phone right now.
Hello, sorry. The girl that is responding is not the real one. It's just that one, that's just an opportunist. The second one is not the real one. The other one has not. The real train driver herself. That one is Tonya Samanga or something. The other one, there maybe just happened that the other one is just an opportunist, just lashed on it. She's not the train driver.
Hold on. Let me ask you one or two things. Okay, they use the same DP, right? The same profile.
No, not DP. No, not the same DP.
No. I followed it very well now. She came back now and say it is still me.
The one that came out later and said that one Gbadebo boy came to her DM. Hold on now. That what can she do to be employed as a train driver? That one is not the real girl. That is the train driver. That's just an imposter.
No. You didn't know what I saw. You didn't know what I saw. If I had my computer, I'm using my phone. That's why I will have shown you. I follow these things very well now. I'm always on Twitter. I sleep on Twitter. So I listen to you now very well. Once I'm seeing something, I sent it to one man live. So it's just because I'm using my phone. I know. Anyway, it's not about that. But even a view in the beginning, it's a it's a negative. It's a negative one. So whether it's R or not R, that first view is dangerous for Lagos train. You know.
Okay, please. I wanted to ask a question, if I'm permitted.
Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah, Midwest.
Okay. Now I want to, because we are we need to be careful the kind of words we use. Okay, like this lady now. Because she's a supporter of Obi, automatically, are we going to see people who support Peter Obi, their IPOB, or they are ESN? Because I see a lot of Yoruba people supported Obi. Are they ESN? Are they IPOB?
Okay.
So I don't understand that area. I want you to clarify that the guy that just spoke last. Yeah.
Midwest. Those Yoruba you are talking about, did they go on Twitter and start cursing Tinubu, doing the same thing this lady did?
Well, Twitter is very big, it's very broad. It's not everything there that we can see, except people have to, bring it to the surface. Okay. But we can't deny the fact that there is no tribe. I keep saying it, I said it here, where you don't have people who are stupid, that can just go and do whatever they like. But it's very unfortunate. It is not, there are not many in Yoruba. There are not many in Benin. There are not many in other tribes compared to what we are saying for Southeast. But however, we can't link everybody that support Obi if they behave abnormal. Yeah.
Can I answer you, please?
You can answer me.
Okay. If you understand what I said,
yes, sir.
I'll give you another example. It is easy to ask a Muslim to go for jihad war. Sorry, I don't know why I'm using this a lot of. Do you get what I'm saying? It is easy for. It is not easy for a non-Muslim, for a Christian, for you to tell a Christian that come and fight jihad. That is what I'm saying. Makes sense. Yeah, somebody who is sympathizer of something, it is easy to convince. We are in a delicate world. If you know how they recruit, I know what I'm talking about. If you know how they recruit all these people that are causing wahala all over now, people are recruited from internet only. Somebody who saw a view can just begin to chatter, entice her, because they know it is not like directly. Begin to tell us things. I like your support for this person. I like your support for this person. Before you know it, they begin to persuade you. They begin to people who have evil mind. It is easy to. She doesn't have an evil mind.
But
she
please,
doesn't have intention to do anything bad.
I have a question, please.
Okay.
Because I don't know. Somebody was saying about IPOB and using her as a means to cause.
I'm the one.
Yeah, but I mean, is that the reputation that iPod have? Do they go around causing destruction everywhere, or do they have? I mean, I'm just asking because sometimes
what is going on in Southeast, we can no longer ask that. It's already clear. Southeast is a total mess.
Thank you.
People just want to be silent. That place is the hell. It's no longer habitable.
No, but those people need they want to expand their base if they have the chance. So whatever opportunity they see to expand that chance, they will grab it. That's the point. They want to, Boko Haram in the northeast want to expand to Lagos, want to expand to southeast if they have the chance, if they have the spread. Do you get what I'm saying?
To me, I just think she has.
Hold on, please. If Al Qaeda from Syria, wherever, can extend to ISWAP in the northeast Nigeria, all these people want to expand. If they have easy access to expand. See, I'm not saying this girl is among Abe. I'm just saying, people, I don't know if you know how to. It's just like a man who wants to toast a girl. If there are two girls going, she likes both of them. The ones that gives him eye is the one he will toast. Let me just use it simple like this. The ones that gives him eye is that one that will have confidence that this one, it seems like he likes me already. Let me go and toast her. The one that is frown serious with her job, he won't go and toast her. It's just exactly what I'm saying. All these people you are seeing, all these people causing problem in the different region, they have intention, because the more they expand, the more negotiation they can be able to get with the federal government. How many times have I threatened this EPA in wherever? How many times has it threatened that Lagos will burn Lagos down? We burn Lagos. This guy in Finland, EPA self, can be able to be romancing and say, okay, now we have a little cell somewhere. Do you get what I'm saying? They don't even have to create a lot of sin in Lagos. Just one sin in Lagos, Nigeria
Yes.
will tremble.
But
Nigeria
the
will
thing is,
tremble.
I agree with you, but to some extent, I agree with you. Okay, make your land this one. I agree with you to some extent that there is a big problem there. But when you want to link it to because of error of one single person, you want to get an employment, try to tie everything together to a political aspirant. I don't agree with you on that basis. You understand me? I understand that culturally, children growing up in Nigeria generally now they lack what is called cultural upbringing, moral upbringing. They just do whatever they like. You understand? But the Southeast youth have a huge problem. Their parents allow this IPOB to brainwash them for over 10 years or 15 years. So these guys are now adults. The only thing they have in their brain is what IPOB told them, what Kanu told them.
Is this Midwest? Is it Midwest?
Yes.
Okay, if you have a company,
so it's a
hold on, please. If you have a company and you are looking to employ an accountant or driver or whatever, you go to LinkedIn on the website to look for people you want to employ. Now you will check through their CV. You check through their CV and look for their experience, whatever, to pick inside 20
before.
Exactly, inside 20, 3 of the best one you need, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
So tell me now, this is an example. I'm not saying it, you see, I'm just giving reason why it is dangerous. It is not, I'm not saying it can happen. It may never happen. This girl is innocent. She's just viewing her view. But the danger in all these things we do, why we should take care, even for her in the nearest future, why she should be neutral. Okay, even me that I'm talking with you now, I have affiliation with politicians. I didn't post any of them. But you can see me with picture with all the big politicians in Nigeria, because I know I can still work with somebody who is a politician, who doesn't have the same view with me. So maybe she's young, she's doing it. I'm not saying anything. So this is our view. Let's even, as much as we can make the mistake. This is all for us to learn. But for that particular girl, for our view, it is not good for Lagos. That's for Lagos train anyway. She could be somewhere easy, even making more money than driving train. You get what I'm saying now? She could be somewhere.
Hopefully, we are not putting bad ideas in our head right now with all what we are saying online now.
Well, it's not a bad idea now, but it is as okay. Maybe some of us are not thinking to that extent, but some of us can think more than what is happening on all the social media. Just like I'm telling you now, you want to employ somebody.
Sorry, can I ask you a question? Who are we talking about? Please, I missed the topic. It's very interesting.
Ola is the lady driving train in Lagos. He has been criticizing Tinubu, cursing him. So people are saying, Anambody, is there any threat of her driving train in same Lagos he has been criticizing?
Okay. I got that point there. Yeah, she needs to maybe she is making a big mistake. You know, this day, you know, if there's one of those things where I don't put my name anyhow on social media, it's just because of things like this. Because you want to work for some organization, they will tell you they are doing background check. They will go to your LinkedIn. They will go to your Facebook.
Bless you. God bless you.
Twitter to see the way you react. And the next thing you will just hear is that, sorry, we've moved on to another person. You know? So if you are lucky enough to be able to shut some people up, they will advise you that, oh, why can't you go and do this on your social media? And immediately you know where the problem is from. So you don't talk anyhow these days, because it can impact your career. You see, it has happened on several occasions. You work for a company, maybe you just talk to anybody anyhow you want, or maybe in a coffee shop. The next thing, once they help you blow it on social media, the next thing, your place of work relieve you of your work. So you can't be driving trade. I'm sorry to say, I'm not passing judgment. And you are talking that way. I don't think they will even take it in the Western nation. Talk less of. So
they won't take it. I've said it earlier. They won't take it.
They will not take. They will not take you if they see sign of extremism in you, not like religious extremism. Abusive manner, they will not take you.
Exactly.
And you are driving the public transport.
In addition to this, even here in the
bus,
States,
even public bus, you can't drive it
in
if
addition
they
to
see all
what
those
you
kind of
guys are
things.
saying, in addition to what you guys are saying, even there are some schools here in the States, some Ivy League schools, some prestigious schools, they're going to go online and check your social media. And if they see some things about it, you're not going to be admitted into those schools. You will not be. And let me give you something that happened at my place of work. You know, there is a policy that says for nurses, you can't take any alcohol a day before you come to work. So that's why sometimes this social media, it really has its disadvantages. So there are some group of nurses, they all went to the club and they drank, and then they went online, they were posting it online. Posting, the bar they went to, how many, margarita they took and stuff like that. They posted it online. Do you know the next day they came to work? And that was how they all laid them off, because the policy is that you must not have any alcohol before a day before. And it showed that they drank, they went out and came to work. So that was how they lost their job. So this social
And
media, one has to be
that
very careful.
That is just a lifestyle, oh. It's
Yeah,
not that they
that's a
curse
lifestyle.
anybody, oh.
Yeah.
They don't curse anybody. They don't insult anybody, oh.
Yeah, and then do you remember this boy's case? That guy, Zimmerman in Florida, that guy that was that they deleted him. Do you know the reason why they couldn't persecute the guy that deleted him? You remember that famous case about a teenager that was he was going to like 7-Eleven, a gas station, to go get some candy, and on his way back, one white guy suspected him. The guy went after him and killed him. Do you know why they didn't persecute that guy? They didn't send him to jail because when they went to this other the deleted person, they went to his social media. They saw him holding guns. They saw some things that showed that he was an aggressive person. So we really all have to be careful what we put online now, what we post and stuff like that.
Rosie, let me tell you two things. What happened? It was a former HR of a company that I worked for before. So we used to have this party annually. When we go for our annual meeting and general meeting, all those stuff. So this lady, she was in Asia. She just drank. It was drunk. He got drunk in a restaurant. So and she started misbehaving. You know what happened? By the time she got to work the following day, the VP was already awaiting her with the sack letter immediately. He did that in a restaurant. So it's not as if he went outside and started collecting news and so. But for the fact that that you'll be doing firing and hiring, and you were not setting a very good example. Just imagine he was fired like that, just because you can see how bad behavior can affect. Now, the second one I want to say, if my memory has not failed me, if you Google Harvard before, you will see when you see notable alumni. If my memory has not failed me, Babajide Sanwo-Olu used to be part of that list. If you go to Harvard now, you won't see that alumni this year. I think that thing, the aftermath of that, what do we call it? This NSAS alone. Since that time, go and Google it. You will never find the name there. You understand? And if I'm like I said, my memory hasn't failed me. I used to see the name there before. All of a sudden, the name disappeared after NSAS. So that's how seriously some organization can take all those little things that we don't. You just go online. You are driving public train and you are causing those people that put that in there. Oh my goodness! The lady is still fortunate anyway to have a job. I won't say more than that. I'm not saying that you fire her.
She will lose the job. So far, people has extended to social media now. they have to do something about her. She doesn't qualify for that job. She does, in my opinion. I could be wrong.
I'm even thinking. I'm thinking she might have some mental health issues that she needs to be. I mean,
That one is even
she
worse.
definitely.
It's even the fastest way of
Yeah,
relieving that, relieving how they do.
yeah. She might have some mental health issues. Yeah.
So to me, we do that in village now. You say some village people they follow you. That is what Yoruba we call a fowofa. You know, you cause it, you are the cause of the problem yourself, and you start blaming some spiritual. You know, you start blaming some.
Are you sure it's not village people that? Are you sure it's not village people influencing that the messing up? I'm
Okay, well,
kidding.
I don't.
Rosie, there is no village
No,
people. People
I'm
choose.
kidding. I'm
Come on, village
kidding.
people.
I know. People choose what they want to do in life, and they do it. No village people destroying
And they
after
lie
anybody.
against village people that were not even thinking about them.
And the village
No,
people are not on
village
social
people.
media. Are they
No,
on
village
social
people
media?
made that to Ashishe. Village people made that to have Ashishe.
I get you. You are correct. As I
For
see.
me, I just believe she's childish. That's what is wrong with her.
Wow, very, very unbelievable. What was she trying
Ola
to
and
achieve?
everybody, Ola and everybody. This is what we have been preaching on this platform about the obedience, about their insults. If you don't align with Peter Obi, they will curse your mother, curse your generation. You are the problem of Nigeria. Nigeria this is just an example.
Yeah, but
And this is the aftermath.
I'm really
This is the
surprised.
aftermath.
I'm really surprised that you mean Nigeria has advanced to the stage that just meant for men they are giving to women because I thought we are still like I mean there are some jobs strictly for men. So Nigeria is so advanced that they're giving like train drive to drive a train. I thought it would strictly be for men. So that
No,
means they're
but
opening the
to drive
space.
a train is not that difficult.
Princess,
Yeah,
train
but
is
I'm
just
thinking there are
like a
some
city
men,
bus.
men-dominated area that they might not even consider a woman. So for them to have considered a woman, that's Nigeria is advancing then.
Okay, I got your gist. I got your gist. You know, the thing is this: we have female pilots. There are many of them, not just one, not just. There are many of them. So even if you go to shipping line now, you see. Don't be surprised if you see women now that will stay on sea for like 3 weeks, piloting the ship and all those stuff. So to me, train is not a big deal because in city here, those people that drive city bus, they drive the train to so they train you together to operate everything. But you see one problem in Nigeria is this: our system of education is still terrible. You see, okay, let me talk of the Canadian system that I know. You know, from all those grade 1 to grade 12. You know, they start teaching all those kids how to be nice to one another. Even though we know they have their own social issue, but still, you know, they don't just come out and talk to people anyhow and just go somehow and talk anyhow. Those people that you will see that will be talking anyhow, it means that already they've chosen their own paths. They just want
Ah,
to
but
become.
in Nigeria too, that's what happens in Nigeria. You mean they don't teach
No, no,
they
our
don't teach
system of
moral
education,
anymore in
no,
schools?
yeah, it's gone wrong today. It's gone wrong. You see, when we were growing up, you know, we were reading Alawiye and Co. You know that this is making you foolish. Like, but what I say, what will you do? What will you do with stealing? That instead of you stealing, you make yourself a slave to work and benefit from the work of your hand. Today, you see people celebrating Yahoo. You see people now talking to the elders the way they like. Whereas the system that we used to have those days, not to respect your elder, to even respect your peers, talk less of you causing your elders. You know, some people will just cause their elders today, they will do whatever they like. See, even when Bible asks you to even honor your father and your mother, it's for your own benefit too. Because if you go Thomas Yan to one Baba in the Kitiabi in Ijebu, and that Baba just enter house and use Olugbo and just destroy you, you're on your own. So when they say honor your father and your mother, it's just for you to protect yourself. Honor your father and your mother so that you can live longer on the surface of the land. So if you go misjudge to anybody and they use Olugbo and they don't even know when you've even met your maybe stomach or whatever, I just
Ola, let's change the topic. Where is
call the
Tinubu?
person and just go and
Ola, where is Tinubu?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you have given an example of the Canadian system. I think the Nigerian system too. I think in schools, at least they are still teaching them the basic morals. It's just social
No,
media.
they teach them state and capital. They don't teach them anything moral. State and capital,
you
name of
see,
governor,
No, they
state
teach the
capital.
morals.
These are
They
things they
teach
teach
them
them. Oh.
morals. No, the
princess,
system is not that bad.
you say they teach them moral.
They
I will
still
give you an
discipline
example.
students. They still.
Princess, I will give you one moral. You say they teach them moral. Okay, look at it this
Yeah, I'm
way.
listening. I'm listening. I'm
You
listening.
have secondary school teacher dating GS3 students, and that thing is becoming so rampant. What type of moral are they teaching? You know, when they be discussing about that teacher. So if that teacher is passing any message, do you think they will listen to that teacher? They won't listen. And when
But even
teachers,
here in the US, you see, here in the US, you see some female students, female teachers that are sleeping with kids. So I mean, still teach morals. It's just that this social media, Nigeria, people go online and they copy all these bad things, and parents are not home anymore to raise their kids. House girls
no,
and
princess,
daycares raising their kids for them now.
The
Parents
US
are
and
not
Western country we are
dedicated.
talking about. If you are caught doing that in Canada, you lose your license as a teacher.
Of
You
course,
are
even here in
most
the
already.
US, you're going to go to jail, but it still happens.
Because yeah, it still happens, but you see the consequences. In Nigeria, you can't even measure consequences. You see lecturers, they do whatever they like with the student. You see secondary school teachers, they do whatever they like. So you know the street is totally messed. Even the elders that you say will teach moral, you will see what they will be doing with all those upcoming. So to me, morality within our system, forget, is almost zero, tends towards zero. So that is why you will see, because normally, do you think someone in our right senses will just go on social media and you'll be posting the state governor and the political leaders, where you know these people can easily destroy you? You know, if they want to destroy you, it's very easy, and you now
She was brainwashed that Messiah will rule Nigeria. That's a problem.
Okay.
And that's why I'm thinking that's why I'm saying she might have mental health issues. That's where that's what I'm
No, madam,
princess.
it's not mental health issue. She chose to live like that, like she's a die-hard supporter of someone. But this life, just like example that we give, if you really know you can't get what you want in where you come from, and you are in someone's space, respect the space. Respect the space. That's more of an insult. Now, somebody who is going to employ you, you've dismissed them like they cannot govern. If you didn't govern well, how can you get a job there? In fact, this is the
But do you
height of
think they are
disrespect.
going to do you think they are going to dismiss this lady?
Of course,
Well,
she's
it's
gonna
up to
lose her
them if
job.
they didn't dismiss her, but
She's gonna lose
she's
her job.
risky.
She's gonna lose her job. To me, I just think that's why I'm thinking she has mental health issue. If not, if she's sane, how can you come out right, not anonymous, come out with your name, and you are cursing out the government, the people? You are from the east. You got a job in Yoruba land, and you are cursing the people there. Can a Yoruba person get that type of job in the east? No. So for you, you were even fortunate to be employed, and yet you have the audacity to be cursing out the government. I mean, she must have some mental health issues. I'm
Do you
telling you.
know this thing speaks a lot? It speaks like she believed Lagos is no man's land. That's why she did what she did. I'm
Solid,
telling you.
I also
Solid.
want to say
Oh,
something.
hold on, please. Yeah. Solid.
Yeah.
It's Solid there.
Yes.
Your voice is too low. You can barely hear you.
Oh,
are you in the other room?
Let me see.
That's almost
Midwest coming. You can't hear Solid.
I think my microphone is better.
What I want to say is this.
What? Okay, yeah. I'll go.
Yeah, Solid coming.
Yeah, what I
Okay,
wanted to say is that they spent money. Allegedly, they said they spent a lot of money training her for the specific job. So it's going to be very hard for them to fire her. But at this point, I think they have to fire her. They have no choice. And secondly, when it
Forget
comes to
about that
that
money.
thing that you are criticizing those who employ you, well, that's the pattern we've been seeing. You know, there's no respect on there's no re- there's no respect for any tribe. You know, when even if, no matter what you do, even if you give gold, you give silver, you appoint every you give most of the appointments there, no respect, because it's the mindset of they are doing something for us, so we are taking advantage of them. Because if it's the other way around, they will feel like people are taking advantage of them. That is why they don't give benefits to others, because they will say, oh, this one is taking advantage of me. So if you are the mugu that is playing fair game, that is allowing everything to be fair game, giving jobs, you know, doing everything in their favor, in their own mind, you are not, it's not, oh, we're doing it out of, we're trying to be fair, we're trying to be non-tribal.
But
In their
sorry,
own mind, they see it
can a
as we are
Yoruba
taking advantage
lady
of you.
can a Yoruba lady got the same job in the East?
It's possible, but the way the Easterners will see it is that this person is taking advantage of us. That is why you see the way they behave. They behave like, oh, you are not trying to be a good person to them. They behave like you are not trying to be non-tribal. They behave like they are taking advantage of you. That is what we've been seeing all through. So if you are trying to say, oh, I'm not going to be tribal, I'm going to play fair, I'm going to, that's not how they see it. They see it as, I'm taking advantage of you. You are the mugu for allowing me to do this. You are the mugu for allowing me to, you are the mugu for selling your land to me. We've never seen, oh, we appreciate that you are allowing us to do business here. We appreciate you allowing us. No, it is, we bought your land and we own you now. You are the mugu.
And the money and the money you use it to go and buy a drink. You use it to go and buy beer.
So the more you are good, the more insults you collect, because to them you don't have sense for doing what you are doing. You don't have sense for
Okay,
being a
now
good
may,
person.
may I ask a question here? If we are into how many years now since independent we are, and we are still talking like this, where exactly are we going?
The thing is that nobody is talking like that except for that part of the country. Nobody. Everybody wants to do business with everybody. Everybody wants to interact, but the war is still there. It's still a mental war.
Solely, there are silent sentiments, and the only thing is that some people are just too extreme to come online. See, even in the places of work, you understand? Oh, my friend, Igbo, this thing we have to get Igbo material. And when it is within the Igbo, say, don't mind many people. See, all these ethnic sentiments is going underground. We cannot deny that. The thing is this: we still have to sit down and discuss this thing. As long as we
thank
are
you very
passionate,
much.
this thing will still be coming. So that, oh, there's no tribalism, we are true Nigeria. Lies. It's not good for us to live in self-deceit. I work in a corporate organization of 12,000 workforce. I work for multinational organization. Moving from here to tomorrow. Even let me give you an example. A friend of mine sometimes wanted to marry a lady. The lady, she was telling me, Ola, what of this lady? Omoibo Mani. I just told that guy, I said, hey, wait, what happened to Omoibo? So it's not human being. If we were born in that place, the only difference that is language. There's no difference. If we were born in that place too, where you behave the same way she would behave. So what's the big deal there? I'm happy they are married today, though. They are married together today. So, but the fact that he could even utter that one from his mouth alone still means that he was still having that kind of fear of that ethnic sentiment. So, to me, we need to address this as sad. Because if an Igbo person can...
No. Those are two different cases. See, that one is fear of the unknown. Then there's the narrative of you are my enemy. Do you know how many times randomly I've been told that I'm the enemy? It just pops out on random conversations. Randomly. I've never told anything.
Solely, they are still
And I
the
am the
same.
enemy.
It's just the escalation. It's just the level. They are still the same. It's still the same sentiment. See,
Ola, have you ever seen a Yoruba person call an Igbo person the enemy before in your life?
See, solely, even from Yoruba to Yoruba, all these sentiments is there. Okay, you are an Ekiti man. You go and pick Ijebu lady and take it. Ijebu is the person you are looking at. They will tell you the story you've never known about Ijebu. They will tell you Ijebu is
No,
bad. Oh, it's
Ajale,
Kwara.
no, who is talking? Please, if that's not the same thing, because that one is in everywhere. But
I'm
degree,
just
no, the
different
degree at
category.
which, wait, Oga, the degree at which that one will affect a Yoruba as a whole, we know is very low. We know, no matter what they say.
I know.
But when it now affects the eastern side, it is very high. So you can't compare it at all. The reason is this. The reason why we find ourselves in this mess is the civil war. And Nigeria government did not take time to document history concerning that war so that we can learn. They allow people to.
It was even before.
If I may come
Wait,
in,
we know, no,
if
the
I may
one that is
come
still
in,
affecting us now, the
if
one
I
that
may
is not
come in, it's
affecting.
not. If I may come, it's not the civil war because even the Yoruba, like even Yorubas in those days, they would say, àwọn èèyàn mẹ́wàá ló kú jàǹbárí kan. You understand? So it's not a civil war.
Madam, let me
So
just round up what I wanted to say.
Jambari, as if Jambari is not a human being.
Let me just quickly round up a little bit. You see, no matter even I'm from Benin, you want to marry even self some part of some village side, you mention their name. They will tell you don't go to that side though. But the way it will still affect us as a people, or an Asian person want to marry, or this one want to marry, even down to Delta, down to Yoruba side, we don't have this. We can say whatever we want to say, but the degree it affects us is very low emotionally or whatever. But when it now comes to the eastern part, the way it affects them psychologically, mentally, is very high. The reason is this: the way they raise up this generation and the way they narrate everything that happens to them. They narrate every other Nigerians to them as bad people,
as the enemy.
So it's soaked into their brain. It's soaked into their reasoning, and it has soaked into them. But many of them try to overlook it. But majority of this young one coming up, my dear, they see everybody like enemy.
No, Midwest, you know what happened? Those people that caused that war, that led them into that war, they didn't want to accept that. They didn't want to accept that guilt. Instead, they changed the narrative to make, especially Yoruba and others, to look like the enemy. Look at it this way. You know, during that war, you know what happened? The Yoruba people, they kept all the property for their Igbo friend for them. Do you notice
not
today,
only Yoruba, from Benin, all the whole of Bende, they got their paper. Now only East, now they don't even see their property.
Exactly. I heard that the down south there, that people there, they didn't even care. They didn't return. But today, if they want to change the narrative now, Yoruba, they are bad people to record, the way they will narrate. So the people that caused that war among them, among those guys, they didn't want to take that responsibility. They want to shift that responsibility over some, this is your enemy. Well, you that led them to that word, we're your savior. But those guys, they're your enemy. So to me, we still need to sit and talk. If we don't talk, I see. Let me tell you something.
See where the pain. Like let me just nail one thing to you. Sorry, the way the history is narrated is that Yoruba John Fulani kill them. Benin John Fulani kill them. So those things.
Give them food.
So just
let me even tell you another thing. Some of them don't even know. Some of them don't even know why the war started. Some of them think that they did nothing and everybody was just coming against them.
They don't know to come and fight.
They don't know anything about the war
at all. That's all.
What
they wanted to. They said they want to. The way they narrate it is that they wanted to leave. Nigeria said no. Everybody gang up and start fighting them. That is the summary. That's the summary of history they have been giving them, and that thing is not a problem. And even this, because like for me, what I'm seeing here, I keep telling one man here that they need all platform need to do something, because what is going on in Lagos is a keg of gunpowder. The kings that hold Lagos, the headers, the people that have a say who are of Yoruba origin, are not going to allow business as usual. Only God knows where that one will lead to, because there are things they never thought of or they just overlook, but the way it's playing out before their eyes, they feel they must do something. This is just the fact. You can't talk to people who hosted you for years peacefully. Other money, we know how to criticize ourselves. We even have a name for ourselves, call this one this kind of name. But that doesn't stop us not to
Look,
relate and live like human beings.
if I may interject, let me tell you, some of your
Yes.
Omoniles in Lagos, some of these Omoniles in Lagos, they are very greedy. They will still sell land to Igbos, to Ijos, to Hausas. Because what they do, they sell land, they collect the money, they go and marry many wives. And before you know, they look for another land to sell. They want to
Madam
just
Rosie,
carry.
Madam
They,
Rosie,
wa-
that's
yeah,
not how to deal with that issue. Can I tell you how to deal with that issue?
they do it because Omonile, when they need money, they sell land, they go marry wives, they throw party,
Is there
that
any
money is
problem
finished, they
there?
go. So they will sell to anybody.
Can I
But
respond to you, Madam Rosie?
Isn't that a good
yes,
Hello?
thing?
Can
I'm
I respond
listening.
to you?
Yes,
Can
I'm
I
listening.
respond? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true that Omolile will sell their land, they will go and marry wife. But where they will get the point is if you buy a land and you are not able to get your C of O, you will not get confidence to buy another one. Do you know that? When you pursue your C of O with the government and they hang it somewhere for 3, 4 years, Omonile that collected your money 3 years ago will still come and collect the land back. Because another family will come among their family and say, the person you paid to is not the right person you are supposed to pay to. So that will not encourage people, foreigner to, sorry, not foreigner, somebody from other side to come and buy land there. So it's just simple. It's not like you think that Omoile will keep
Yeah,
saying,
but
Omoile
I
will
think
collect. Even now, Omoile buy sell land for 3, 4 people. Do you know that?
Lagos
No,
State has kind of been very
it's
generous
difficult
because they are
now. It's
trying to
difficult in Lagos now.
suppress
This
your
is what
money.
I know. This is what I know very well.
No, no,
I know it.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it's difficult. It's difficult. It's not unlike before. You know, since Tinubu has digitalized that thing, is difficult because you know there was even a time that Obasanjo during Obasanjo when he appointed some people as land arbitrator. When you have the people like Moruf, you have people like Alado, and some people that they are just a land. No, they are actually arbitrator around that area, but they tend to call them Ajagunbale instead of saying arbitrator. You see, Lagos State took an approach to digitalize land registry. See, if you try rubbish, you are likely, if anybody tries rubbish, except you are threatened because you know the weapon by all those money is just to threaten you to do all those things. But if you really want to drag some things in this era now, it is easier than before. Before someone that bought land around 1950, one person will just come from America today and say, oh, when they were selling that thing, this happened to be the grandchild that the real heir to that person. It was cheated. And you will just go to court, the next thing they will win.
Yeah,
That was why.
Ola, you are getting my point now. Then the government, what I'm saying now is government will look away and let it be business as usual. Do you get what I'm saying?
They are not likely to look away, to be honest, because
No. It is systematic, not like openly, so that they will only target people, just like Madam Rosie said, to target the people they don't want. You get what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's going to be so, but they can systematically look away to make people who offend them feel the heat. That's just what I'm saying.
Play some. See, look at the way the thing is. See, you have big people handling all those things. You get a very good lawyer. See, all those people in the registry there. Now, if you see corruption, see, the only thing is that government money, they know the pocket.
See, even land,
before.
when government want to take land, whether the land have C or O, it doesn't have, is none of their business. Go to Edo State and see more than
that's not what Place Summer is doing. They say is that if you want to buy land in Enugu, maybe they sell the land to you today and they realize that you are from Edo, you are from Benin. Tomorrow they can come to you that okay, their censor just came to them in their dream and said they should not sell the land. That's the type of thing that Place Summer is doing. They won't do that in Lagos. They won't do that in Yoruba land. You can bet. I can bet that because look, by the time you engage some lawyers, we have big lawyers. Even this guy that used to talk anyhow, I won't say talk here, Pharaoh TV, you see, that guy's a billionaire. he likes doing he deals with all those kind of things. If I remember, someone told me that he deals with property and all those stuff. See, you give people like that to help you process your land, your paper. Honestly, they won't stop that thing. They will process. See, okay, I don't want to mention the name of Faru to me now. So let me just talk generally. You see, one thing is this: if the government money in Lagos State is 1 million, if you pay that 1 million, no problem. The people that will process that thing within that registry, although you pay the government money, if they still want to collect the 10 million naira from you, they will collect it. Those guys, they will collect money and sell their soul. Once they collect that money, they don't care who you be, whether if you like, you be Fulani coming from Futajalo, they don't care. What happens to them is that
How much law do you know about land in Lagos? Do you know Lagos has a law that I think it's many places in Nigeria. If you have a land and it's virgined for more than 3 years, and the owner of the original owners resell that land, you cannot charge him to court. Do you know that?
I'm not aware of that. What I'm aware about the law of
So
Nigeria is this: if you stay on land, even as an entity, a land that you don't have the CFO, if you stay on land for like 10 years, and people within that community knows you, do you know one thing? That's what my lawyer told me as far back as 2009. That if people around that people knows you that will be occupying that land over time, do you know that you can really successfully claim that land? I said, really? He said, yes. I said, this land. He said, okay. She's a lawyer. I cannot argue with her. I know of that, but that of 3 years, I'm not aware of that. No, I'm not aware.
Ola, I don't want to say my personal experience here, but I'm telling you, Lagos is not as you think. It is whatever you are saying is on paper. You are reading on paper, but in real life,
Me personally, I like government allocation, so I don't do it.
I think for me, let me also say something. What I expect any government to do is to regulate that land in a way that will favor everybody. And but one thing, people need to be cautioned the kind of words they use, because single person statement can cause a lot of problem. The only problem I have with some people is that when a single person make a statement, you don't even see their leaders and headers coming out to distance themselves from it. Sometimes they just play into that kind of words that always provoke people, and at the end people will be hungry. It is that audio that created this serious problem in Lagos that we are seeing today. Not even the election, not because Peter will be contested. It was when they released that audio and people could not distance themselves from it on time. Even they did not even do self up till now. So, and some people were now coming to social media to say we bought it, we now own it. So that one was, I think they went too far. And for me, I think
what audio are you talking about, please?
Normally, if you buy your land
What audio is that, please?
you own it. The only thing
there was an audio someone was playing. Lagos is normal. We must take Lagos.
Okay.
We must rule Lagos. That's the only way we can live here. So that statement
that's exactly the problem. Okay.
That is the genesis of all these things that is going on today. I'm just telling you, that audio was very bad. Yeah.
I agree. It's people are living around Festac area. They dominated the relay.
See a comment from
who cares?
Leonard.
Nobody cares.
Thomas, have you seen the comment section from this Leonard? Why? For what?
No. So the thing is, any Nigerian naturally should be able to live anywhere, but when it comes to that of politics, right, they can manipulate. To me, one of those things that will resolve this problem in the future is this: if everybody is well to do, if household income keeps increasing, you provide job, the aggression, the annoyance, we subsidize. We reduce rather. Now, if you even want to use some political, because politicians, those people that are motivational speaker among the politicians, negatively this time around, not positively, that use that word to divisive word to divide us. If people are well to do, it's just like you work in a bank, you are making your money in telecommunication industry, oil and gas, and someone come and tell you rubbish. You'll be calculating your next paycheck, how big it is. Maybe you earn like every month you earn like 5 million. That 5 million, you so think about it than any nonsense that some politicians are telling you. You understand? It's just because people are not working, people don't have job, and so people are aggressive. So they are easy to manipulate. But if you do the right thing, people are working. If you like, call and come, call Lagos a no man's land. People will just look at you say, so are you suffering from mental health issue or what? People will just go on their own. But you have the army of youth without job, so they are ready-made tools. But if you can provide job that you don't have any tools to work upon, I think all these things is just a matter of time. But we still need to sit down and talk on how to
that is the solution, because Amadou Bello said it. Even when people try to blackmail him, I saw it in the paper when some years ago. If I knew, I would have kept those kind of books, because I went to see my uncle in the at University of Benin then. So they gave me the paper to read when Anthony Naro was giving some statement, all these our past leaders. He said, we have a differences. We all agree. Why not we sit down, discuss this so that we can know those differences? But people were saying, let's put that one aside, let's move ahead. I don't know whether you understand. Put it aside, put it aside. It's still coming out today, 2023. That's why our levels of exposure, education, and everything, my dear brother, look at what we are talking about here now. We cannot coexist. We cannot arrange how we should relate with one another. Some people are moving with greed. Some people want to expand. Some people want to write your history. All those kind of something. So it's not helping us, and it's not going to help. And the more they, neglect it, I think if care's not taken, it will drag us into another big crisis if they don't address it. I'm fully convinced that this thing will end up in a violent manner.
Yeah, the bottom line is what you guys have said is just the main thing. But as far as I'm still concerned, Southwest are still the best people to live with. I'm telling you, Southwest don't have problem. It's just for whoever the visitors to live with us in peace. That's just it. Don't let's say because no job. There's no job. But Southwest don't go to other areas and say we are the owner of this place. They don't go to anywhere. So it's just easy. Live with people, believe with their culture, do your own thing, I do my own thing. All these people have been living in Lagos for the past how many decades? The video you just mentioned now, Midwest, is part of the genesis. And there's nobody who will listen to that kind of video. You cannot go to Israel and play that video and say we'll take Israel. You cannot go to Ghana and say we want to take Ghana and they won't react. You cannot go to Chad and say we'll take Chad and they won't react. So you can't blame Southwesterners for reacting this way. If in fact they haven't even react, it's just attack on press and everything. It's just counter attack, propaganda. That's just what is going on. But as far as do you know one thing? This thing they are doing, Easterners cannot do it with North. There will have been a problem in Nigeria by now.
Exactly.
Do you agree with me?
I don't know why it's always that they are comfortable disrespecting. But anyway, we can't say that because they did it with the Northerners during Buhari's tenure when they thought it was a Jubilee.
Yeah, the thing is, the Northerners are not Northerners of those days. I think they have cautioned their people. There's no need for them to even, because their brother is the one ruling, to ignite a crisis. It's of no benefit to them. So that is why they are not even serious in addressing the issue in Southeast, because the people that are dying there are not Northerners. They are indigenous people who are killing indigenous. So that is buying indigenous people there. So, my dear brother, that's why the government is not serious.
Midwest, if they said what they were telling people in Lagos, in Kano, forget story.
No, they can't go to that extent.
Exactly. You go to Kano and say Kano is no man's land. Oh my goodness.
No. That day they will, that audio we ignite is only that same day they will be, no, they can still control their people. There are people that own their land. Currently, they don't want to even tell those boys, go and do this. I'm just telling you. Look, if you see some video they show in the Satis, they will tell you, oh, these are our Buhari brothers. I don't want to mention name. Try. Oh, then with the so then with they do this. So I've seen one before. If all these Northerners see that kind of thing, you think you can stay in that north? They saw those things like these people are using propaganda to finish themselves. Let them continue. I'm just telling you the truth. That's why they are silent. They don't want to react to whatever they say. They may even ignore it. They will just tell their people, because if those people want to do something, there are people that own those children that do things. They don't just do things on their own. When they tell them do, they do. It's simple. And you will not know who told them to do it. That's all. But currently, I believe those ones have also, they don't have anything to benefit from it. They are the one ruling. And if they start it, they don't know when it's going to finish, how it will affect your administration. But once they are out of power, all those things continue. My dear brother, they will react to. This is what I believe.
I don't think Northerners will react. Even the Southwest, I don't think will react, because all this thing is just talk. Like if you put it based on statistics and facts, which everyone in the country does except for the Southeast, they don't own Lagos. All these things they claim, it's just disrespect. If you are reacting, you are giving them what you want. At the end of the day, they don't own Lagos. They are not even the top 3 biggest investors in Lagos. You just have to ignore all these things at the end of the day. If you continue to play with them,
See,
you continue to get
don't say
angry.
ignore it. Look at the danger. I want to tell you where the problem will start.
There's no
The
danger.
problem will always start with politics, because if there is election in Lagos again, and the population of no indigenous want to change the electoral result to favor, to go to different direction, my brother, they will not fold their hands. So it's an issue they have to address. And we should, I don't know, because I see it like one way or the other. My brother, the people who always create this problem, they are not the one that suffers it. Correct. They just look for opportunity to create it and let innocent people to suffer it, and that's all. But and achieve what they want to achieve, which is their own selfish interest. So it is when the population now grow and the way it's affecting the electoral result, if it doesn't affect it the way the people, let's say, I can say every land, our system of electoral something, people that owns the land there who want it this way and it's not going that way, and because of this set of people, and then brother, that's when the whole problem will start from. And again, that kind of statement that the guy make, divide everything, spoil everything, and they didn't even distance themselves from me, nobody address it. It's like you don't know that people has feelings. I don't know whether you get what I'm saying now. So all this disrespectfulness,
I get what you're saying, but this kind of thing,
the disrespectfulness you are just talking about is what always lead to problem. If I don't respect you now, you insult me. There are people you insult, like Yoruba said, they can even be looking at you. They don't talk to you and go and be thinking what to do next. It's not everybody you insult that we come and insult you. Some people you insult them, they look at you, think it's over there. No, it's not over.
Yes,
you understand me?
But what I'm saying is that most of these things that they are doing, right, is to their own disadvantage, right? Because look at this, first of all, look at this Obi thing. The only reason why it worked was because of propaganda. After everybody's eyes had cleared up, where is Labour Party? Nowhere to be seen. I don't think Labour Party can ever have that momentum ever again. After this Tinubu wins, is going from the southwest back to the north. After it goes from the north, is most likely going back to the southwest or the southeast. All these things they are saying, they are making propaganda. It does not favor them, because when you tell yourself the truth, let me finish. When you tell yourself the truth, is when you can fix issues and the problems that you have. But if you keep lying to yourself, if you keep every time you have problem, you lie to yourself that it's not you that is the problem or it's another person, you will never fix that problem. All these things that they are doing is against themselves. All these narratives that they are playing is against themselves, because if they think everybody is the enemy and they do not do anything wrong, they will not fix their issues. They will keep on living the southeast till the southeast is empty. Everything they are doing, at the end of the day, if we look at it, it goes against them. They are the ones doing themselves. Unknown gunmen, if you try to talk about it, they will not want to talk about it. Who does it affect the most? Them. Everything they don't want to talk about, who does it affect them the most? Them. That's why I say you just keep quiet. You don't argue with them. If they don't want to hear the truth, let them not hear the truth. Now, who does it affect the most? Them. They affect us. It doesn't affect the North. So if you are arguing with them, if you are proving them right and you are giving them what they want, and you have to look at it. Most of the Southeast, they are not really that educated. So basically, you are arguing with uneducated people. That is why when you give them pure facts with quotes with video, with audio, with everything, they will not believe you. They will rather believe false narrative. That is what uneducated people do. You can't be arguing with uneducated people. It gets you angry, it gets you annoyed, but you are educated, you know the truth, you know the facts, you know the results. You know, you can't just be letting them get to your, yes, they know how to do this. You can't be letting them get to your nerves, you know, because at the end of the day, now them it affects the most. It does not affect any other person. If they don't want to learn, if they don't want to accept the truth, if they don't want to fix their issues, then so be
Yeah,
it.
but I want us to move to this topic of military under pressure trying to take Nigeria. Is it true that they are
Yes, so
compressing
that
like this?
one is true. That one is true.
Oh,
Which is
sorry guys, can I quickly
Nemo
interject
share.
on the last speaker?
Yes, Remy, how are you? How are you, my brother?
I'm good. Good morning to everyone from here. I've been very
Yeah,
busy.
good. Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
morning. Please, who is the people putting pressure on the military to come take over?
Okay,
Let's Remy
can I
interject. Then we go there. I don't believe in that anyway. Yeah, yes,
from
Remy coming.
the last speaker, you have spoken well. But have you ever thought about the consequence of a lot of people moving from their own region to other regions? They will try to manipulate. They will try to also exert their presence. That is what is going on in Southwest. Because when majority of them move there, they also want to claim ownership. And that will bring a lot of friction. And that's
Okay,
what
let me explain why they
Let
cannot
him
claim
land
ownership.
now. Sorry.
Okay.
Jeko landing now. He hasn't even said anything.
So that is what we witnessed during this past election. And rightly said, majority of our Southern South brother are into trading, not the actual business itself. So that's why a lot of them are not going to the universities like before. Everybody just want to be a trader because they think being a trader, you can make your money so quick. And we must give kudos to the rest of the regions in Nigeria for accepting them to do their business, to trade, and to also improve or have the normal growth. But now,
Remy, why can't they do the same business in their region and strive?
no, they will never allow it.
Let Remy land. Let him land.
My
Don't use
service.
question to please continue, Mr. Remy. Don't
Yeah,
derail him, please.
I did my youth service in Enugu State, and I know predominantly that it's not easy for you to even try to maybe get an employment over there or try to even settle down. That was several years ago. It's more than 15 or 18 years ago now. So what I'm trying to say is that if you give them room, more room, as you rightly said, the issue of IPOB is affecting them. They are killing one another because of what? Nothing. And people will probably move elsewhere if they think their life is not safe. And when they get to the new abode, they will settle down. And after you give them opportunity to do business and they are prospering, they will now try to drag it with you. This is also our land. We are contributing to this development of this state or development of this community. You must also appreciate us. You must also give us something. But that is the problem now. And that is a real big problem. For example, you guys have been talking about the girl that gave an appointment and then she's going to tweet. That is have you ever talk about the consequences? I'm not even talking about the girl now, the consequences. And one guy I've already painted it very well. Everybody can manipulate this girl to do something untouched. Let's assume there are more than 5,000 people on the train and somebody just bomb it or somebody do something that scary. A lot of lives will be lost only because of one cause. And I think why can't Obi himself provide job for this girl?
What do you mean, Remy?
Yeah, it's quite glaring that okay, see what the girl is trying to. She's tweeting everything. You know what? The fabrics, the orientation of Nigeria has been bastardized. Like you have spoken well here.
Oh God, may God bless you for that word. Thank you.
You are spoken well because when we are growing up, we respect our headers. And somebody talk about Alawi. I also read Alawi very well. In fact, I can even forget your father and mother. Sometimes you respect your brother like they are your father or your mother. My immediate older sister is 4 years older than me. I cannot look straight into her eyes and say anything rubbish. Just that my sister, not even my mother.
But that is based on your tribe and the culture of your
Yes,
tribe.
I know that is based on my tribe and
But
culture.
everybody will not behave like that.
But now, what about the young one from the Yoruba land? Do you think they can respect their brothers and sisters because of their parents?
Yes.
Things have changed. That's what I'm trying to say. Things have changed totally. They will tell you they have their own ideology. And what shaped this ideology? Because we are more open-minded, we absorb anything from the developed country, which does not suit Nigeria.
Some culture, they still call their parent by their name. Do you know that in Nigeria?
I don't have anything against that one. But what I'm against in Nigeria is that we did the biggest mistake by copying totally the American system of government. It does not fit Nigeria. The recurrent expedition is extremely too much. How can we have 360 people, 360, how many people in the House of Representatives? 360? And another 109 in the, what are they doing there? And we have to give them...
No, Remy, that's not even our problem, to be honest.
It's part of our problem. It's part of the
Remy,
our problem is we are not productive.
Let us not argue with Mr. Remy. I want to quickly ask something. Tell me any country in the world, a strong American ally that practice their system of government like America. There's none of them. Europeans cannot run it because their system was designed for America and for global purpose.
Midwest.
So you don't run those kind of things.
No, Midwest, that's not our problem, to be honest. That's not our problem. Look, our problem is more of productivity. What are we doing with our resources? We are just talking of administrative block. That's what we are talking about.
Even if we are productive, I want to throw a question back to you. The revenue hand from our productivity, then we should service these people. What are they doing there? There are so many people. You guys always say we should call that the cost of government. We should do this. We should do that. You are saying, look at all the state of assembly members we have. What are they doing? What have they been doing? A simple local government autonomy, most of them chicken out. All of them.
They can't run primary school. There's no even law to run primary school.
Remy, see.
May God bless you, my dear, like for your contribution.
It's not the number.
I would like to reply you.
I agree we can always reduce those things, but the problem is that let us face the problem. See, eliminating waste is one thing, but addressing the fundamental issue is another thing. Look, before independence, we don't have the bloated exclusive list we have. We've said this thing over and over that the exclusive list is what is causing our problem. And people that don't know history, they'll be telling you that they don't know what Tinubu did so far. Because I've tried to explain to people that when people are condemning Tinubu, he's old, this old guy is the one that started fighting this exclusively we are talking about. What is federal government doing with education? Because it was another thing entirely when we were independence. Otherwise, if we're to be federal government, we won't have OAU, we won't have UI, and we won't have Usuka, and we won't have ABU. So look at this. Take all those out.
Ola, what can we do to make our local government work? Because I think if our local government is working, they will bring the democracy closer to the people.
You've not let me that. That's exactly what I'm
going to. The local government in Nigeria is zero.
That is exactly where I'm going to. Now, for the federal government to overlord over everybody, everything, every function of the local government, every function of that state, they just carry everything to themselves. Ask yourself, what is the federal government doing with education? Because what are they doing with education? What are they doing with health services? What are they doing with agriculture? What are they doing with agriculture? Now, look, why can't you allow the region to, okay, if not because the region was managing the resources, how will Obafemi bring a TV station? How will it be in Cocoa House? How will he industrialize Southwest? But everything today, the federal government want to control everything. Even this issue of oil in the Niger Delta we are talking about, those guys should be earning their oil and gas, and you pay to the federal government, not federal government hijacking it and start allocating the way they like. Because everybody have resources. to produce.
Ola, I partly agree with you on that. Because if each state or region can control their resources, just paying royalty to the federal government, that would have been a very good cause. But Nigeria is a complex country with a lot of difficulties, with a lot of big men everywhere in the region. Would they allow? When you people always talk about leadership, let me just finish.
They will allow.
It was working. It's not a matter of whether they allow. It was working. Why did some people destroy it?
That was before.
That is the only thing that will help us. That's the only thing that is going to help us. It will work. Let me quickly chip in something here.
I also support that. That is why I supported.
Let me quickly put something. Why is the best? That is the best way. You know, when the federal government is expecting royalty, the thing they now invest most is accountability, because then the region can no longer steal what belongs to the federal, like what they are doing here in every advanced country, and that's why they are growing. Then the same region that is contributing what they are expecting, the federal can never play with those accountability, and that is how to build a society. But a situation where everything is the hand of federal government and it's so secrecy, you don't even know the policy, you don't know how they dispose everything, my dear. How are we going to move forward? So the only thing federal government will now invest upon is a platform, how those regions will operate, how the local government will operate, because the local government will have, you know why the state governors are afraid? When you give them money, they build borehole and market, the whole money is gone. There's no accountability. So the state governor believe that if I share all the money, go give all this number of local government I have, everything is finished. So they kick against it.
Let's ask ourselves a very good question. Every state in Nigeria, we have 3 senators and representatives. Why that when they get there, they don't always discuss something like this? It is
why would they be discussing something like this when their mouth is filled up with food? So can you be having food in your mouth and be talking?
That is why I think that it should be a
no. In fairness to them,
they don't care. Their children are in universities in Canada. Their students are in university in America. They don't work. They just talk. Money is flowing. Even the budget, before they even disclose the budget, they are collecting their own. So what are they going to talk about?
No, Midwest, we don't follow our National Assembly. These guys, they do discuss. It's only that. See, let me tell you one thing. It'll be funny to you that some of those people that we disrespect so much, they were the one that did a lot in the National Assembly that we don't follow. I will give an example. Dino Menaye was one of those people that performed very well in the National Assembly. Bukola Saraki, his leadership happened to be one of the best that sat on so many bills. The thing is, we don't.
Ola, I beg to disagree. Don't go there, please. Don't talk about Saraki leadership something.
Do you follow? That's what I'm saying. If you don't follow the national,
follow that time. You know what? There's something that if you enter a house through the front door, everybody will see you. But when you enter a house through the back door, you already have a motive. The motive clearly showed throughout the 4 years of the first tenure of Buhari. He was antagonistic. He was not cooperative enough. So to some people, they like it, but to majority of Nigeria, we suffered.
No, Remy, what we don't see that. You need to put it in perspective. Okay, when you say Bukola Saraki did not cooperate, I will tell you exactly what you are saying that he didn't cooperate. The first thing that the federal government wanted to do was to repeal the Land Use Act. Why? These guys, they were aware of what is happening in the government more than us. All of a sudden, cattle colony started coming. All of a sudden, everything was about cattle, as if cattle is the only thing.
What I'm trying to say.
Wait. Now you are saying Bukola Saraki is not cooperating. Bukola Saraki let Senate kill that bill. Now they not came again through water resources bill, just to achieve the same aim. And Bukola Saraki killed that. Then
is that the only bill they introduced?
I'm just telling you. No, when people are saying Bukola Saraki was not cooperating, let us put that thing in the right.
I know from inception.
Now, the electoral reform. Wait now. The electoral reform they passed. Remy, wait now. The electoral reform they passed because people were suspecting that this thing the integrity of that electoral bill may not return Buhari back into power. The Buhari made sure he didn't sign. So see, if you
why should they sign it when they brought out the presidential election to the back one? Why should you sign? You yourself, are you going to do that if you're the President Buhari? Let's be frank here. They changed the order of the election.
No, Remy, it's not about being frank, but when you are saying Bukola
Saraki didn't work, they changed the order of the election. They changed the order of the election.
When you say what I'm saying, Remy, what I'm saying is that when you say Bukola Saraki did not perform, I just say put things in perspective. Don't let us generalize this thing.
But that is your own opinion. That is your perspective. I might not believe in your perspective. I'm trying to tell you that I do not believe in it, and I give you a simple adage. See somebody that come from the back door compared to somebody that come from the front door. You already have his motive, and when you have your motive, and people will already have a perception about you. So no matter what you do, they will always look at it. Can you believe that Obasanjo, Oshibadu and Buhari cannot go at the same time during Saraki time? Because they seem as a traitor. He can orchestrate anything and take power away from them. They didn't believe in him. They don't trust him.
Are the National Assembly and the executive supposed to be friends? Are they supposed to be friends?
No, so I did not mention friends now. I said cooperation. At least they are separate power of government. There must be some form of cooperation among them. If they cooperate together, everything will go on fine. Let's assume that, look at it from now. Buhari built the second Niger bridge and also built the train station from Lagos to Ibadan. If they are not cooperative, will it come to the light of the day? You have to look at it from different angles too. If they have been fighting like Saraki, will you accept? So many things that guy did that was not good. And
Bukola Saraki was not fighting Buhari. All those things were just kind of
even if he was not fighting Buhari, he does not really have a good faith towards him. He was expecting him to also die when he was away for 6 months. And throughout
why do you say that? Why do you say that?
I'm so sure that that is what he was waiting for. This guy is power drunk. He want to.
Remy, see, there is no Senate since 1999 that passed bills successfully more than Bukola led.
No, I beg to disagree with you.
But this thing is in the public now. So
no, how many bills were passed during his tenure? How many bills were passed?
205 bills.
So out of these 205 bills, can you tell me any of these bills that really changed the terrain for Nigeria?
When you don't know, you don't know. Because you're already arguing. What are those bills?
I said I don't know. No, I'm asking you a very good question. Which out of these 205 bills do you think have changed the course of for the nation? Just
the National Railway Corporation Act that they started, that redacted. You know, that thing eventually it graduated to the point where both state and the federal can control railway. So did I mention one already?
Yeah, so, I will go and check you later.
That's why I say it's in the public domain. So all this thing I'm saying, I'm on the internet as I'm talking to you. So don't see when we don't like someone, don't let those
no. This is not about like or no like. I just don't want to be telling you
even on serious Dino Melaye, you can never see one or two senators that did more than Bukola Dino Melaye in the national. As on serious as you look at Dino Melaye,
what did he do?
You look at the messenger. What
did he do? I want to know. Right? You can tell us.
He passed some bill. He was among those some people who raised some bills. In the house.
One of those senators with the highest number of bills. It's in the public domain.
How many with the highest number of with highest number of unserious bills?
What do you mean by unserious bills?
So how many bills were passed that Dino Melaye introduced? How many?
I'm on the internet as you use internet and let us take this thing one by one because we can't just.
I'm sorry, I have to go out now, but I'm just trying to.
So say there. If you don't have a fact, don't let just.
Oh my God! You know what? Throughout the Senate section, throughout the Senate from 1999 to up to today. During the time of Saraki and Dino Melaye, it's a comic, it's a drama every now and then.
If not because of Bukola Saraki, they would have repealed the land use act and allocate to all these people they brought to come and win election again. See, sometimes if you don't like someone's face, I agree. But let's give credit when it is due. For example, I'm not a fan of Buhari, and I will tell you straightforward, because it plan coup that overthrew the federal government of the democratic.
So can we now say, or like, can we now say you are a fan of Saraki and Dino Melaye?
I'm not a fan of Saraki and Dino Melaye because
you prefer two of them ahead of Buhari, right?
It's not about a preference. I'm talking about their work. I may not like them.
We're on the same pedestrian here. Because you don't like Buhari, there's tendency for you to be a little bit biased.
No. It's not about bias. Like I told you, Buhari destroyed our democratic institution in Nigeria. Fact. But can we now, because of that, now we now neglect the second Niger Beach? Can we neglect all those infrastructure that they work upon? We can't. But the fact remains, do I like him? No. Even anybody that knows very well, we know that even this, we are talking about it. I talked against him during Yoruba Nation when we were fighting for Yoruba Nation. But when it came to politics, and we have to put facts, we have to talk facts. I cannot take the credit that belongs to Tinubu away from him, because I will be doing myself no good. Then I'm not a Christian. If I call myself a Christian and I lie against you, when I see the good side of you, just because I must run you down? No. I was one of those people that brought documents here that, okay, Princeton University made some kind of academic publication on this guy that they were even using, they are using to even educate their people on innovation. I brought it here. Everything positive about Tinubu. I brought everything.
I want to shut down in the 9 hours sharp, but I just want to throw this out there. Where is your elected president? People are asking, where is your elected president? I'm shutting down in the next 20 minutes. I want to have it under 9 hours. But where is your president? Where is Tinubu?
When Fashola says he doesn't know where he was, but he spoke with him like about 10 days ago or thereabout. So if Fashola can't tell you about that, so who am I to tell you where it is? But let me tell you something. We don't need to make this thing a very big issue. It's still, truly it's our elected president, but as far as he still has his own private life, he hasn't stepped into that shoe. So let's leave this man to enjoy himself. You understand? If something by the nature, if God wants him today, we have processes to replace him. But I strongly believe, and I pray for this man, that he will live to see more of his great grandchildren. And I strongly pray for him that he will lead Nigeria out of this trouble we find ourselves today. So that's me. People wishing this guy, when people are asking where's our elect president, they should check their mind. What are they thinking within their mind that make them talk? You can't be wishing your fellow human being bad when you say you want to live a very healthy life. Stop doing that. Because when you are wishing people bad.
Excuse me, please. Can I interject?
Yes, Jimon. Yeah, come in.
Thank you very much. This is my first time of coming to the studio. I've listened to you guys for some time. I just came in to correct one impression. You see, there are people we don't like in politics, but when they do something good, we need to acknowledge it so as to encourage others. Bukola Saraki is one of the best Senate presidents we've had in recent times. His bills, all what he did was to put his party under the bus and help the people. He was not there as a Senate president for his party. He worked against the party to make sure that he corrects the wrong. Dino Melaye had the most bills in the House. As lousy as he is one of the best. The most bills that we enjoy today are from Dino. Anybody can fact check. That we don't give wrong information to others because we don't like them. Let's remember what they did. Thank you. That's just why I came in. Thank you.
Thank you so much for clarification. I've said it earlier on to that Dino masterminds many bills in the House, and even he's not a dullard senator. He always stood up, speak. There's even senator throughout the 4 years, you will never see them standing up, raising any bill, raising any objection. Anything they do is okay by them. Some of them, may even be sleeping. Some of them even reading newspaper in the house.
Correct.
So,
correct. All the president, you see, one thing we have to know about Dino, you see, most of the presidents, Jonathan or Buhari, they fought him. If he has anything hidden, they are ready to bring it up, but there was none.
They will bring him down.
Seeing all those cars you are seeing with him, you only need to go back and see how he started. That's just what I can tell you. All these things are in the public domain. There is nobody that they have fought. If the president is fighting you, all your debts will be out. You can't keep the secret away from the president. So let us forget about the propaganda, and let us go back to the facts. The facts are just there, what they have done for in their time, So that's it, my brother. Thank you, guys.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Jimo. Thank you so much for that clarification. I would not lie to you. Dino is my man. I know. I hate dull politician. He's very frontal. He's very vocal. No, Dino is my guy. Sometimes it could be ridiculous, dancing, falling on the stage. That's falling on the stage. He did in their campaign. I would detest. I detest him, but Dino is still my man any day because you can't silence him. You can't silence him. Yes.
You see, for me, Dino, I've not supported him in any shape or form, but I must always recognize. In fact, if you go back to Kogi, his constituency projects is so numerous that you can't. In fact, Yaya Bello tried to make sure that most of those projects are whipped down. Just check. Just you see, we don't need to. Everybody can fast check it. Just write it as you are there now. Google it. All the constituency project of Dino Melaye. Just Google it. Then you come back and say, okay, yes, it's true. That's just the truth. That's it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Jimo. Did any news? Did any topic of today catch your attention? It just came in because of that.
Just because of this, yes. I've been listening, but this one I just felt I should just do the right thing, set the record straight.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Bye. Yes, bye.
Yeah, bye. Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless. Yeah. Yes. Let me give you everybody 2 minutes. No more than 2 minutes. We want to carve it under 9 hours. Yeah. Paula, 2 minutes just to round up. Thank you.
Yeah, like what I've said before is this. We should be very careful because we know this platform. We are here to educate people, and because of the poor level of information we pass around, that is what is creating hatred among the federating unit today. Like that issue of that civil war now, the way they pass the message to our brothers, they pass it wrongly, and they are now seeing those people that are supposed to even be their best friends as the worst enemy, just because of that misinformation. So, to me, one thing that we've done very good here is that whenever someone is saying something that is not right, people quickly fast check and they correct it immediately. So
it's not a pushing man. Anything exactly. You say goes.
That's what separates this forum platform from other platforms that they've already have the agenda they want to push. Here is a free from that you express your opinion, but that your opinion you must make sure is the truth and only the truth. Don't say whatever that is going to create tension or escalate tension, and don't help mislead people. That is what this platform is for. So to me, let us just keep it up and keep trying to educate people. Like I say, and be able to say you may not like a politician. Yeah, that one is evil. But whatever that person has done, let's give the person credit. I may not like Buhari, but I won't take Second Niger Bridge away from him. I won't take this electoral act that is the most transparent one since 1999, but people don't want, even when you take even option A4, when you take that of Abiola away since 1979, this is still the most transparent because you have everybody can have their fact. You can go back and have something to prove that things were not done right at the particular polling unit and thereabout. So to me, always give credit. Yeah, you may not like the person, but give credit. Thank you, everyone, and see you later.
Oh yeah, thank you, Ola. Happy Sunday to you over there. Thank you. Yeah, bye. Do we have Solly? Solly. Solly Tisalo. Yeah. Do you have Rosie? Rosie? Nah, I don't think so. Thank you so much. I don't think we have Babati as well. Babati is not that quiet. He could have interjected many times. Thank you. Thank you, Solly. Thank you, Rosie. Yeah, I think we come to the end of the section again. It has been educative, informative, and mind blow. So thank you so much for having me and one man tonight. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Carry the conversation in the comment section. Thank you so much. God bless you. Happy Sunday. You know where we are going. We can never miss it. I will end it with this. Thank you.
When it offends them, it sweet us. When it sweet us, they never say something. As in the sweet us, you go to pay them. As in the pay them, you go to sweet us. As in the sweet us, you go to pay them. As in the pay them, you go to sweet us.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.